You got the list? Or am I on the list here? Daily routine of business. Affaire courante ordinaire. Dépôt de
tabling of documents.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36.8a, I have the honour to table, in both official languages, the Government's response to 3 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by Minister.
Rapport de délégation.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. Presentation.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present, in both official languages, the 16th report of the Standing Committee on Health, entitled Strengthening the Oversight of Breast Implants, which we hope will help victims of breast implants. Pursuant to Standing Order 109, the government is being asked to table a response to the report.
Dépôt de projet de loi.
Introduction of private members' bills.
Première lecture.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Mr. Blakely, seconded by Ms. Matheson, moves that the 12th report of the Standing Committee on Finance presented on Wednesday, November 1st, 2023, be concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm very pleased to have occasion to bring this important matter to the floor of the House of Commons, because there's an important decision pending for the Minister of Finance, which is whether or not to approve the RBC-HSBC merger. And what we're debating today is a very concrete and simple recommendation of the Finance Committee of the House of Commons. In its 12th report to the House, was very clear that a majority of Finance Committee members do not support that merger going ahead. And there's at least a couple main reasons why New Democrats are concerned about this merger going ahead. The first is that we know that right now Canadians are living through very difficult circumstances. Their household budgets are under severe stress because of rising interest rates, because of the rising cost of all sorts of necessities of life, whether that's housing, whether that's home heating, whether it's the cost of groceries. And every little thing right now means a lot for Canadians who are struggling to make ends meet. And we know that even before the pandemic, something like half of Canadian households were only $200 away from insolvency at the end of the month. And we know that that has only got harder, and we see the effects in our community, whether that's the longer and longer lines at food banks for people struggling to feed their families, or whether it's more and more folks homeless and living on the street. And, you know, I've just had the opportunity to travel with the Finance Committee to many different cities across the country, and that was something that was a common theme, no matter whether we were on the East Coast or the West Coast. There are tons of folks right now who are no longer housed, and the problem of homelessness is increasingly visible as more and more Canadians can't make the rent payment at the end of the month, or can't make the mortgage payment and have nowhere to go. Indeed, some Canadians who are gainfully employed just can't find a place to live that they can afford. And so it's no longer the case that it's just folks who aren't able to get a job or who have a disability and aren't able to work who are finding themselves homeless, but we're also hearing from folks who do have a reasonable monthly income, what would have been considered reasonable just a few years ago, who can't afford a place to live on that, and so are having to figure out how to work a full day and come back somewhere to a tent or a spot that they found under a building with a little bit of shelter, feed themselves, go to sleep, and wake up and get looking presentable in the morning to be able to go back to work, which is certainly a real challenge and not one that I would wish on anyone. It's why we need a government that's going to act with a much stronger sense of urgency in respect to the housing crisis. But one of the other things that Canadians have struggled with for a long time are the fees that banks impose in order to be able to do business at their institution, to hold your deposits, to write checks or more and more, to withdraw from ATMs or do e-transfers. And we know that in Canada, Canadians pay high fees for that. And one of the reasons that they pay high fees for that is because we don't have a competitive banking sector in Canada. We've pretty much got 5 big banks that I think have over 90% market share when it comes to banking in Canada. So you think about that, that's not a lot of players in the market. In economics, they call that an oligopoly. And while it may not be an oligopoly on paper, it's certainly an oligopoly in practice. So now what we have is one of Canada's largest banks, RBC, proposing to eat up the 7th largest bank in Canada. And the difference between those two banks is considerable. HSBC is not a huge player, but it's a player that is scrappy. I think if you were to look up the mortgage rates right now, they're offering mortgages at over 70 basis points lower than what RBC is offering them at. And historically, HSBC has offered mortgage rates that are considerably lower than those at RBC. The government in the fall economic statement just rightly announced, and this is something New Democrats have been calling for folks with insured mortgages to be able to shop around and transfer their mortgage without having to undergo the stress test again. Well, this is exactly the kind of move that Canadians would be looking to make. If they have a mortgage with RBC, they may well want to go to an institution like HSBC that's offering over 0.5 percentage less in terms of the rate for that mortgage. Clearing the way so that they don't have to take a stress test is important, but it ain't going to matter if HSBC gets gobbled up by RBC and then is offering that same rate. That means Canadians will have won the right to transfer without having to undergo the stress test, but no longer have somewhere to transfer to that's offering a better rate. And so that's why we think it's important that the government say no to this merger in order to preserve one of the few non-Big Five players in Canada that there is at all, particularly when they do have a track record of exactly the kind of effect you would hope to get from competition, which is competitive pricing on mortgage rates and other services. We know that because the Big Five have been relatively unchallenged, it also means, and we just went through this in Transcona since I got elected, the TD branch on the corner of Regent and Bond shut down. And we don't really have a lot of bank branches in our community anymore. Thankfully, Manitoba has a strong credit union movement that I'm very proud of, and I'm a proud member of a couple different credit unions. Yes, there are many in Manitoba. I know we have a former board member of one of those credit unions in the House here today. It's a wonderful thing. I'm very proud of the credit union movement in Manitoba, and it's really only because of the credit union in Manitoba that we continue to have local branch banking available in our community, because the big banks have all but fled in an attempt to reduce costs. But that leaves their consumers wanting to have the kind of traditional relationship that they've had at a local branch and unable to get it. Why is it that the big banks can get away with that? Because they don't have sufficient competition. So as I say, I'm glad I live in a province where I think the credit union movement is filling an important void with respect to banking services. Also glad that I can say that I get my banking services at a credit union. That was in jeopardy not that long ago with the government looking at changing the Bank Act to outlaw us talking about doing banking at credit unions. And I'm glad that common sense prevailed and people can say that what they do at a credit union is their banking, and that the banks didn't get their way on that. Just as I hope that the big banks aren't going to get their way in respect of this merger, because competition is what is going to provide for lower rates for Canadians. I think it's also important to mention, and I don't want to mislead anyone. It's not that HSBC is some kind of second environmental coming or something like that. But they were the first bank to offer green bonds. They have made some pretty serious commitments and backed it up with investment plans to lower the emissions profile of their investments. That's exactly the kind of thing that we need to start seeing in the financial sector if Canada is going to meet the legal climate commitments that we have signed on to in the Paris Accord and elsewhere. And RBC, on the other hand, is the bank that does the most fossil fuel heavy investment in Canada today. And they're an important player, for instance, in the government's TMX project, and have put up a lot of capital for that. But they're very invested in growing the fossil fuel infrastructure in Canada, despite the fact, and I think, you know, it's easy to forget this in the kinds of debates that we hear about the oil and gas sector on the floor of this place. The oil and gas sector in Canada is extracting more barrels of oil today than at any other point in our history. So for those who say that the industry is in distress or it's on the verge of extinction, I would just say let's take a deep breath and look at the facts. And the facts are that, in fact, the oil and gas industry in Canada is more prolific today than at any other point in our history. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's employing more people than it's ever employed, because as technology advances, jobs for workers and the profitability and productivity of the oil and gas industry are on separate paths. The truth is, oil and gas companies are able to extract more and make more money than ever with less workers. And so the continued advancement and increase in extraction is no longer tied in the same way it used to be to the creation of jobs for people in Canada, which is not to say that there aren't still a lot of jobs in the oil and gas sector, and it's not to say that that isn't important. It's to say that we need to find the right level of extraction that is sustainable for the planet and that provides a strong economic basis for Alberta and other parts of the country where that industry is really important. And so all that to say that RBC really is driving the let's grow and grow and grow and grow with no sense of sustainability or no sense of what would be a sustainable rate of extraction. And so both on the environmental front and on the consumer protection front, there are strong reasons to oppose this merger. It's why opposition parties on the Finance Committee sent, I think, a very clear message by working together that this was not a good idea. I don't know that Conservatives would endorse some of the environmental concerns that I've raised on the floor today. I wish they would. I think Canada would be a better place for it if we could talk more about these issues in a serious way and how to get Canada's emissions under control. I know that's not a conversation you want to have, but I'm glad that we at least can agree on the need for more competition in financial services and what that would mean for Canadians. And I think it's an important signal that the government should not ignore that so many parties in this place, for their own reasons, don't think that this merger is a good idea. Now, I would also say, you know, we're going to hear at some point from Conservatives on this matter. I think Canadians should take what they have to say with a little bit of a grain of salt. I know they're talking a lot about the Competition Bureau these days and the importance of competitiveness. And of course, this merger was looked at by the Competition Bureau, but not under the new framework that's on its way, both through C-56, which just passed committee last night. That's going to make some important changes to the Competition Act. And then also coming, if you look at the Ways and Means motion, in the Budget Implementation Act that the government will be tabling, presumably after a vote on the Ways and Means motion. More changes to the Competition Act coming. This merger was not reviewed with any of the new powers that will be afforded to the Competition Bureau. It was reviewed under a regime at the Competition Bureau that even the federal government itself recognizes as being deficient. But we know that, you know, in the past, for instance, Conservatives have talked about wanting to have independent officers do work without political interference. I've certainly heard that at committee. I'm glad to hear that, but I remember them setting up the Parliamentary Budget Office, for instance, under Stephen Harper in the early days, and that was a good thing that they did when they did that. Then the Parliamentary Budget Officer started saying things they didn't like. Shocking. And then the campaign of character assassination began, and Kevin Page, who was the first Parliamentary Budget Officer, came under direct attack by the Harper government. And so it wasn't that great an outing for the Harper government after all. They did the right thing initially, but they couldn't stay the course because they can't stand any criticism. And they react badly as soon as someone starts calling them out for things that they'd prefer to get away with. And so I think Canadians should be taking some of the remarks that the Conservatives are making today as an opposition party with a grain of salt when it comes to their desire for an independent competition bureau. And I certainly hope that in the future, if we have a Conservative government, that we won't see that government decide to attack the competition commissioner if he starts telling them things that they don't want to hear, because the whole point of having those independent offices is to be able to do that. We saw it again with David Johnston, someone that at one point they held up. They held him up to the point that they were willing to appoint him as Governor General of the country. And then when he started saying and doing things they didn't like, a campaign of character assassination began. And I think that was unfortunate because it detracted from the important point, which was that when it came to being a special rapporteur on foreign interference, that wasn't the right way to proceed. And making it about David Johnston detracted from the important point, which was that was a bad process, and what we really needed was a public inquiry. And I'm proud to say that New Democrats stayed the course and finally got that process on track. But I don't think that the personal attacks against David Johnston were helpful in that regard, because they detracted from the main issue. And Conservatives were so concerned to attack David Johnston that it took them a long time to work with us in the right way to get that process back on track. So again, just another example of where Conservatives claim that they want certain people in positions of authority to be able to make pronouncements on what the government of the day is doing, but then as soon as those pronouncements aren't in line with their partisan lines, all of a sudden it's a problem and it's an affront to democracy, and the character assassination begins. So I think it's important that we take this moment where Conservatives are prepared to do the right thing. Those moments are few and far between. We shouldn't waste the opportunity. The government should be listening and take the opportunity itself to do the right thing and say no to a merger that is both going to set the private financial sector back in terms of green financing, potentially, and also a merger that is going to maintain and reinforce the lack of competition that Canadians have already been suffering under for too long and have had to therefore pay some of the highest banking fees, even as those same banks reduce service in their community and close local branches. So those are some of the reasons why we think it's really important that the government take this opportunity, not do what it did on the Rogers-Shaw deal, which was to ultimately cave to those big corporate interests. We talk a lot in here, and I think rightly, about corporate-controlled Conservatives, but we shouldn't forget that the Liberals do their fair share of corporate service here in this place. After all, that is the true coalition in Parliament between Liberals and Conservatives serving Canada's corporate sector. And so, now we have a real opportunity here, as I say. One of those few and far between moments where the Conservatives are prepared to do the right thing in opposition. Let's seize the day. The Rogers-Shaw merger, and the minister likes to say he put conditions on it and everything else. I'll tell you, some of the things that you can expect to happen did. I had somebody from BC call me up and say that he had been a Shaw customer, and when the merger happened, Rogers sent him a new SIM card, and he had to figure out how to put it in his phone and everything else, and he hadn't done that yet. Took him a couple months, as sometimes household administration does. I'm sure there are many Canadians listening who are sympathetic to the fact that sometimes it's hard to stay on top of all those things, particularly if there's a technological component that you're not familiar with. So what was happening? This merger that wasn't going to have any negative consequences for Canadian consumers. He started getting a bill from Shaw because he hadn't changed the SIM card yet, and he was getting a bill from Rogers. So he's getting two bills from the same company for one cell phone. If you can believe that. Well, unfortunately I can, because I know what it's like to deal with some of these big telecom companies and other corporate oligopolies, whatever the sector. And the fact is, it's very hard to get justice as a consumer. That has been true for Canadians in respect of the big five banks, and this merger is not going to help. It's going to take a smaller player out of the market that is doing its work to be scrappy and to offer competitive rates. That's not what Canadians need, especially not in a time of economic strain and financial strain. What they need is more competition to be able to deliver lower prices and take a little bit of that strain off their household budget. Just as the government is bringing in new rules to make it easier to transfer your mortgage when your term is up, is not the time to take competitors out of the market that are offering lower rates. Those are the HSBC is one of those very banks in terms of its lower offering that Canadians are going to be looking to in order to save money in their monthly household budget. Let's make sure that those options are there, just as Canadians get the freedom to transfer their mortgage without having to undergo another stress test. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian banking system is sound, stable, and free from political interference. It has served Canadians well through the 2008 Great Recession and during the COVID recession itself. I would ask the member, why does members opposite continue to politicize a pillar of our economy?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, of course, most companies in an oligopoly are sound and secure. That's kind of the point, isn't it? They have the market power to be able to ensure that their own business is sound and secure. The problem is they're doing that on the backs of Canadian consumers. And why we want to see more competition in the financial sector is so that Canadians don't have to pay for the soundness and security and peace of mind of bank CEOs. We think that's backwards. And we think that it's the job of this place to ensure that Canadians' interests are put first, not the interests of wealthy bankers. And that's why we continue to say that it's important not to approve the merger and keep a scrappy, smaller player in the market to provide more competitive pricing to Canadians.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think the Conservatives, NDP, surprisingly, we all agree that competition is broken in Canada. We certainly at the Finance Committee agreed that the HSBC-RBC merger is a product of that broken system. There's broken laws that we have to fix. Everyone has brought new laws in. But the biggest thing that's going to change banking in Canada is going to be consumer-led banking or open banking. Does the member agree with the bill that I've brought forward, that this party has brought forward, that is going to push the government to bring competition to Canada, which means consumer-led banking, which means many different fintechs which will compete and lower the price of banking for Canadians?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
I do certainly support open banking. I think that's really important. And, you know, for folks watching at home that may not be familiar with the term of art, open banking is just a term that says you should own your financial data. And so when you're banking with an institution, they shouldn't be able to say you can't take this information and share it with another institution. That's your information. It's your finances. It's your money. And if you want another institution to know the facts about your account, the current financial institution that you bank with should have an obligation to share that without a bunch of silly business or putting up walls or making it difficult for you to shop around and get a better price. And so, as I say, we believe that there's not enough competition in the financial sector today and that Canadian consumers are paying a serious price for that, and that needs to change. It's why we oppose the HSBC-RBC merger, and it's why we support open banking.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Avignon-Lamétis.
The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamétis-Matane-Matapédia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. CP reported earlier this year that the Royal Bank was the biggest lender in the world for fossil fuel projects in 2022. And the amount was $42 billion U.S. in 2022. According to a study, that's $3 billion more than in 2021. $4.8 billion went to the oil sands and the rest to fracking. According to the same study, since Canada signed the Paris Agreement in 2016, over $253 billion worth of U.S. had been given to oil companies. So my question is about what is the responsibility of the major banks in all this? And does the government have a duty to legislate to force the banks to phase out their lending to the oil patch and instead improve investment in clean energy? The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona. Thank you very much for the question. I think one of the very important issues in terms of this merger is the issue of the environment. There seems to be no limit on investments in industries that produce greenhouse gas emissions. So one of the major questions that the government should consider in reviewing this merger and acquisition, whether or not to approve it, is that we need some clear green taxonomy for the investment industry so that portfolios are greener, and I don't mean greenwashing, truly greener portfolios, investment portfolios. And this would encourage institutions to start, like HSBC and so on. They should not be gobbled up by another bank like RBC if they're truly committed to, if they don't want to increase greenhouse gas emissions in their portfolio.
Fanshawe. Speaker. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I very much appreciate the member's speech today. And I just wanted to ask if the member could expand a little bit about corporate greed and really what underrides these decisions to amalgamate and to buy out competitors. If they could just, if the member from Elmwood Transcona can just explain how this hurts consumers.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you. I mean, one of the important issues that's at play in changes to the Competition Act, and if you look at the private member's bill of the NEP leader, the member for Burnaby South, is the question of killer acquisitions, where companies buy up smaller competitors before they get the market share to become competitors to the bigger players in the industry. So here we have a bank that is quite small compared to the big five, but has shown that it's willing to price its products competitively, and Canadians can benefit from that if they so choose. Again, they're going to have a better opportunity to benefit from that after new rules come in not requiring them to take a stress test when they transfer their mortgage. That won't help very much if the smaller player that's offering the better rates disappears in between now and when those measures come into effect. And so absolutely, corporations, in the name of gathering up market share and making bigger profit, do try to acquire and shut down smaller competitors that are undermining what otherwise is a pretty comfortable pricing environment for those bigger players. It's something that isn't in the interest of Canadians. It's in the interest of those larger companies that already have dominance within their market. And it's something that, as legislators for the public interest, we should be concerned to stop, not encourage.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that really concerns people in my riding is that disappearance of financial institutions in maybe neighborhoods where they don't see it as financially convenient for them in that big business market. And one of the things that we had been pushing for was postal banking. Now, the government did start it, kind of not successfully. Even though it was a success on the ground, they seem to have abandoned that pilot project. And I wanted to hear from him how that could also help in terms of, just like credit unions, providing an alternative for people to have more power over their banking situation.
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you very much for that question. And as I said in my speech, it is certainly a concern for folks in my riding as they've watched bank branches close and access to financial services get more difficult for those who care to do it in person. And there's still a lot of people in Canada who want to have a direct face-to-face relationship with the people that are in charge of their savings. And so postal banking would be a great way to do this. As I said, I'm very proud of the credit union movement in Manitoba. I think they show for sure that, you know, if smaller financial institutions like credit unions can have brick and mortar branches in our community, sometimes more than one for the same credit union, it's certainly possible for the larger banks to do it, but it's something that shouldn't fall through the cracks. And I think through the infrastructure of Canada Post, we have an excellent opportunity to make sure that banking services are available in every community, in addition to whatever the private financial market through credit unions or banks or others are going to provide.
One time for a quick question and answer. The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Mr. Speaker. So very quickly, we appreciate the NDP support on our motion here, but will they join us in delivering more than just words, in fact action, and in voting non-confidence if they allow this merger?
For Elmwood Transcona.
Well, I would just gently remind the member that actually we're debating my motion of concurrence today, and I was very glad that they brought the issue forward at the Finance Committee with my support. I think that shows that it really is an act of true collaboration. And as for confidence votes, we'll take those as they come. And as long as the government continues to deliver on the CASA commitments, we will continue this parliament. And, you know, but we are certainly in the midst of some important negotiation on pharmacare. That is an issue that we think is election worthy. I'm not sure that getting a corporate-controlled conservative government is the answer for Canadians if these guys are willing to approve the merger.
Reprise de débat, continuing debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm committed to giving a short speech today, and on that note, I would move, seconded by the member for Kingston and the Isles, that debate be now adjourned.
Seconded by Mr. Gerritsen. Move that the debate be now adjourned. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Yes, I would ask that it be carried on division.
The honourable member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
We request a recorded division.
Calling the members. Come on, Lawrence. The question is as follows. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Garrettson, move that the debate be now adjourned. The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McKinnon Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Mendocino.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Garrettson.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Coteau.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Boudreaux.
Mr. Boudreaux.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Hallan.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Duncan Stormadunta, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormadunda, South Glengarry.
Mr. Bertol.
Mr. Berthold.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Kirk.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Ms. Rempel Garner.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel Duceppe.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before proceeding.
I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. City Deputy Napo.
If a member was unable to vote because of a technical issue, they can now use the raised hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Mrs. Gazan.
I vote yay.
Ms. Gazan, yay pour.
Miss Atwin.
In favor.
Ms. Atwin, yay pour.
Anybody else run into the chamber?
Nope. Okay. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour, 175, 175. Nays contre, 143, 143.
I declare the motion carried. So, the House will now resume with the remaining business under routine proceedings. We are under the rubric motions. Point of order, the Honourable Whip for the government.
Mr. Speaker, there was no recorded vote for the member for Drummond. No, that was resolved. We saw him on the screen, so it was resolved afterward. But thank you very much for raising that question.
Under the rubric of motions, Mr. Williams, seconded by Mrs. Rempel Garner, moves that it be an instruction to the Standing Committee on Industry and Technology that during its consideration of Bill C-27, an act to enact the Consumer Privacy Protection Act, the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act, and the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, and make consequential and related amendments to other acts, the committee be granted the power to divide the bill into two pieces of legislation. A, Bill C-27A, an act to enact the Consumer Privacy Protection Act, and an act to enact the Personal Information and Data Protection Tribunal Act, containing Part 1 and 2 and the schedule to Section 2, and B, Bill C-27B, an act to enact the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act, containing Part 3. Debate. The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And certainly I'm very disappointed to not be in this House today talking about housing, talking about RBC and HSBC. When it comes to housing in this country after 8 years, this country is in the worst housing crisis that we've ever had. And we just have to talk to any constituent to see just exactly what is happening. Before I get into that, I want to mention, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be splitting my time today with the honourable member from Calgary Nose Hill. But when we talk about housing, it's absolutely ludicrous that we have families right now who, of course, not only can they not afford the mortgages they do have if they're able to be so lucky to have a home, but those that are renting are finding that rents have doubled. We're hearing across all of our communities, homelessness has doubled. I met with the police chief and the mayor from my city last week, and we talked about detox centers, because it's not only a housing crisis that has put people on the street, it's also a major drug crisis that we have, a drug and mental health and addictions crisis that's putting people into precarious situations where they oftentimes find that it's out of control. They can't handle it. We had 66 overdoses in 1 week in Belleville, Ontario, which is just out of hand. And when we talk about the need in this country basically to announce that housing should be a crisis, that at the end of the day, there's been nothing but after 4 years of talk, but after 8 years, housing is such dire straits that, of course, we look to competition to be the answer for that. Every single government has brought that forth. They've talked about competition, but it's been really, Mr. Speaker, a drip, drip, drip. It's been one little policy or one little change, but not major competition, which would, in the most part, bring in consumer-led banking, which means many companies, fintech companies, that provide different options for consumers. And the second part of that would to be ensure that we really look at stopping major bad deals that have happened under the existing Competition Act. When I talk about speed, we talk about the speed of competition. Well, it's really, really bad right now. We have major oligopolies in the banking sector, 6 companies that have 93% 87% of all the banking, 87% of all the mortgages in Canada. And when we look at the rates between RBC and HSBC, well, the HSBC rates right now are 81 basis points lower than RBC. This morning, 6.14 for a 5-year variable mortgage rate versus RBC at 6.95. So you can see what that means for competition, to have competition in. And when we talk about speed, the Competition Act, the Competition Bureau is really a police bureau. It's a police enforcement agency that is supposed to not prosecute, but it's supposed to look at competition in terms of a law enforcement society. We've all watched Law and Order. I don't even know the names of the two, but if it's Higgins or Biggs, they're the ones who are supposed to bring the culprits in, and then of course we have the judicial system to tackle that. But when we look at speed, the speed for competition law is about 100 kilometers an hour, when really competition in the housing should be a school zone, should be 15 to 20 kilometers an hour, so that we look at slowing things down, blocking mergers, ensuring that HSBC, which is being bought by RBC, would be the biggest bank in Canada, buying the 7th biggest bank. And my bill, the Consumer-Led Banking Act, or to push the government to bring legislation to this House, would ensure that we change one thing in the Banking Act, and that's to ensure that your data, your personal data, which should be yours, can be shared on your consent with other banking institutions, and when doing so, we create real, meaningful competition in the banking sector. And that's exactly also what we're looking at with C-27. And C-27 is about protecting data. It's looking at your personal data for Canadians. I've talked in this House an extent on that, on how our children's data right now is not protected. All of our children have at one point an iPad or an Amazon Fire Stick, or they're on personal phones. Now, right now, data protection is so bad in Canada that all that data can be scraped, and it's owned by companies, not by those children, and it's sold to other companies for data. And of course, we haven't talked about the Privacy Act in Canada. Hasn't been updated since 1987, way before the iPod. So it was way before a time where we had technology and we had the internet as explosive as it is, which puts our children's data at risk. But the government, in its speed, or not adhering to speed signs, sometimes talking and making announcements as quickly as they can, certainly not bringing action forward as quickly as they can. It's taken a year for this government to put C-27, introduced in the House, into committee where it is now. But the biggest problem they had with this legislation is with the speed and the out-of-control speed of this government on announcements and on talking, not action. I'm not talking about speed of action, Mr. Speaker, is that they put an AI bill combined with the C-27 bill. And the minister at the time said, well, this is because this is what we need to do. That we'll be the first jurisdiction across the world to do it. But they were so speedy in trying to really make an announcement they were doing this instead of doing it. They didn't even do public consultation, Mr. Speaker. We had no chance for public consultation when the AIDA third section of the C-27 Act was thrown into the Act. And all the witnesses we've had so far, and so far we've had about 9 or 10 meetings in C-27, every witness so far has basically said that the AIDA, the third section of this Act, is terrible. It is weak. It doesn't do the things we need to do because we didn't have public consultation, because we didn't look really prudently at legislation that should have had public consultation, have had public input, that would have listened to the industry. And when we talk about AI in Canada, AI is pretty scary. It's pretty scary because it's evolving quicker than we can look for. And it's not scary enough to say, well, we need to put a placeholder legislation in, we need to do something that's above that and different. No, it's scary enough that we have to do it right, which means we slow it down. And just through testimony so far, because of the importance of this, it's going to, because of how bad AIDA is with this bill, it's going to delay probably the better part of the bill, which is the first two parts of C-27. The first two parts, which deal with updating privacy law and the digital charter, but also that tribunal. And that tribunal, still up for discussion, is taking from the Competition Act, going back to the Competition Act, a process of which if a privacy commissioner made a ruling or recommendation against an individual or against a corporation, at the end of the day, that tribunal would allow the option for an individual to have a second reading. But the problem with that is the tribunal and the Competition Act isn't all that great either, and we saw that with the Rogers-Shaw merger. The Competition Tribunal was utilized to review a merger, Rogers-Shaw, which was rejected by the Competition Bureau. And of that bureau right now, the instance or the witnesses on that bureau, the makeup of that bureau or the Competition Tribunal is supposed to be only 3 experts in privacy law. Only 3. So there's a lot of debate on that, but it's so complex, the first 2 parts. The third part throws the whole bill into a spin. And so what we've made as a recommendation, and we've made this before, but the more that we've seen this testimony in committee, is to separate the third part. The third part really needs to be scrapped. It's that weak. But the recommendation on this bill would be to make it a separate vote. Probably, as the biggest argument, is to save the first 2 parts of this bill, because we do need to update privacy legislation. And when we go back to the most important part, which is owning your data, I'm going to go back to why that's so important with competition in banking. Consumer-led banking will ensure that your data, which is yours, on your credit card and your banking statements, right now the only way to get that data off is a method called screen scraping, which means you give your safe word to another institution so they can go into your bank account and see your information, which is wrong. The UK and Australia have outlawed that because it is absolutely wrong, and that's a practice we allow in Canada. Consumer-led banking will ensure that you own your data, and on your consent, you move that data to new competitors. New competitors can then bank you and provide you better service, lower costs, and more competition in Canada. We have to separate the third part of this legislation. AI is extremely scary. It's extremely important. I know, Mr. Speaker, the next speaker is going to speak very profoundly on that. She is an expert on it. And, Mr. Speaker, we need to separate this third bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think members that were listening to my colleague across the way's comments, they would see possibly a little bit of hypocrisy there when you think about it, Mr. Speaker. You know, the last time we had 6 major grocery giants in Canada, one of them was consumed under Stephen Harper, and that was the Shoppers. Shoppers was providing competition to the Big 5, and ultimately Loblaws bought it out. And I'm wondering if my colleague across the way would agree that maybe Stephen Harper messed it up in terms of competition on groceries by allowing Shoppers to be consumed by Loblaws. Does he have an opinion on that aspect of the competition when he references competition here in Canada?
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you talk about hypocrisy. This government just voted to shut down debate on competition in the banking sector in Canada today. Of a housing crisis that's the largest and the worst in the whole world. But then again, he likes to talk about Stephen Harper. The member must be so proud today that he was mentioned in the Globe and Mail editorial that talked about this party's obsession with Stephen Harper. We always say it over here when we have our glasses of water. Every time Harper's mentioned, we drink, right? And there's always lots of water, and there's always lots of water to drink because I like to blame everything on Stephen Harper. But the reality, Mr. Speaker, there's been 12 mergers in competition, in banking, in telecom approved under this government's watch over the last 8 years, including Propane, including Sobeys and IGA, including Sobeys and Farm Boy. So this government, after the last 8 years, has approved so many measures. Talk about hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the member from Bay of Quinte for raising again today the issue of open banking. I think it is really important that Canadians own their own data. We see a problem in the financial sector where financial institutions put up barriers to Canadians being able to share information, their own information about their own financial situation with other financial institutions in order to be able to compare apples to apples when it comes to shopping around for a better price. Of course, we see other instances, like many times in the medical system, for instance, patients are told that they don't own their information and that if they want to transfer information from one healthcare service provider to another, that information is proprietary to the offerer of the service. And so it can be quite costly and difficult and onerous to be able to procure your own information and transfer that to another healthcare institution. So I wonder if he wants to speak more generally to the kind of principles around consumers of various types of services being able to own their information and be able to make it easily portable for them so that they can engage in the activity of trying to find the best service, either at the best price or even in the context of systems where they're not having to pay for those services but still want to be able to get better service by shopping around.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy to hear the member today talk positively about consumer-led banking. But I'm extremely disappointed that after speaking this morning, he voted with this government, as they often do, to shut down debate talking about RBC HSBC. This merger is going to hurt Canadians. You know, RBC is trying to buy 800,000 mortgage holders, and it's a great thing for them because they're just going to take them out of the market and move them into their bank. But the reality, Mr. Speaker, 10% of Vancouver mortgage holders and 5% of Toronto, the first and third hottest housing markets in all the world, are going to be gobbled up by RBC, which is an 85 basis point difference in mortgage rates today between the two competitors. We're going to have more people who need the help in Vancouver and Toronto falling behind and paying more. It's about $400 per month, by the way, in a $500,000 mortgage, which is low. We should have been allowed to debate this today. There should have been a vote to shut this merger down. I'm disappointed in the member that he shut that down.
We do have time for one quick exchange. The Honourable Member for Calgary Forest Lawn, Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Yes. Well, thank you. And I want to refocus this back on the matter at hand with the splitting the bill of C-27. I'd like the member to comment, if he will, on the inadequacy of this bill, the weaknesses that he's found in it, and why it's so important that we get this split into proper components where we can debate them and have them voted separately.
The Honourable Member for Bay of Quinte, pretty quick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the member and his hard work and contributing to the debate. C-27 has a lot of different aspects, but here's the worst parts of them. There's a provision called legitimate interest, which allows a business to collect data, and there's no real definition to what they can use that data for, and it's so obscure that right now, without that clear definition, we're not going to be able to get that through. There's no instance in the purpose clause or in the statement or in the bill of privacy is a fundamental right. And that's something Conservatives have been fighting for. We're the only party really fighting to make that in. And when it comes to ADA, the third part which we're trying to split off, when I asked witnesses at committee about 3 weeks ago, rate it 1 to 10, 1 being bad, 10 being the best, 6 out of 7 rated it a 1 out of 10. That bill, that piece without public consultation didn't happen, needs to go, needs to split. That's why we're asking for this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate to reprise the débat, the Honourable Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am so glad we are debating this motion today because today, colleagues, is the 1-year anniversary of the release of a generational society-changing technology, and that, of course, is ChatGPT. It's been a year since I think I was the first legislator in the world to stand up in a parliament and say, hey, guys, have a look at this. And since that time, over 80% of Fortune 500 companies are now integrating this technology. Legislatures around the world are trying to deal with the vast societal implications of the release of this technology. But also, Speaker, the world is trying to grapple with the fact that this technology was released into the world without any sort of comprehensive regulations around the development of large language models, the large-scale deployment of this type of technology, and then without a lot of thought to use. The other thing, colleagues, our Speaker as well, is that in the last year, we've had to build internationally parliamentary capacity for legislators to understand both the technical aspects of how artificial intelligence has the capacity to impact our society, but also to try and look at how our regulatory systems can meet this challenge, our systems that are notoriously non-nimble, that are slow. And this is why there should be no partisan divide on the fact that this motion should pass. The Artificial Intelligence and Data Act should be hived off. And that's because, Speaker, like, without any offense to the government, the Artificial Intelligence and Data Act was developed about a year and a half prior to the deployment of ChatGPT. And, you know, Speaker, that's like developing regulations for scribes and putting them forward and debating regulations for scribes after the printing press was deployed around the world. That's really the transformational change that we're dealing with. And this legislation, out of, you know, taking a partisan hat off, civil society, academia, industry, all need to be consulted, and we need to go back to the drawing board in a lot of different places on this bill. As my colleague from Quinte West talked about, this has been something that the committee, Standing Committee on Industry, has heard over and over again from every different witness that they've had. But also, Speaker, it's important for us to split this bill out, to give the government an opportunity to better coordinate with other jurisdictions around the world that are trading partners with Canada, that are already well ahead of us and are close to passing their own artificial intelligence regulations. For example, the European Union is already well down the garden path. The United States is. And also, frankly, Speaker, we also need to include the Global South in this conversation, and we need to be working with the Global South as it impacts the Global South. I am pleased, Speaker, to announce that the Canadian multi-partisan delegation to the Interparliamentary Union successfully passed a motion at the IPU's last assembly in Luanda a few weeks ago, and Canada will be a co-rapporteur on the Standing Committee on Human Rights to develop a motion specifically to do this, to build capacity for parliamentarians around the world to learn about the impacts of artificial intelligence, to take that back to their respective political parties and legislatures and ensure that all voices are being heard. That is why we have to pass this motion today, one of the reasons. Briefly, in the time that we have, Speaker, as I want to echo what my colleague from Bay of Quinte West said, there's so many, I think that this one testimony sums up why the bill has to be hived off, ADA has to be hived off, so that the privacy components of C-27 can proceed. But I'll read from Barry Sookman. He's a senior counsel at McCarthy Tetro. He argued that ADA fails to adequately shield the public from potential risks associated with high-impact AI systems. And he also said that the centralized power that was envisioned in this pre-ChatGPT legislation undermines the structure of parliamentary sovereignty, adding that ADA sets a dangerous precedent. So, you know, these are Canadian legal experts that are making the following argument, which is that the implications of implementing under-considered legislation on an issue as impactful as artificial intelligence is extremely risky. Any flaw in AI regulation could affect millions of people, exposing companies to class action lawsuits of historic proportions, and also exposing the public, our constituents, to risks because we haven't thought this through. This issue is so huge, it is so societal, it has the capacity for so much societal transformation that this bill must be hived off, and members from all political parties need to be engaged in robust, fulsome debate with all aspects of Canadian society to think about this in three silos. First is the way that artificial intelligence is developed. Speaker, it's come to light over the last year that ChatGPT was developed using extremely low-paid labor in the Global South. These low-paid laborers were exposed to violent child pornography imagery to help train the the large language model. There are no global regulations or standards around that. That needs to change. The other thing that there's really no global standards for, and certainly not in Canada, is the protection of intellectual property when it comes to training large language model systems. This is highly problematic. We're already seeing very precedent-setting legal cases come forward in other jurisdictions, which could have extreme impacts on Canadian businesses, the ownership of our IP, and also at how we promulgate and respect our trade agreements with other partners. A lot of our trade agreements did not consider artificial intelligence. Second, the deployment of artificial intelligence. The fact that ChatGPT was released on the public, where 100 million users are using this on such a regular basis, without thought to what that means, it's kind of like releasing a pharmaceutical onto the public with no clinical trials, with no data. It's the same thing. And we as a country need to think about how we research these products, we allow research and innovation, but also ensure that the societal impacts are thought about in an ethical framework prior to deployment. And the last thing is you, Speaker. I just want to encourage colleagues who are here, Speaker, to join the Parliamentary Caucus on Emerging Technology. I have colleagues who are sitting here today who I know have such a heart for these issues. The nonpartisan manner of this debate, and it's been collaborative, it's been great, but just briefly, the impact of AI on democracy with deepfakes, with the spread of information, the impact on labor, the disruption of labor. Will we see AI replacement workers? Is that being considered in any legislation? These are things that need to be considered in an AI regulatory framework. Cross-jurisdictional issues, the issues of human rights, autonomous weapons. I could go on and on, but the reason why I could go on and on is because this bill needs a separate vote. It needs the government needs an opportunity to go back to the drawing board to internalize the situation. This needs to happen now, though. I think that this is a no-brainer. I think that this is something that there is a lot of consensus in the House of Commons for, and I would like to see agreement in the House on this matter and it be put to a vote. So with that, I move, seconded by the member from Quinte West, that the debate be now adjourned.
We'll just wait for that. Mrs. Rempel-Garner, seconded by Mr. Kimmich, moves that the debate be now adjourned. If a member participating in person wishes the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes the request to record a division, I'd invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The honourable member of okay, they're fighting over it. The honourable member.
Thank you, Chair. I would ask for a recorded vote.
Calling the members. La question est la...
The question is as follows. Ms. Rempel-Garner, seconded by Mr. Kimmich, proposed that debate now be adjourned.
Period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed with the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Currick.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Ms. Rempel-Garner.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Maguire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veulent bien se lever.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Bibot.
Madame Bibot.
Mr. Medicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Ms. Jassic.
Ms. Jazic.
Madame Fortier.
Madame Fortier.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Ms. Vandenbelt.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald-Malpeck.
Mr. Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Mr. Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. John.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. Si les députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison.
If a member was unable to vote due to technical problems, please indicate it to the chair.
Let's try to get some audio there.
No.
I see a thumbs down, but there we go. Anyone else with a difficulty? Anybody in Madame de Bellefeuille?
Vérifier la photo du député de Battleford Lordminster qui, semble-t-il, n'est pas identifiable sur photo. Non?
Okay, so that's that one. Yep. Okay. On va négatif. Anyone else? Quelque chose d'autre? No? The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 113, 113. Nays contre 203, 203.
I declare the motion defeated. So we go back to questions and comments. The previous discussion. Questions, comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's no surprise in terms of the games the Conservatives continue to want to play in order to debate the important issues of the day for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And at the end of the day, you know, the very same bill, Bill C-27, is a bill in which they actually moved a concurrence motion on. Let there be no doubt, the Conservatives oppose the legislation. And this is just yet another tactic that is being used in order to filibuster legislation. Legislation that is important to Canadians in many different ways. In this situation, we're talking about privacy of the digital charter, Madam Speaker, so very important, as we also talked about AI. AI, Madam Speaker, impacts every Canadian. My question to the member opposite, why does the Conservative Party continue in an irresponsible fashion to play a destructive role on the floor of the House of Commons? It is something that we see virtually on a daily basis. And the best example that comes to my mind is the filibuster and the voting against the Canada-Ukraine agreement. Shame on them, Madam Speaker.
Here, here. Reno's Hill. Just a moment.
After
The honourable member for
many years.
Well, hang on, start.
Unfortunately, after many years, my colleague's time in the House and his role as House Leader is that he doesn't understand what he just voted on. The motion that I moved would have adjourned debate on this topic so that the question could have been put to the House, we could have split the bill, and the government could have had the opportunity to undertake some of the activities that have already been raised in the House. It was a motion to move forward. So I would ask him to avail himself of a better understanding of procedure in the House, and rather than to cast aspersions on colleagues on a very serious matter, which is moving Canada forward in alignment with the world on regulations and protections around artificial intelligence. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Battle River Crowfoot.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I appreciate the speech that my colleague from Calgary made, because it speaks to some of the radical shifts that are taking place in the technological landscape in our country and in our world. How if a government is not willing to be responsive to that, it puts not only our country at an economic disadvantage, but also a security disadvantage. So I'm wondering if my colleague could speak further about some of the challenges that if we are not responsive to the issues surrounding specifically AI, that puts our nation at a significant disadvantage. And right now, we're already lagging behind, and if the government is unwilling to be responsive, we'll simply lag behind further.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill.
Speaker, there are no rules around the development of this technology. IP can be stolen, labor can be exploited. There's no rules around the deployment. This technology is highly disruptive. Could be used in things like autonomous weapons. There's no rules around that either, but there's also potential benefits. And because our country is so far behind the rest of the world on this topic and has not engaged civil society, academia, or industry in a meaningful way, or our international partners, we are becoming an unstable place for investment, and we are rapidly going to lose talent. The brain drain for AI is real, and people are rapidly leaving our country. The government needs to rethink a bill that they developed 2 years before the launch of large language model technologies like ChatGPT, separate it out from the privacy bill, engage civil society, industry, and academia, and move forward. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I finally caught your eye. The question I wanted to ask the member for Calgary-North Hill is the following. Artificial intelligence obviously depends on models and information that scoops up off the internet. So there's two sources of information to build the AI model. Low-wage workers working in sometimes deplorable conditions. There's also AI scanning through places like Google or DuckDuckGo or other browser engines that hoovers up data and images. But when AI picks up AI images and information, it becomes extremely brittle. I think this is an opportunity to have that type of ideas implemented to legislation to address the problems of AI-generated information images off AI-generated information and images. I'd like to hear the member speak to that.
The honourable member for Calgary-Nose Hill in 20 seconds.
And, I think what my colleague highlights is a problem that the technology is changing so much faster than either the government's or Parliament's current ability to be nimble and flexible and move quickly. So again, just to reference the government Deputy House Leader's response, this is not a time for the typical theatrics we might see in the House. This bill needs to be split, and the government needs to go back to the drawing board, and we need to see movement on this immediately. I implore the House.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I move, seconded by the member from Bonavista, Burin, Trinity, that the House do now proceed to orders of the day.
Good idea. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Rogers, move that the House now proceed to orders of the day. Si un député participant en personne désire que la notion...
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to indicate it to the chair.
Almost got it.
Madam Speaker, I would like to request a recorded division. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. Lamoureux, seconded by Mr. Rogers, moves that the House do now proceed to orders of the day. La période de 10 minutes pour...
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has been activated. We will now move to the members voting in person.
Will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Mendicino.
Mr. Mendicino.
Ms. Jacek.
Ms. Jacek.
Unanimous consent.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dubois.
Mr. Dubois.
Mr. Romanado.
Mrs. Romanado.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. Koto.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Massey.
Oh, back to Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Pulis.
Mr. Pulis.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Law.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Stanley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Mr. Genever.
Mr. Genever.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Falk-Provencher.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
La Chambre attendra maintenant.
The House will now wait for the end of the electronic voting period before proceeding.
I wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Seated Deputy Napolitano.
If a member was not able to vote because of a technical issue, they can now use the raised hand function, and the chair will recognize them.
Madame Martinez for.
Oui, Monsieur le Président, c'est concernant le vote.
Yes, the previous vote, unfortunately, I would like to seek unanimous consent to change my vote. We will finish the first vote, and then the honourable member will need to ask for unanimous consent.
For the challenge, no. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 171, 171. Nays contre 145, 145.
I declare the motion is carried. So, l'honorable député.
The honourable member or Minister of Tourism. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I had technical difficulties connecting. I'd like to change my vote. I'd like to seek unanimous consent to change my previous vote. All those opposed to the minister's motion will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Would all those opposed to the motion please say nay?
Adopté.
Carried. And the vote is changed. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders, Ways and Means. Consideration of Ways and Means motion number 19 to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Implement Certain Provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 21st, 2023, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28th, 2023.
Mr. Anandasangari for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. McCauley, moves that the Ways and Means motion to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Implement Certain Provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 21st, 2023, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023, be concurred in. If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if a member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to request a recorded division, and I invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I request a recorded vote, please.
Call in the members. Just waiting for people to sit down. There we go. The question is as follows. Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Macaulay. Cardigan moves that a Ways and Means motion to introduce a bill entitled an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement tabled in Parliament on November 21st, 2023, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023 be concurred in. La période de 10 minutes pour les
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Mr. Macaulay Cardigan.
Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Anand.
Ms. Tassi.
Ms. Tassi.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Sachs.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Crow.
Ms. Crow.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. Vandal.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Mr. McKinnon-Gatineau.
Madame Bibeau.
Madame Bibeau.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Ms. Jassic.
Ms. Jazic.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dollywall.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Ms. Sahota.
Ms. Sahota.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. El Khoury.
Monsieur El Khoury.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Cedar Brampton East.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Maloney.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Ms. Vandenbell.
Madame Koutakis.
Madame Koutakis.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. Fisher.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. May Cambridge.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. Johari.
Mr. McLeod.
Mr. McLeod.
Ms. Hefner.
Ms. Hefner.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Noor Mohammed.
Mr. Chang.
Mr. Chang.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mr. Sorbera.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Alday.
Mr. Alday.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Cotto.
Mr. Cotto.
Madame Lapointe.
Madame Lapointe.
Mr. McDonald.
Malpeck.
Malpeck.
Mr. McDonald Malpeck.
Mr. Meow.
Mr. Meow.
Ms. Thompson.
Ms. Thompson.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Ms. Blaney.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Canning.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. Bouliris.
Mr. Bouliris.
Mr. Angus.
Mr. Angus.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Smale.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr. Perkins.
Mr.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Pouliot.
Mr. Poulis.
Mr. Hallan.
Mr. Allan.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Lewis Essex.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Ms. Finley.
Ms. Finley.
Mr. Abu Taib.
Mr. Abu Taif.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ms. Ferrari.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Doherty.
Mr. Doherty.
McCully.
Edmonton West.
Edmonton West.
Mr. McCully, Edmonton West.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mrs. Cramp-Nyman.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Van Popta.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Ms. Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Moran.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Mazier.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Viersen.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Kana.
Mr. Kana.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Leslie.
Mr. Simard.
Mr. Simard.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Perron.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Miss Idlaut.
Ms. Idlaut.
Miss Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
The House will now wait for electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. I wish to inform the House the electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may use the raise hand function or stand in the chamber, and the chair will recognize them. Mr. Scheer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The app was not working for me, and I would like my vote recorded as nay.
Yes.
Mr. Scheer, nay, Cohn.
Everybody else in the chamber? No hands up online. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 173, 173. Nays contre 145, 145.
I declare the motion carried. Point of order from the Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Président. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. There were discussions amongst the parties, and if you request it, I think that you will have unanimous consent for the following motion, that despite any special order or usual practice of the House now move to statements by members followed by oral questions, and that the usual time be granted to each section.
All those opposed to the Honourable Member moving the motion, please say nay. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. The motion is carried. Now we'll do a little switch.
Sangari for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Macaulay, Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Implement Certain Provisions of the Fall Economic Statement, tabled in Parliament on November 21, 2023, and certain provisions of the budget, tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Mr. Ananda Sangari for Ms. Freeland, seconded by Mr. Macaulay-Cardigan, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted. Point of order, the Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
I believe what I heard my colleague from the NDP move the seeking consent and was granted was immediately following the vote to go right into statements by members, and that the time provided would not be affected by the length of the time that the votes took. So I think anything that has happened between that motion being adopted and statements starting should be null, and we should go right into statements, have a full 15 minutes for statements, and then on to question period. That's my understanding of what the motion would have prescribed, and that the House just agreed with.
Regina Capel for that, and if you'll give me a minute to consult with the table. I thank the Honourable Member from Regina Capel for raising this issue. It seems that there might have been a little bit of a delay in terms of how this motion should have been presented. What the original intention, of course, is that the intent of the motion was to bring forward the Ways and Means bill. It should have been presented after the chair had read out when the bill would be printed a first time, and to move on, and then that motion should have come forward. If I could ask for, nothing has changed in terms of the intention of the motion, in terms of making sure that we're following the procedures here of the House.
That's not how the process works.
I thank the Honourable Member for Regina Capel for his understanding of this matter. When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House.
Well done.
Statements by members, déclaration de députés. L'honorable député, the honourable member from Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last Wednesday in this chamber, the leader of the official opposition recklessly labeled a car explosion in the U.S. near the Rainbow Bridge as a terrorist attack. The Conservative leader's characterization of the event shocked many Canadians, including myself. I was terrified and instantly prayed to God, hoping that no Muslim was involved in this incident. Jumping to such baseless and emotive language without verification and spreading misinformation demonstrates a serious lack of judgment, especially at a time when the conflict in the Middle East has led to an increase in Islamophobia and anti-Semitism. The leader of the Conservative, shame!
Nobody even knows your name.
Colleagues, there is one. Colleagues, I invite you all to listen to your whips. There is one person who has the floor at this time for the purposes of having the statement of the order. I'm going to ask the honourable member to start again from his statement from the top. The honourable member from Brampton Centre.
Speaker, last Wednesday in this chamber, the leader of the Conservative Party recklessly labeled a car explosion in the U.S. near the Rainbow Bridge as a terrorist attack. The Conservative leader's characterization of the event shocked many Canadians, including myself. I was terrified and instantly prayed to God, hoping that no Muslim was involved in this incident. Jumping to such baseless and emotive language without verification and spreading
The honourable member from St. Albert, Edmonton, and the honourable member from Fort Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, I will ask, please, to restrain themselves so that the chair can listen to the statement. I'm having trouble listening to the statement. I'll also ask the member from South Shore St. Margaret's to please to respect the chair. Thank you. The honourable member from Brampton Centre, from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last Wednesday in this chamber, the leader of the official opposition recklessly labeled a car explosion in the U.S. near the Rainbow Bridge as a terrorist attack. The Conservative leader's characterization of the event shocked many Canadians, including myself.
I have asked members to exercise restraint now 3 times. The honourable member from Brampton Centre, from the top, without interruption, please.
Mr. Speaker, last Wednesday in this chamber, the leader of the official opposition recklessly labeled a car explosion in the U.S. near the Rainbow Bridge as a terrorist attack. The Conservative leader's characterization of the event shocked many Canadians, including myself. I was terrified and instantly prayed to God, hoping that no Muslim was involved in this incident. Jumping to such baseless and emotive language without verification and spreading
It's his maiden speech. Such a bully, Andrew.
No. So I know that members would not do value the opportunity that they have to make statements, which are very important for them, for their constituents. We are now running behind because this is the fourth time I've taken and the last time I'm going to raise my stand on my feet on this issue before I start cutting statements from today's list that has been provided to me. So I will ask all members to please keep themselves under control so that we can get all statements that were planned to be given today. The honourable member from Brampton Centre, from the top.
Mr. Speaker, last Wednesday in this chamber, the leader of the official opposition recklessly labeled a car explosion in the U.S. near the Rainbow Bridge as a terrorist attack. The Conservative leader's characterization of the event shocked many Canadians, including myself. I was terrified and instantly prayed to God, hoping that no Muslim was involved in this incident. Jumping to such baseless and emotive language without verification and spreading misinformation demonstrate a serious lack of judgment, especially at a time when the conflict in the Middle East had led to an increase in Islamophobia and anti-Semitism here at home. The leader of the Conservative Party tries to politicize every issue for political gain by spreading fear.
Since there are no points of order at this time, I would invite the Honourable Whip to come. I would invite the Honourable Whip to approach the chair, please, while we move on to the next statement. From the member of Humble River Black Creek.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Recent incidents targeting our Jewish and Muslim communities concern all of us deeply. Many Canadians, including my colleagues in the House, are being targeted based on their religious or cultural backgrounds, and this is unacceptable to everyone. Let us stand together as a testament that Canadians value each other as colleagues and as fellow citizens, and that it is paramount to support the right of each other's communities to enjoy peace and security in Canada. Canada has always been a country where peace, tolerance, mutual understanding and kindness are of utmost importance. Prejudice and hatred have no place in our nation. We must rise above division, extending compassion and support to all. Canadians made their kindness a worldwide brand, and there is no better branding for us than this. Let's be grateful for what we have and unite around peace and tranquility in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, we know that buying local is fundamental, but the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Mr. Speaker, we know that buying local is fundamental, but to benefit from local products and services, we need entrepreneurs with strong regional and national roots. And the Acton region has understood this marvelously well. The Acton business community owes a lot to Joanne Jeanette, who led the Chamber of Commerce for 22 years. Under Joanne's leadership, the Chamber enjoyed a new lease on life, moving its offices from the emblematic Gare d'Acton, developing tourism in the region, hiring young people during the summer season, taking charge of the Acton Agri-Food Fair, and setting up the Gala Distinction. Since last year, Joanne has passed the management torch to Cassandra Levesque while continuing to work at the Chamber 2 days a week. Although she will be leaving at the end of the day, and right now is spending her last hours there. We know that she is watching us, and we can say that with certainty the region is not leaving her, and she is now a city councillor for the town of Acton Val. Thank you very much, Joanne. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, the Ouverture Youth Centre celebrated its 40th anniversary in Montreal North in the riding of Bourassa. Under the leadership of Director Sheila Fortuné, this organization plays an essential role in the academic and social success of young people. It's a place where young people can thrive, and it's their home. The organization has set up a variety of programs aimed at empowering young people, including the annual street basketball tournament, which enables young people to shine in the prestigious NBA League. I am happy to mark this anniversary because I, too, Mr. Speaker, took advantage of the organization's services when I was younger, playing soccer and dancing when the late Félix Saint-Élien was the director. Congratulations to the member of the board, employees, and to the volunteers who help our young people succeed. Thank you.
The honourable member from Cypress Hill Grasslands, and I will speak privately to the member from Perth Wellington in just a moment, please. Honourable member from Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Mr. Speaker, Christmas is fast approaching. It's a special time of year for so many reasons. In every part of this great country, people are feeling excited and preparing for quality time and holiday cheer. Along with all the busy shopping, there's so much charity, goodwill, and solace that is inspired by the season. It happens all over the world. People of many different ethnic, cultural, and religious backgrounds celebrate Christmas, even in predominantly Muslim countries like Indonesia, where my sister lives. Christmas brings peace and unity during difficult times, including war and economic depression. But every so often, there comes along a Scrooge or a Grinch who wants to steal Christmas. No. This time around, it's the Canadian Human Rights Commission saying, "Bah humbug." They released a new report suggesting that our public celebration of Christmas is somehow a form of religious intolerance and discrimination. It's just another ridiculous example of woke ideology after 8 years of this out-of-touch Liberal government. That's right. But no matter what they say, I will join the overwhelming majority of Canadians and celebrate Christmas wholeheartedly. Merry Christmas!
The honourable member from Oakville North, Burlington.
Mr. Speaker, November is Women Abuse Prevention Month, which recognizes the need to drive awareness and education surrounding abuse against women. 2 weeks ago, I had the privilege of attending the From Wallet to Wealth Gala, which was organized by the amazing Whitney Hammond. The gala raised $70,000 for Halton Women's Place, which provides a 24-hour information and support line, outreach services, and emergency shelter services for those in need of a safe space. One of their new initiatives are Purple Benches, located in Oakville and Burlington, as part of the Barb's Bench project. The project began in Nova Scotia to honor Barbara Bailey and the victims of violence against women, and as a reminder that intimate partner violence still exists and is still a major threat to women everywhere. This month and every day, let's take action to end femicides and gender-based violence. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, this Monday marked a milestone for Richmond Hill and a significant leap forward in our fight against the housing crisis. I was pleased to join the Honourable Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities in announcing an agreement to fast-track over 780 housing units in Richmond Hill. This initiative is a catalyst for over 41,500 homes in the coming decade, fueled by $31 million investment from the Housing Accelerated Fund. This will address the long-standing barrier to housing construction and accelerate the creation of not only increased housing density, but also much-needed affordable units across the community. I congratulate the municipality for their milestone, and I'm proud to witness our government's historic investment in our community that demonstrates what can be achieved with innovation, collaboration, and a steadfast resolve to address the housing needs of Canadians in Richmond Hill and across Canada. Together, we are forging a future of a strong, accessible, and thriving communities, affirming our commitment to affordable, affordability, and prosperity for all Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to rise on this last day of Diabetes Awareness Month to recognize and thank the patients, advocates, researchers, and healthcare professionals in our communities who continue to work extremely hard to combat this chronic disease. As a type 1 dad and co-chair of the All-Party Caucus on Juvenile Diabetes, this subject is very important to me, as I know the serious health impacts it has on patients living with the disease and their families. This year marks the 102nd anniversary of Canada's discovery of insulin, and while its discovery was a game changer for the millions of people living with the disease, there is still much more work to do. With more than 200,000 new cases diagnosed each year, diabetes is the most common chronic disease across our country. Mr. Speaker, as Diabetes Awareness Month comes to an end, I invite all of my colleagues to keep conversations around diabetes awareness going so that we can better support all those living with this chronic disease and one day find a cure to defeat it. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Eglinton Lawrence.
Mr. Speaker, today we are marking the exclusion of more than 1 million Jewish peoples. This exclusion was motivated by persecutions and genocide.
Families found safe harbor in Canada, a significant number of whom put down roots in my riding of Eglinton Lawrence. Despite their exceptional contributions, Jews have continued to face a torrent of anti-Semitism. Tragically, the October 7 terrorist attack in Israel has exacerbated this hate. Jewish day schools have been shot at, synagogues firebombed, students swarmed on campuses, and businesses have been accosted. As Canadians, we should universally condemn these appalling incidents, and those responsible must be brought to justice by law enforcement. But we must also strengthen Holocaust remembrance and education. Today, B'nai B'rith is hosting a virtual commemoration of the story of Jews who were expelled from Arab countries and Iran. I encourage all to visit their website and learn, because it is only through learning, education, and respect that we can ultimately defeat anti-Semitism and hatred in all of its forms.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. After 8 years of inflationary spending, Canadians just can't afford this Prime Minister's costs. Today, we learned that Canada's GDP fell by 1.1% in the last quarter, a fifth consecutive decline, while that of our U.S. neighbours rose by 5.2%. It's really bad news for Canadians struggling to make ends meet. Waiting in food bank lines by the millions because this PM's inflationary policies have increased the cost of everything. Something can be done now to help Canadians. This Prime Minister can help bring down the price of food by taking immediate action. Let's call on Liberal senators to vote immediately in favour of Bill C-234 and to stop filibustering in the Senate. This week, the Liberals voted with the Bloc to keep the tax on farmers, making food more expensive for everyone. Instead of giving Canadians the help they need so desperately, the Liberals and their Bloc allies are working to make everything more expensive. It costs a lot to vote for the Bloc. Only the common sense Conservatives will restore hope by abolishing the tax on everything while we reduce the cost of food, gas, and home heating for all Canadians.
The honourable member from Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, we were alarmed but not surprised this week to learn that food bank use in Ontario is at an all-time high. And we have seen a similar increase in my home community of Hamilton. But what's particularly concerning is that there's been an 82% increase in people with jobs that are relying on food banks. The erosion of the middle class under 8 years of this Liberal NDP government is another reason why this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. With Scotiabank confirming that 2% of rate hikes are attributable to reckless spending and deficits by these Liberals, mortgage renewals are the latest gut punch that are going to hit household budgets. And I heard this at a Diwali celebration this past weekend, and I heard this at the Christmas carols the week before. Canadians are very, very concerned. But I want to say to Hamiltonians and Ontarians that the common sense Conservatives hear you and we're fighting for you. And under the leadership of the honourable member for Carleton, we're going to deliver powerful paychecks and restore the middle class dream for Canadians once again.
The Honourable Member for Argenteuil-La-Petite-Nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tuesday night at the Bell Centre, we paid a moving tribute to Carl Tremblay, the soul of the Cowboys Fringant, gone too soon, too young. In this iconic venue, we celebrated the indelible impact of his music on our lives. The engaging melodies, the poignant lyrics resonated in our hearts, reminding us of Carl's exceptional musical legacy. In front of a vibrant crowd, we shared memories and expressed our gratitude to this exceptional artist. Thank you, Carl, for your years of dedication to the Quebec scene. Your legacy will live on. On Tuesday night, the Bell Centre vibrated to the sound of your timeless passion. Your voice will live on forever. Farewell, Carl Tremblay.
The Honourable Member from Timmins, James Bay.
Thornlow Cheese Factory is a symbol of the resilience, skill, and determination of the Temiskaming Dairy region. The various blends of Asiago, Charlton Blue, and the incredible Devil's Rock cheese have won all kinds of awards. This is why people in the north were so shocked by the news that Gay Leaf Foods is closing the plant and walking away in the region. Well, not so fast. The people of Northern Ontario were determined to keep this value-added food processing operation, and the farmers have a winning track record. In 2006, Parmalat announced their decision to shut the plant, and rallies were held and a clear message was sent. Parmalat could leave, but the dairy quota stays. And that's the same message for Gay Lee. I worked with the Temiskaming Dairy Committee to save the plant in 2006, and I will be at their side to get Thornlow back up and running. And so when negotiations begin with a new buyer, it is essential that FedNor and the federal government is at the table to help with the necessary upgrades so that Thornlow continues to produce a world-class product. Our farmers have a simple message. They love the North, and they will fight for Thornlow.
The Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Mr. Speaker, after Chamonix, Val-Gardena, and Courchevel, the Women's Giant Slalom World Cup ski circuit stops in Mont-Tremblant this weekend. The Women's Giant Slalom. What a proud moment for all Laurentides-Labelle, but also for Quebec. The International Ski Federation chose Mont-Tremblant because it's the #1 ski resort in Eastern North America, according to several rankings. It's the know-how of an entire region that is being honored and celebrated. It's in this warm atmosphere that we'll be watching the top athletes take to the slopes, and the pedestrian village will be alive with entertainment and musical performances. I myself will have the honor of presenting an award on Saturday, and it's with great joy and happiness that I wish the athletes and organizers a fabulous World Cup 2023.
The Honourable Member from Desnete, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost.
That's right.
You know who agrees with that statement? The Chiefs of Ontario, who filed a judicial review today against this Liberal government's carbon tax. The Chiefs of Ontario are rightfully claiming that the Liberal carbon tax is leaving First Nations communities worse off and is intentionally designed ignoring their situations. This Liberal carbon tax disproportionately affects First Nations, and the Ontario Chiefs are asking why a carbon tax carve-out was only given to a region in Canada where the Prime Minister was tanking in the polls. Yet they are left to deal with the unfair burden this tax places on their communities as they struggle to heat their homes and feed their families. Remember, Mr. Speaker, it was this Prime Minister who claimed that the relationship with First Nations is the most important one to him and his government.
That's right.
But that clearly isn't true, as the Prime Minister is forcing First Nations to go to court to finally be heard in their demands to axe the carbon tax for the children, seniors, and families living in their communities.
Good point. The Honourable Member from Brampton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, last Wednesday in this chamber, the leader of the official opposition recklessly labeled a car explosion in the U.S. near the Rainbow Bridge as a terrorist attack. The Conservative leader's characterization of the event shocked many Canadians, including myself. I was terrified and instantly prayed to God, hoping that no Muslim was involved in this incident. Jumping to such baseless and emotive language without verification and spreading misinformation demonstrate a serious lack of judgment, especially at a time when the conflict in the Middle East has led to an increase in Islamophobia and anti-Semitism here at home. The leader of the Conservative Party tries to politicize every issue by spreading fear and misleading Canadians. Canadians deserve better, Mr. Speaker. This leader is just not worth the risk.
The honourable member from Perth, Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, as we embark on the Christmas season, we celebrate the spirit of giving that exists in communities across Perth, Wellington. I'm always amazed by the generosity of so many people who give so freely of their time and talents in the service of others. This year marks the 35th anniversary of To Stratford with Love, a community dinner organized by the Conider family where 1,000 people may enter as strangers but leave as friends. In the town of Minto, David and Jean Anderson will once again host their annual Christmas Day dinner for all who wish to share a meal. And thank you to all those who are filling Christmas hampers, organizing toy drives, and raising funds so that others may have a merry and bright Christmas. Finally, in the spirit of giving, I encourage all who are able to donate blood this Christmas season. For those who are battling leukemia, like Kelly Byers, and countless others who need this gift of life, rolling up our sleeves is the least we can do and is a small action that can have a big impact. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done, John. The honourable member from Vancouver Granville.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's Walk of Fame is a national non-profit charitable organization that inspires Canadians by proudly shining a light on extraordinary Canadian achievers and their successes. This Saturday, Canada's Walk of Fame will celebrate a history-in-the-making 25th anniversary gala. As Parliamentary Secretary for the Ministry of Canadian Heritage, I look forward to attending this truly inclusive celebration of Canadian achievers, athletes, actors, legends, Olympians, musicians, filmmakers, storytellers, humanitarians, entrepreneurs, philanthropists, titans of science and innovation, and the next generation of heroes. From the Honourable Rosalie Abella to Avril Lavigne, from Cardinal Official to my friends Drew and Jonathan Scott, this event will highlight the incredible talent of Canadians from all walks of life and the incredibly inspirational role that they play every day. The event will inspire and unify us, Mr. Speaker, and remind us of the richness of talent that these remarkable Canadians from every corner of this great country share with us and the world every day. Thank you.
Oral questions. Questions orales.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. After 8 years, Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister has replaced the joy of Christmas for children with poverty. 27,000 young people in Quebec have had to ask for a Christmas present under the 29th edition of the Santa Claus operation. One letter says, I'd like to be able to get a gift so that we can eat well on Christmas Eve. This has never been seen before, according to the coordinator. Young people are looking for warm clothes like snowsuits. When will the Prime Minister reverse these inflationary deficits so that our kids can have the joy of Christmas back? The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Side of the House, we will always invest in our economy and help vulnerable Canadians at the same time. That's why our Canada Child Benefit has lifted almost 500,000 children out of poverty, Mr. Speaker. That's why we put in place $10 a day childcare. Why, Mr. Speaker? So families can go back to work. And that's why we are stabilizing grocery prices with the law that we introduce in this House today, and we encourage every member of this House to vote in favor of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition. The Environment Minister, the Liberal Environment Minister, is imposing a tax that punishes single moms, farmers, and small business. At the same time, he's been taking 60,000-kilometer flights in business class, obviously, and his climate change coordinator took flights to the equivalent of going around the globe 4 times, Mr. Speaker. When will the government stop the hypocrisy and the taxes? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I think Canadians watching us will see where the hypocrisy is. The Conservative leader, Mr. Speaker, was against all the investments we've made in green energy, in green aluminum, in green steel, in battery plants. I've never heard the opposition leader speak out in favor of the Canadian economy, in favor of the energy transition, and in favor of Canadian workers. That's what we're doing on this side of the House. We're fighting for workers and the green economy.
After 8 years, we've entered the next phase of this Prime Minister's economic misery. We've seen just inflation, and today we learn Canada's in a state of stagflation, as our economy shrunk by 1.1% in the most recent quarter, while the American economy boomed at 5%. Wow. Mr. Speaker, this is the result of high taxes, big deficits, and crippling red tape. At the same time as the prices rise for Canadians, their wages are falling down. The economy is now smaller than it was on a per capita basis 5 years ago. Why is it that the American economy is roaring while this Prime Minister's economy is snoring?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, despite the trite rhymes coming from the other side of the House, I'd like to remind everybody in this House that we actually have an economic plan, unlike the opposition. Our GDP today, Mr. Speaker, is at 4.1% above pre-pandemic levels. That is higher than Italy, the European Union, France, and Germany, Mr. Speaker, and the IMF projects that Canada will have the highest economic growth in the G7 in 2024. Mr. Speaker, that's an economic plan at work.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in fact, the economy is smaller today than it was 5 years ago on a per capita basis, and the IMF projects Canada will have the worst economic growth over the next 6 years and the next 40 years. This is the result of high tax hypocrisy. The Environment Minister, it now comes out after he punishes single moms and small business owners and farmers for heating their homes and driving their vehicles. He has flown 60,000 kilometers. His climate change chair has flown the equivalent of going around the world 4 times, and now they're off with 70,000 other people at a air-conditioned dome in the desert in a petro state, Mr. Speaker. Why won't they park the jet, end the hypocrisy, and axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, there is one number that the Conservative leader will not talk about, Mr. Speaker, is that Canada ranked 3rd in the world for foreign direct investment. Yesterday, Mr. Speaker, just yesterday, Dow Chemical announced one of its largest investment in 126 years in Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta, Mr. Speaker. This is going to be thousands of jobs, hundreds of thousands of hours of construction, Mr. Speaker. This is how you lead the economy. This is how you lead a country. This is how you lead to bring investment in this country, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I think he wants to lead the party, Mr. Speaker. While his Prime Minister leads the economy into a ditch, the high tax hypocrisy knows no bounds. Now First Nations are speaking up. First it was revolting Liberal MPs who were worried about losing their seats because of the Prime Minister's tax on home heat. Then it was other premiers refusing to collect the tax. Then it was farmers fighting for their ability to produce food without taxes. And now First Nations, over 100 First Nations communities have taken this government to court because they're violating the rights of our First People with the carbon tax on rural and remote people. When will they stop violating the constitutional rights of First Nations and axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, they're not our First People. What they are First Nations, which are independent First Nations. And, Mr. Speaker, this government from no, they're not. Listen to that, Mr. Speaker. The colonialism in this place from the Conservatives just won't quit. I will say, Mr. Speaker, that we respect First Nations on this side. We know that they're leaders. That's why we've invested hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars in First Nations to ensure equity in water, in child welfare, and in housing, and we'll continue, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable député de La Prairie.
The honourable member for La Prairie.
Will the honourable member from Battle Creek Crowfoot please wait his turn to ask a question? The honourable
member for La Prairie.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, Quebec alone gets as many asylum seekers as all the other provinces combined. This has cost Quebecers $460 million, even though refugee claims are a federal responsibility. Quebecers shouldn't have to foot the bill for Canadians, nor do they deserve the arrogance of an immigration minister, even though he's from Quebec, who tells them he's not a bank machine. It's a shame to have to go over a Quebec minister's head to solve a problem for Quebecers, but that's what we have to do. We have no choice. So I call on the Minister of Finance. Will she reimburse Quebecers?
The Honourable Minister.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, clearly there's a global refugee crisis. Canada is affected by it too. We have a moral duty to do something. Asylum seekers are a shared jurisdiction between Quebec and Canada, and we will continue to have discussions with Quebec City. The honourable member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, it took a minister from New Brunswick to finally get the federal government to acknowledge Quebecers' generosity toward refugee claimants. On Tuesday, the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs acknowledged that Quebec's public services and community organizations were overwhelmed. At least he acknowledged it. That's a start. Meanwhile, Quebecers have had to pay $460 million, even though it's a federal responsibility. On Tuesday, the minister undertook to speak to his colleague, the finance minister. Has he done that? And when will they send a check to Quebec for $460 million? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad my colleague has acknowledged the work done by my colleague and friend, the Minister for Intergovernmental Affairs. There have been very constructive talks between the immigration minister and his counterpart in Quebec City. I've had a number of meetings with other members of Mr. Legault's cabinet. These are solid ties. The Bloc is trying to suggest that there's a squabble, but the only fight here is one that the Bloc is trying to pick, but there is no such fight because we're working together well.
Burnaby Sud.
The honourable member for Burnaby South.
The U.S. officially charged an Indian government employee with attempting to assassinate a member of the Sikh community in New York. The target was on the very same list as Sikh Canadian Hardeep Singh Nijjar, who was murdered in Surrey. These new allegations make Sikh Canadians feel even more unsafe. Meanwhile, the Conservative leader is siding with the Modi government and blaming Canada. What is the government doing to ensure the safety of Sikh Canadians amid these serious allegations?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Leader of the NDP for that important question. Obviously, the RCMP, with their policing partners across the country, are very engaged with the Sikh community and other communities across the country that understandably feel an increased threat level with respect to what the U.S. Justice Department filed in a court in the United States yesterday. It is obviously a source of concern that's understandable in the Sikh community. The RCMP are continuing to collaborate with American law enforcement partners and will do everything necessary to ensure the safety of Canadians.
Hear, hear.
L'honorable député de Burnaby Sud.
The honourable member for Burnaby South. We learned with great sadness that children in Quebec are asking Santa Claus for warm clothes and food. Operation Santa Claus has seen an increase in the number of these requests. 2,000 more requests have been made over year. How is the government going to deal with this crisis? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we are here on this side of the House continuing to build an economy that works for all. That's why we introduced a bill here in the House today to build the economy for children, for seniors, for small business, and for grocery prices. That's our plan, Mr. Speaker, and I would encourage everyone in this place to vote in favor of it.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
In an interview with CFRA's Bill Carroll, Dr. Barry Dworkin reported the case of a United Kingdom doctor who came to Canada fully qualified and ready to practice, but denied the ability to take a work permit simply because she was self-employed, an obvious paperwork snafu. She joins the 20,000 immigrants to Canada who are doctors that can't work, 32,000 nurses. Why won't the government take my common sense plan to bring in a Blue Seal professional standard that will allow immigrant doctors, nurses, and other professionals to quickly prove they are qualified, get to work, earning powerful paychecks, serving patients in need?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member across for the good question. We are working in partnership with the Ontario government to help reestablish all the foreign doctors, making sure that they can get accredited. Thank you so much for the question.
The Honourable Member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
8 years of this Liberal NDP government, they're not worth the cost. While the U.S. economy is booming with a growth of 5.2%, Canada's economy is shrinking. Canada will have the worst GDP per capita growth in all developed nations. In fact, U.S. GDP per person will be $80,000. Canada's only $50,000. Never has a government spent and taxed so much on Canadians with so little to show. Will the Finance Minister stand up today and tell Canadians why she's taking more from them and making them poorer?
Yeah. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, while the Conservatives continue to talk down the economy, allow me to add in a few more facts into this House. We have ensured that 1.1 million additional jobs are available to Canadians since the end of the pandemic, Mr. Speaker. And that's important because those are well-paying jobs. Mr. Speaker, wages have actually increased and outpaced inflation in this country. And the report that the Conservative colleague cites, Mr. Speaker, indicates that there was a significant upwards revision of Canada's growth in the second quarter in this country, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. After 8 years as NDP Liberal government, the financial gap between Americans and Canadians has never been larger. The average GDP per capita in the United States is over $80,000. In Canada, it's merely $50,000. Unbelievably, Mr. Speaker, the situation is getting worse. The growth was over 5% in the United States this year. In Canada, it's shrinking by more than 1%. When will this government finally take responsibility for failing Canadians and change direction and adopt a common sense plan led by a common sense leader?
Once again, encourage all members, especially the member from Timmins James Bay, to wait his turn to ask a question. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member because he gives me the opportunity to talk about an American investment that just happened yesterday, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Dow Chemical made one of the largest investments in 126 years of history, Mr. Speaker. They're going to invest more than $10 billion in Fort Saskatchewan, Alberta, Mr. Speaker, to do the first net zero ethylene plant in the world, Mr. Speaker. We're going to be producing green plastics. We're going to create jobs. We're going to grow the economy. That's a plan for the future, Mr. Speaker, and we're going to put it in place, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much. The reality is the more this government spends, the poorer Canadians get. Over the last 8 years, this government has imposed a record tax burden on Canadians, levels of debt and deficits never seen before in this country, and the result is the worst per capita growth rate since the Great Depression. Record food bank usage, 2 million Canadians going to food bank every month. Why are these Liberals so hell-bent to bankrupt Canadians?
The The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our job as a government has been to balance compassion with fiscal responsibility, and that's exactly what we've done. We are there for Canadians with the Canada Child Benefit. We are there for families with supports. We're there for our seniors with supports, Mr. Speaker. And when the member opposite talks about being there for Canadians, I wonder why that very member has been filibustering our motion on the Canada Pension Plan in Finance Committee for weeks now, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to be there for Canadians.
The honourable member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we learned the U.S. economy grew by 5%, while in Canada our economy shrank by 1.1%. The American economy is booming and Canada's is stalled. Americans are getting richer, Canadians are getting poorer. Given these figures, will the government admit their economic plan is a failure? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to commend my colleague's courage in asking a question in French. It's not easy for a francophone in the Conservative caucus, and even though I disagree with him, all Liberals here will stand up for his right to speak French. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, to answer clearly in French, a comment like that, I'd like to point out that my colleague apologized at committee. Can I continue, Mr. Speaker? Okay. My question is, Operation Santa Claus has been around since 1995 in Quebec. Young people are sending letters to Santa Claus. Normally they ask for toys, but this year they're asking for warm boots and snowsuits. Does this make any sense for this to be the situation we're in? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, there are two official languages here, English and French. Both can be used. I would ask members to please stay quiet and calm while a person answers a question. The Honourable Minister of Transport. From the top. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, French needs to be respected in this place. Both official languages should be respected in this place. And if a colleague answers in their mother tongue, that should be respected, whether it's English or French. Once again, I commend the courage of my colleague. It must not be easy being a Francophone Conservative, given the tyranny of their colleagues. We will always stand up for the right to speak in French. The Honourable Member for Avignon, Lamitis, Matane, Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, COP28 kicks off today, and already the Liberals have had time to make another cowardly decision on climate change. Yesterday, Canada announced it would not allow the final declaration to state that we will one day have to move away from fossil fuels. The COP hadn't even started yet, and already Canada was fighting alongside the other petromonarchies to pollute more and more. To quote Greenpeace, the government is seriously slowing down the global fight against climate change. Mr. Speaker, why are the Liberals sabotaging the world's efforts to fight climate change? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. COP28 is the next major step in the collective effort to strengthen public safety, economic prosperity, and the well-being of our planet. We recognize that there are still challenges to be met. Canada is willing to work with its partners to accelerate global efforts in order to reach the main goal of the Paris Agreement, and that is to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Repentigny. Bad news for the Liberals, Mr. Speaker. Their carbon capture strategy, the one they've been hiding behind at COP28, was panned by the OECD last week. A report from the International Energy Agency warns that it's a mistake to rely too heavily on carbon capture. The IEA warns that we need to start letting go of the illusion we will capture implausibly large amounts of CO2. It insists there's no alternative to switching to clean energy. When will the Liberals finally understand that their carbon capture strategy they're talking about in Dubai is nothing but a mirage? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc acknowledges that the federal and provincial governments have an important role to play in this issue of fighting climate change. It's ironic that the Bloc is calling for the cancellation of projects when they're constantly telling the federal government to mind its own business. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, history is repeating itself at COP28. Canada is once again conjuring up a mirage of green oil. And while the Minister of the Environment is making fine speeches in Dubai, back home in Canada, oil company Suncor announced on Monday it was increasing production with the resumption of operations at the Terra Nova oil field in Newfoundland. Once again, while the minister is making fine speeches, oil is flowing like never before back here in Canada, all while the planet is burning. When will the Liberals stop being part of the climate problem? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the question from my friend and colleague in the Bloc. The oil and gas industries make significant contributions to Canada's economy. They are also the largest emitters of GHG emissions. And that's why the oil patch is a key part of our plan to reduce emissions. This government plans to publish a plan for caps by the end of this year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And Lambton Kent, Middlesex.
Speaker, after enduring 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, 1 in 5 households in Ontario are struggling to put food on their tables. That adds up to 2.8 million people, including 700,000 children. This is shocking. This is the highest record numbers that we've ever seen. It's painfully clear that this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. So will the Prime Minister tell his appointed senators to stop delaying Bill C-234 and to pass the bill now to bring lower prices for food for all Canadians?
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, we introduced legislation in this House today which seeks to modernize competition laws to stabilize grocery prices, and we encourage everyone in this chamber to vote in favor, including the member opposite. In addition, Mr. Speaker, I wonder why the party opposite continually votes against measures that aim to make life more affordable for Canadians, whether it is the Canada Child Benefit, whether it is $10 a day childcare, whether it is supports for small businesses. Every single time the party opposite votes against, and it's really difficult to understand what is their plan.
The honourable member from Lambton Kent, Middlesex.
Well, Mr. Speaker, under this government, there's been more people using a food bank than ever before. It's record numbers, and this Prime Minister is responsible for bringing record-level hunger to Ontario. Now, I understand that the self-proclaimed Socialist Environment Minister is threatened to resign if the bill passes, but Canadian farmers need this carve-out immediately. This will make food prices cheaper because if you're taxing farmers who grow the food, you're taxing Canadians who buy the food. So again, will the Prime Minister tell his appointed senators to stop delaying Bill C-234 and pass the bill so we can bring home lower prices for groceries for all Canadians?
The The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just start by reminding the members opposite that the Senate is independent, and the only senators that sit in a caucus sit in that Conservative caucus. And I'd add, Mr. Speaker, that farmers understand the importance of fighting climate change and reducing emissions, and I'd thank that farmer for running her last election campaign on pricing carbon. That's why our pollution pricing policy reflects the realities of Canada's agriculture industry. We've spent almost $500 million on R&D and adoption for clean technologies for grain drying. We spent $12 million to reduce methane emissions from cattle, and we've spent $670 million to support the adoption of greenhouse gas reduction practices on farms, and we'll keep supporting farmers because they're key to fighting climate change.
It's usually Wednesdays that people are quite hopped up. It's a little surprising that it's happening today on a Thursday. I ask all members, please, allow the person who has the floor to speak so that we can hear the question and hear the answer. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, the costly Bloc Liberal coalition showed us once again yesterday they aren't worth the cost. They rejected our motion to force the Senate to pass our common sense bill C-234. After 8 years, when Canadians have never been in such dire straits, these two parties want to increase the carbon tax even more radically. Canadian farmers need our support. Will the Prime Minister tell his own appointed senators to stop blocking Bill C-234 and bring down the cost of groceries for all Canadians? The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to reassure my honourable colleague, there are no Liberal senators. There are only Conservative senators. And it's Conservative senators who were bullying independent senators because they couldn't exercise their democratic right. The Conservative senators weren't respecting democracy. They weren't respecting Parliament. But the Senate is at an arm's length. It's independent, and they will act independently.
Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister acknowledged missing and murdered Indigenous women, girls, and Two-Spirit people as an ongoing genocide. Parliament unanimously recognized it as a nationwide emergency. But how many times does the government's fall economic statement mention MMIWG2S? Zero, Mr. Speaker, zero. This government has a million excuses, but they refuse to take the urgent action that's needed to stop the violence. Can the minister explain why his government's fall economic statement fails to mention this ongoing genocide?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her comments and for her question. Addressing the ongoing violence against Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQ+ people is a whole-of-government approach which requires living up to our moral obligations as a country and to the calls for justice, Mr. Speaker. That's why Budget 2023 invests $125 million to implement the National Action Plan on MMIWG, and we will continue to work with our partner, my friend opposite, as well as all Canadians to ensure that we address the issues of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Nunavut.
There are First Nations who cannot return to their home communities due to the lack of homes. They are being pushed out of their culture, family, and traditions due to the neglect from the Liberals. At the pace this government is moving, it would take anywhere between 58 to 141 years to close the infrastructure gap, despite promising that they would close it by 2030. Can this government tell us when enough homes will be built for First Nations to be able to live in their home communities?
The The Honourable Minister.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I share the member opposite's sense of urgency for closing the infrastructure in First Nations. And let me tell you, Mr. Speaker, in 2015, we inherited a situation where no investments had been made in housing, and since 2016, 30,000 homes or renovations have been completed across the nations with the leadership of First Nations, investing in new models, ensuring that people have the tools and the support and the equity to be able to continue to close that gap. We'll be there, Mr. Speaker, as a truthful partner with First Nations.
The Honourable Member from St. John's East.
Every day, approximately 12 people die by suicide in Canada. Each life lost by suicide can have far-reaching effects, whether that's families grappling with the loss of a loved one or the effects that are felt in communities. It's essential for Canadians to have timely access to suicide prevention. They need to know that they are not alone, that there is someone there to help. Can the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions update us on the launch of 988 Suicide Prevention and Emotion Distress Crisis Line?
Great question. The Honourable Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from St. John's East, who is a strong advocate on mental health and many other issues. Our hearts go out to all loved ones of those who have lost someone to suicide, and we also reach out to those who struggle with suicidal thoughts. Each life lost shatters an entire family, communities, and so much more. As of today, the people in Newfoundland and Labrador and anywhere in Canada can now call or text 988 to have access to 24/7 bilingual, trauma-informed, and culturally appropriate suicide prevention support. If you are thinking about suicide or worried about someone else thinking about suicide, call or text 988. You are not alone. There is help available. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that after 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. People see it on their grocery bills, and farmers who grow the food see it while paying for their fuel. A young producer showed me his propane bill for grain drying from the start of harvest. In a span of 12 days, just 12 days, it cost him $950 in carbon tax alone, and harvest was just getting going. He's still waiting to see the final bill from drying his crops. Will the Prime Minister tell his appointed senators to stop delaying Bill C-2, 3, 4, and axe the tax for the farmers who grow our food?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for the question. In fact, I know he's a very influential member of his caucus, Mr. Speaker, and people watching would know that. Mr. Speaker, if he wants to give a gift to Canadians before Christmas, why don't he convince his caucus colleagues to vote for affordability bill, Mr. Speaker, because in that bill, Canadians know that we will be reforming competition, one of the most fundamental reform in Canadian history, Mr. Speaker. We're going to give more power to the Contribution Bureau. We're going to make sure that they can do the study, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know that the best way to stabilize price in the country for the mid to long term is to have more competition. Will they do the right thing for Canadians once for all?
Let's see. The honourable member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, the fastest way to provide more affordability for Canadians would be to pass Bill C-2, 3, 4. Mr. Speaker, we have the receipts to show just how much the carbon tax costs farmers who grow the food. The natural gas bills for different months from a Saskatchewan farmer show that 1 month without grain drying is $135 a month, but 1 month with grain drying, $6,400. Wow. That's why the House passed Bill C-234 to give farmers tax relief. Who does the Prime Minister think should pay that ridiculous cost? The farmer who grows the food or the families who are struggling to put food on the table for their kids?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, 2 points. First of all, the only senators that are managed by anyone in this chamber are Conservative senators who sit in the caucus of the Leader of the Opposition. Second point is that if the member members opposite were so concerned about food affordability, I would urge them to take a look across the pond at the instability that Vladimir Putin's illegal war is causing to food and supply chains around the planet. Ukraine is traditionally known as the breadbasket of the planet. Food supply issues and the cost of food is directly related to that illegal war. It would be great if the members opposite got behind supports like the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement.
The honourable member from Tobique-Matiquac.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Liberals voted with the Bloc to keep the tax on farmers. This bill would have saved farmers nearly $1 billion between now and 2030. This Christmas season, people are hurting. PEI farmers are paying between $30,000 and $75,000 more a year due to the carbon tax, and a farmer in western New Brunswick has had his costs increased by over 30% on freight alone. This is unbearable for our producers and consumers. When will this Prime Minister finally hear the cries of our farmers and tell his senators to pass Bill 234?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, the opposition Conservative Party does not have a plan for the environment. Quite simply, on Prince Edward Island, they're well aware of what the environment can do. With Fiona, we had winds of over 200 kilometers an hour. We destroyed burns. It killed dairy cattle. Quite simply, Mr. Speaker, if you do not deal with the climate, you do not do anything with grocery prices. Our government has a plan for the environment, and we will lower and stabilize the grocery prices. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Moose Jaw Lake Centre.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, everyone is struggling. Farmers across Canada buy their goods retail and sell what they produce wholesale. Farmers are now paying $150,000 in the inflationary carbon tax. They know this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. When will he tell his appointed senators to stop delaying C-234 and axe the tax so people can afford their groceries?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, again, I tell my honourable colleague what his party and his leader needs is a plan for the environment. We have a plan for the environment, and in fact, just 2 weeks ago, I was able to make an announcement in Manitoba with the government in order to create the last living lab right across this country. And in fact, what goes on with living labs is that scientists, farmers, and the industry.
I'm going to ask again, I've asked a couple of times for these colleagues, please keep your voices down when you don't have the floor. It's time for the minister to answer so that we can all hear the answer. I ask the member from Brantford Brant, please to do so, and South Shore St. Margaret's as well to keep his voice down. The Honourable Minister from the top, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I indicated quite clearly, if you're going to deal with the environment, you have to have a plan for the environment. We have a plan for the environment, and I was just using one of many examples that we have. Living labs right across this country. What we do with living labs is make sure that farmers, scientists, and the industry itself works together in order to make sure we deal with climate change. We produce better crops. We take carbon out of the air and into the soil. We will continue to work with farmers and ranchers right across this country in order to make sure we stabilize food prices right across this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you. Well, Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly unanimously criticized Ottawa's decision to give the contract for surveillance aircraft to Boeing without a bid for tender. All of our elected officials in Quebec have criticized this deliberate choice to push aside our aerospace industry. And this is not just depriving the industry of a $9 billion contract. Ottawa is also hurting sales of Quebec aircraft abroad by turning up its nose at our aerospace sector in front of all of our trade partners. This is not a great sales strategy. Do the Liberals realize that they're hurting our aerospace industry throughout the world? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague said, developing our aerospace industry is something we will be able to do even more with this morning's announcement. And we will also be giving the armed forces the tools they need to protect us here in Canada and to defend Canada's interest abroad. That is why businesses like CAE and others in Montreal, Mirabel, and elsewhere in Canada will be able to benefit from the various benefits from this morning's announcement. The Honourable Member for Terrebonne. Mr. Speaker, let's be serious. This is abandoning our aerospace industry, giving $9 billion to Boeing without a bid for tender. The Liberals are abandoning our biggest export sector, and they're not just abandoning our large businesses, they also haven't helped SMEs who may end up going bankrupt if nothing is done about paying back the money from the emergency fund. That's the Liberal record. Recently, they've hurt big companies in Quebec and small companies. I would say that ultimately they're hurting the entire economy of Quebec. The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Helping Quebec's industry and helping the aerospace industry throughout Canada was one of the goals of today's announcement. Over the next few months, we will see that there will be 3,000 jobs. There will be all sorts of benefits in Canada, including Quebec, with about $400 million a year, and that will further help our workers in the aerospace industry in Quebec and elsewhere in Canada.
The Honourable Member from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes.
Speaker, this morning the Chiefs of Ontario joined the chorus of Canadians decrying the failure of the Liberal carbon tax. This burden inflicted upon First Nations, allegedly the most important relationship for this Prime Minister, has forced 133 chiefs to take the government to court in order to get relief. It's clear Indigenous communities are not better off after 8 long years of this government, nor is more money being put back in the pockets of the people who pay this tax. After yet another failure, Speaker, will the Prime Minister realize that the carbon tax has failed Indigenous peoples and finally axe the tax?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, this summer we saw a record wildfire season raging across the country, and I, as Minister of Indigenous Services Canada, worked with First Nations leaders all across the country as they did the most unmanageable to protect their communities. Evacuations, Mr. Speaker, people displaced for weeks, if not months, Mr. Speaker, land and property and infrastructure destroyed. We'll continue to work on fighting climate change and protecting people as we see this astronomical threat bearing down, and I look forward to doing that with First Nations leaders.
The Honourable Member from Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Actually, the Auditor General had a plan for that. It was approved, the 112 infrastructure projects sitting on that minister's desk that would deal with the effects of climate change, adaptation and mitigation. In fact, it was Indigenous projects that talked about dikes, dams, and culverts, things that would give Indigenous communities the fighting chance to stay on their land in the event of an extreme weather event. But this minister would rather waste money. Instead of investing $6 to save those $1 to save $6, rather than the current plan of evacuation, relocation, and rebuilding. When will this minister get serious about helping Indigenous communities? Listen to the Chiefs of Ontario, axe the tax.
The Honourable Minister for Indigenous Services.
Speaker, it's too bad that the former leader of the opposition didn't listen to the Chiefs of Ontario for over a decade as the infrastructure gap grew and grew and grew, as children suffered with discriminatory First Nations child welfare, as education rates and levels were underfunded per capita.
I'm having trouble once again listening to the Honourable Member. There have been a number of voices close to the Speaker. I'm going to ask the Honourable Minister please to start again because I would like to hear the answer.
Mr. Speaker, you have to ask yourself, how did that infrastructure gap get so big? And it was a decade of neglect. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the leader of the opposition on the day of the apology of Prime Minister Harper said that what people really needed to do was actually get to work and show work values. These are the kinds of ethics that these Conservatives hold in terms of First Nations. We'll continue to work with First Nations on rights in respectful ways, in closing gaps, Mr. Speaker. That's what responsible governments do.
I'm going to ask all members once again to please listen to their whips as they're trying to give signs for folks to keep it together. L'honorable député de Chicoutimi.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Mr. Speaker, once again yesterday, we saw that this Liberal Bloc coalition is not worth the cost. The Bloc joined the Liberals, as usual, to reject our motion to ask the Senate to adopt our common sense bill, C-234, to exempt farmers from the carbon tax. After 8 years, with food banks struggling, these two parties want to increase the tax even more radically. Will the Prime Minister tell his own appointed senators to stop blocking C-234? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What Conservative senators ought to say to Conservative MPs is that the price on pollution reduces pollution, it puts more money in the pockets of 8 out of 10 families, and it creates the jobs we need for the economy of the future. We all know that the official policy of the Conservative elite is that climate change doesn't exist, but this is 2023, and we're counting on Conservative senators and MPs to review that position.
The honourable member from Don Valley East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm a proud Canadian. I'm proud of this nation's bilingualism, and I'm proud of the federal government's role in promoting both official languages. In the House of Commons, it is a privilege for me to hear both official languages being used. Therefore, I was both shocked and disappointed at the Canadian Heritage Committee this morning when a Conservative MP asked a Francophone minister from Quebec to answer her question in English. Could the Minister of Canadian Heritage tell this House about the long-standing importance of the official language use in this government? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'd like to start by saying that I'm a proud Quebecer, a proud Francophone. I'm very proud to be able to speak French, and I would like to remind us all that we have the right to express our opinions in the language of our choice, no matter what the language the question was asked in. I was very pleased to be able to speak about the agreement with Google, but unfortunately a member of the Conservative caucus used that opportunity to question my right to express myself in my mother tongue. We are the first government to have recognized the decline of French. Bilingualism is a fundamental principle of our country. We will continue to defend and promote it, despite the fact that the Conservatives don't seem to like that.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
The Prime Minister said that he would drop $15 billion on Stellantis to create new jobs. What he didn't say is that those jobs wouldn't be located in Windsor, in Ontario, or even in Canada. He's shipping taxpayer money to a Dutch company that's going to employ Korean foreign workers. Another slap in the face to hardworking Canadians who are struggling after 8 years of this government. They can't get their story straight on how many foreign jobs this $15 billion is buying. So why not release the contracts for Canadians to see for themselves?
Common sense. The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
I'm afraid I'll have to say we'll take no lessons from a party for the leader. When he was employment minister, Mr. Speaker, imagine not that he oversaw the loss of 3,000, not the loss of 30,000, the loss of 300,000 manufacturing jobs in this country, Mr. Speaker. And this man would like to tell us what to do, Mr. Speaker. Canadians know better. We'll continue to invest in Windsor. We'll invest in the auto sector. We'll invest in our workers. We'll invest in a prosperous Canada, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, he should take some lessons from this side. The story changes every single time he is asked. He should admit that Canadians got robbed blind with this deal. The Prime Minister even told his backbench to keep this all a secret and talk out the clock so they don't have to release documents. There's no reason to do that unless they're hiding something. Yes. So we want to know what's in this deal, why he spent $15 billion to ship Canadian jobs overseas and pretend that after 8 years they care about labor in this country. Why so secret? What are they hiding?
Hey, good job. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Speaker,
2,500 workers in Windsor building batteries, Canadian, local, unionized. An additional 2,300 construction jobs, Canadian, local. That message was delivered in Parliament Hill yesterday by Dave Cassidy, the president of Unifor Local 444. He represents 5,000 Stellantis workers. He will represent the 2,500 Windsor workers that will build the batteries. Who do you trust, Mr. Speaker? The guy who spent his whole life fighting for workers, or the guy who spent his whole life, his whole political career, fighting workers?
The Honourable Member from Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers are learning that the Northvolt battery factory in Quebec will be using hundreds of foreign replacement workers. That's $7 billion in taxpayer money, which will be used to fund jobs that should belong to Quebecers. Once again, this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. After 8 years in power, this Prime Minister is failing to protect Quebecers' jobs. He should make the contracts public. He should make them public. I'm just going to put on my glasses here. He needs to make these contracts public for the battery factories. When will he do that? The Honourable Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad that my colleague put his glasses on, because I think he should start writing down some of the numbers here. The Conservative Party is never in favor of investing in the battery industry. They were against the GM investment. They were against Ford. They were against the Volkswagen investment. And now they're against Stellantis investment, which is going to create 2,500 jobs at the factory and up to 2,300 to build the factory, Mr. Speaker. It's absolutely scandalous. Canadians can clearly see what side the Conservatives are on, and it's clearly not on workers' side.
Member from Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the loss of innocent lives in the Middle East as a result of the ongoing conflict between Israel and Hamas has been tragic. There is an increasingly dire need to ensure aid gets into Gaza, where civilians are suffering. Canadians want to know how the government is helping bring relief to the region. Can the Minister of International Development please update the House and Canadians what our government is doing to provide help to those desperately in need?
The Honourable Minister for International Development.
Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for the question. Canada was the first Western government to take action by providing $60 million in aid for civilians affected by the conflict in Gaza. This included a matching fund that brought in 12 Canadian humanitarian organizations, and I'm pleased to share with this House that Canadians from coast to coast to coast donated almost $14 million to this campaign, and we will double this amount to nearly $28 million. This funding will go to provide much-needed water, food, and medicines to all civilians affected by this conflict. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-Patry. Mr. Speaker, Quebec is known worldwide for its aerospace expertise. We have the skills and the workforce, and yet when we need new aircraft, the Liberals are deciding to use an American company, and for outdated aircraft, on top of everything else. Why not have an open and transparent bid for tender, which would enable companies like Bombardier to bid? This is mismanagement of public funds. We're talking about well-paid union jobs that are being ultimately lost to Quebec. Why aren't the Liberals helping our aerospace industry? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank our colleague for giving me a chance to talk a little more about this subject. This morning's news is excellent news for the armed forces, who will have aircraft that are designed for the critical situation we're now facing globally. This is also good news for the aerospace industry throughout the country. We know that providers will be receiving investments of $400 million a year with hundreds of jobs, and we know that various companies like CAE and our partnerships with Polytechnique and the Université de Sherbrooke will benefit a great many stakeholders throughout the country.
No point of order for question period. There's one more question on the list.
The Honourable Member for Richmond North Basca. Mr. Speaker, in this House, we often criticize the government vigorously, but we should also congratulate it when it does good things. I'd like to thank the Minister for her hard work to sign this first agreement with a web giant, Google. This will help our media, but I'd like to ask her to confirm that some measures have been taken to support our local and regional media. For example, in my riding, there are various small newspapers and radio stations. So I'd like to hear from her whether measures or guidelines have been put in place to ensure that these local media can also have their fair share and that this will support them in future. The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. I recall when I was at the National Federation of Culture and I would come here to discuss the importance of protecting our media, my colleague, even though he was part of the Conservative caucus at the time, always spoke up for media, including rural media. So I'm pleased to be able to tell him that under the agreement, there will be a place for local and regional media at the negotiation table, as well as official language minority media. That will be good for all media in the country, and we're really keeping a spot at the table for local and regional media. Thank you.
As I've already said to the members yesterday, there are 4 points of order in the House. The first was done by the member for La Prairie and is coming up now. Mr. Speaker, parties were consulted, and I believe that we have unanimous consent for the following motion. That the House recall that Christmas is a tradition celebrated in Quebec and Canada. B, denounce the Canadian Human Rights Commission statement that statutory holidays related to Christianity, including Christmas and Easter, represent an obvious example of systemic religious discrimination. And my sound cut out. And C, denounce all attempts to polarize Colleagues, there was a problem with the microphones. I would ask the member for La Prairie to repeat his motion, please. Should I restart from the start? Yes. Mr. Speaker, the parties have been consulted. I think you'll see that there was unanimous consent for the following motion. That the House, A, recall that Christmas is a tradition celebrated in Quebec and Canada. B, denounce the Canadian Human Rights Commission statement that statutory holidays related to Christianity, including Christmas and Easter, represent an obvious example of systemic religious discrimination, and that this discrimination against religious minorities in Canada is grounded in Canada's history of colonialism. C, denounce all attempts to polarize events that have been part of Quebec and Canadian heritage for generations. And D, invite all Quebecers and Canadians to unite as we approach the Christmas season. Thank you. For all those opposed to the motion, say nay. Okay. The House has heard the motion. All those opposed say no. Adopted. A point of order. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
I believe you, if you seek, you will find unanimous consent for the following motion, that the House of Commons condemn the divisive statements published by the Canadian Human Rights Commission claiming that public celebrations of Christmas amount to religious intolerance and discrimination, and the House recognize the rich cultural traditions that Christians and many other Canadians share at this special time with their friends, their communities, and their families, and affirm their right to celebrate freely, and that the House of Commons wishes all Canadians a Merry Christmas. Thank you.
I believe we don't have unanimous consent for this motion. All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. There is no unanimous consent for this motion.
The Honourable Member for Pointe-de-L'Île. Mr. Speaker, I do hope that you'll see that there is unanimous consent for the following motion. That this House remind the House that English and French are the two official languages of this Parliament, that the House remind the members that witnesses appearing at committees can testify in the official language of their choice, denounce the statements of the member for Lethbridge against speaking out in French during committee. For all those opposed to what the honourable member has said during his motions, please say no. So be it. The House has heard the motion. All those opposed, say nay. Unfortunately, there is not unanimous consent. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House Government Leader.
It's very clear within our standing orders, and has been a long tradition, Mr. Speaker, as we all know, that for 15 minutes of every day the House sits, we have Standing Order 31, which enables members to be able to speak for 1 minute on the issue in which they feel that is most fitting for them on that particular day. The member from Brampton Centre, not once or twice, but on 5 occasions was not able to get his statement across, Mr. Speaker. I have never witnessed that in my experience here in the House of Commons for well over 10 years now, Mr. Speaker. In fact, it took the member 15 minutes later on another SO to be able to get his full 1-minute presentation, Madam Speaker. And even as I speak, the member across the way said that it was full of lies. Mr. Speaker, that's the type of lack of respect that I want to make reference to in terms of the point of order. Right. The member from Perth, Wellington, Nader, in fact, heckled across the street. Perth, Wellington. Oh, I'm sorry. Perth, Wellington. Perth, Wellington, Mr. Speaker, clearly indicated that, Mr. Speaker, you were a joke. Yeah, that is what the member from Perth Wellington stated. That doesn't include the body language that was also used, that in essence was a contempt of the Speaker's chair, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that the member from Perth Wellington be asked to apologize to the House, because his actions against you, Mr. Speaker, is actually an action against all of us. That's correct. And the matter of the SO 31 should in fact be looked into from your office, Mr. Speaker, because I would not want to see that type of behavior going forward, where a member is denied the opportunity to have their full minute in expressing the important issue to that member.
Hear, hear. I see the member. I thank the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for raising this issue. I see the member whom you referred to in his point of order, the Honourable member from Perth Wellington, rising to his feet.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did indeed indicate that you were a joke. That is true. I'm sorry for that, and I withdraw. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I thank the Honourable member for withdrawing that remark, and I consider the matter closed. We have in order. The Honourable member from South Surrey, White Rock.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. There is a long-standing rule in this House that one's comments should not bring disorder to this House. And the comments from the member that this member is defending were so egregious and so inflammatory and so erroneous that they caused disorder in this House, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome the opportunity and ask you, Mr. Speaker, to look at the transcript of what he was saying and come to your own conclusions. Thank you.
I thank the Honourable member on this point. I'm going to. I thank the Honourable member on this point. Are we rising on the same point of order? The Honourable member from the Honourable Minister, of course.
Mr. Speaker, I rise very seldomly on these kinds of matters, but I do think it's really critical to appreciate the importance of freedom of expression in this country, but also in this chamber. And what we do in this chamber is critically attempt to reflect the views of our constituents. There are times when we've heard things on both sides of this chamber. I've been here for 8+ years now that I don't agree with, and I'm sure others don't agree with. But the notion of shouting down an individual not once, not twice, but 5 times, preventing them from actually being able to deliver their SO31 is something that I've not seen before, and I think it merits reflection on your part, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
On the same point of order, the member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thank you, Chair. And yesterday, after question period, it was drawn to the Chair's attention that during member statements that the member for Mississauga, Erin Mills, screamed profanities during a member statement. The member, myself, giving the statement, was not given the opportunity to repeat it once, twice, 3, 4, 5, or 6 times, in spite of the fact that what I said did not create disorder, but a member on the government side of the House screamed profanities. Now, Speaker, if you would like me to just because this is not on the same point of order, I'm going to get to the member from Leeds Grenville and to listen to him patiently. But the member from Nunavut has been patiently on her feet on another point of order, and I'd like to give her that extension because there had been a list of people who are on. No, you're raised. So I thank the honourable member from Leeds Grenville, and I'm just letting you know that the point of order that was raised was in regard to the member of Brampton South, as well as to the issue. I believe the other member is raising an issue towards the member from Mississauga, Erin Mills. So I'm going to ask the honourable member to then on this point of order, on the same point of order, please go ahead. The member from Winnipeg said that the 15 minutes that members are given for statements is to be sacrosanct, but the member is speaking from the benches of a party that engaged in the conduct that he was decrying today. So, Speaker, it's hypocrisy for the government House Leader's deputy to rise and cry foul when his parliamentary colleagues engaged in worse conduct yesterday.
I want to thank the honourable member from Leeds Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes, and the reason why I want to get back to him is because the chair had expressed yesterday that we would take a look at Hansard and take a look at the videotape, and we did take a look at the videotape. We could not make out. We even worked with the folks from Hansard to see if we could detect it. We couldn't hear the words that the honourable member is going through. I did tell the House I would get back if necessary. I cannot come back to the House on this point. The honourable member from Nunavut.
I am raising on a point of order based on what the Conservative leader said today during his statements and his question period regarding First Peoples. He used a possessive term to mean that Indigenous peoples belong to another nation. And I just need to remind this House that First Nations, Inuit and Métis are not owned by governments, and that this Parliament needs to make sure that it's educating Canadians that we are not owned by governments. There were children in this House when he made that statement, and we need to remind Canadians that First Nations, Métis, and Inuit are First Peoples that are not owned by anyone, especially the Conservatives, and to also remind the Conservatives that when my colleague, the member for Winnipeg Centre, was making her intervention about genocide, Conservatives were laughing at her about her terms, her statement about genocide in this House. This Conservative Party needs to be reminded to respect First Nations, Métis, and Inuit.
Thank the member from Nunavut for her 2 points of intervention. The first, reminding this House and reminding all Canadians, of course, of the status and the importance of Canada's First Peoples, Inuit, and Indigenous peoples. So I thank the honourable member for that. On the second matter, I will have to take this matter under revision, take a look at the videotape, and get back to the House if this is necessary. The honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot, rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On that point of order, it is really unfortunate that that member, while condemning Conservatives, refused to condemn the minister who used the exact same word in her reply. And, Speaker, I would quote from the Chiefs of Ontario, comprised of 133 Indigenous communities, that say, quote, Chiefs of Ontario and Attawaspaq First Nation have filed a judicial...
So...
You're just cutting it off.
Yeah. The honourable member from Battle River Crowfoot. I do appreciate it. We are now venturing well into debate on this issue for the member of Battle River Crowfoot. And there was not a debate on the point that the member was raising, but the honourable member from Crowfoot, Battle River Crowfoot, would like to make a new point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And on that point and your clarification, I would hope that I would be regarded the same respect as that member in allowing her to finish her statement. So I would hope that I would be regarded the same. And the fact that, and quoting, Mr. Speaker, that the
honourable member from Crowfoot to give me a second, please. I'm going to ask the member from Battle River Crowfoot if he can try to quickly get to his point, and if he could try to summarize this within about 10 to 15 seconds, please. It would be much appreciated.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It would be simply to say that the point that the Leader of the Opposition was making was exactly in support of First Nations, who have pointed out, in summary, Mr. Speaker, that the carbon tax has a disproportionate effect on First Nations. And, Mr. Speaker, it is shameful that other parties in this place would refuse to acknowledge that same fact and would try to play games as opposed to acknowledging that First Nations want the tax axed.
So we have now ventured well into debate on this point. It is now time to move towards the Thursday statement, and the honourable House Leader on the Thursday question. I'm certain he would like to ask.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was hoping the Government House Leader can inform the House as to the business for the rest of this week and for the following week. And as we are entering into the end of session period, if she could indicate to the House if she's able to, even the week after that, because I know there's usually a flurry of activity in the last few weeks of the December and June period. So if she could update the House, I know most members would appreciate that.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Opposition House Leader for that question. Mr. Speaker, this afternoon we will debate the Senate amendments related to Bill C-48 on bail reform. Tomorrow morning we will call Government Business Number 31, which concerns Bill C-50, an act respecting accountability, transparency, and engagement to support the creation of sustainable jobs for workers and economic growth in a net zero economy. In the afternoon, we will call report stage and third reading of Bill C-57, which implements the 2023 Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Ukraine. Next week, priority will be given to the motion relating to Bill C-50. We will also call report stage and third reading of Bill C-56, the affordability legislation, and second reading of Bill C-59, an act to implement certain provisions of the Fall Economic Statement, which was introduced earlier today. Thursday will be an opposition day, and on the following week, I will circle back to the member opposite. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank the Honourable House Leader and the two Honourable House Leaders for the question and the answer. I am now ready to rule on a point of order raised on November 27, 2023 by the member for Yorkton Melville concerning language used in question period that day. According to the member, the Government House Leader made insinuations on the motives of certain members in relation to their vote on the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, wondering if it was because they were pro-Russia. Her objection was echoed by the House Leader of the official opposition and several members of her party. They referred to the ruling made earlier that day, where a member was asked to withdraw a statement accusing other members of being Hamas supporters. Members felt that being accused of supporting Russia was equally offensive.
The member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie, for his part, suggested that the statement was made, and I quote, with the intention to be provocative and to elicit a response, unquote. He added, and I quote, it caused disorder in that moment, end of quote. He also suggested that the minister apologize.
The parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader countered that the comments made respected parliamentary rules and that it was common for members from all sides to reflect on the manner in which a political party votes. I must say that I welcome the comments made by members intervening on this matter. It shows an interest in elevating the tone of debate in the House. It raises the bar for everyone.
The member for Grand Prairie Mackenzie is right in saying that the language used on Monday created disorder. This is indeed a key factor, one of the most important in determining whether words used were unparliamentary or not. However, as explained in House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, at page 624, the Speaker must also consider the tone, manner, and intention of the member speaking, the person to whom the words at issue were directed, and the degree of provocation. On contentious issues, it is not uncommon for members to criticize each other's positions or to speculate as to why they are voting a certain way. For the most part, these kinds of remarks are part and parcel of vigorous debates. Members often feel that their positions are mischaracterized by others, but that is generally a matter of debate and not something in which the Speaker gets involved.
However, the Speaker does have a responsibility for maintaining order and decorum. This can become problematic when a member seeks to associate one of their colleagues with an ideology or an entity whose values we would find odious. In the past, for example, speakers have judged it unacceptable to compare a member with the wartime fascist regime in Italy or with the racist Ku Klux Klan. As I said on Monday, I believe accusing a member of supporting a violent and anti-Semitic terrorist organization would also fall into this category. These things clearly cross the line, cause disorder, and contribute to an overall lowering of the quality of our discourse. D'après des députés,
members have suggested that being accused of supporting Russia in the current context should be treated the same way. I think in some circumstances, depending on how such allegations are phrased, that can be true. On Wednesday, for example, I felt it was inappropriate to have accused another member of, and I quote, cozying up to Russian dictator Vladimir Putin, end of quote. And I asked for that comment to be withdrawn. I am not certain the comments of the government House Leader were quite so categorical, though they clearly were not helpful.
I suspect if one were to scour the debates, one could unfortunately find a series of examples of members from all parties attempting to suggest that their colleagues were in some way sympathetic towards regimes we would find brutal or oppressive. Going forward, I would ask all members to stay away from such inflammatory statements and do not attempt to make such provocative associations. Neglecting to do so may result in a member being cut off by the Speaker and a withdrawal being insisted upon.
In my statement of October 18, 2023, which can be found at pages 17,591 to 17,593 of the debates, I implored members to be mindful of the effect that their choice of words has on the proceedings of the House. I said on page 17,593, and I quote, the growing tendency to make pointed criticisms in a way that is unnecessarily personal and designated to denigrate, bully, elicit an emotional reaction, or attack The integrity of the person introduces a toxicity into our proceedings that hampers our ability to get things done. This includes making comments that question their courage, honesty, or commitment to their country." End of quote.
Speaker Milliken made a similar point on May 6, 2009 when addressing a rash of unparliamentary language. He said at page 3703 of the debates, quote, "I want to reiterate that certain words, while not always aimed specifically at individuals and therefore arguably technically not out of order, can still cause disruption, can still be felt by those on the receiving end as offensive, and therefore can and do lead to disorder in the House. It is that kind of language that I, as Speaker, am bound by our rules not only to discourage, but to disallow. That is why I'm appealing to all honourable members to be very judicious in their choice of words, and thus avoid creating the kind of disorder that so disrupts our proceedings and so deeply dismays the many citizens who observe our proceedings." Unquote. I would ask all members to reflect on the events of the past several days, on the words used, and on the aspersions made and the atmosphere they are creating. It is possible to criticize a party's position on the Middle East without calling them Hamas supporters. It is possible to criticize a party's position on the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement without suggesting that they stand foursquare behind dictators. I would encourage all members to find ways of engaging in vigorous debate without resorting to these sorts of associations. I thank all members for their attention. Orders of the day.
Commons, consideration of a motion respecting Senate amendments to Bill C-48, an act to amend the Criminal Code, bail reform.
Mr. Virani, seconded by Mr. Sajjan, moves that the amendments made by the Senate to Bill C-48, an act to amend the Criminal Code, bail reform, be now read a second time and concurred in. Debate. The Honourable Minister for Justice.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable members. I am happy to speak to C-48. I am happy that it has been debated in both chambers of Parliament and now has returned to this House for debate. As you know, this bill would strengthen our conditional release measures to continue to protect our communities and to maintain public trust, especially when it comes to violent repeat offenders and firearm offences. I would like to remind this House of the bill's objectives. Then I will discuss the Senate's proposed legal and constitutional amendments, and then I will conclude by sharing the government's stance.
To public safety, my commitment to public safety. We will always fight to make sure that our communities are protected from violent crime. There are families that have been forever changed because of senseless killings, Mr. Speaker. I want to take this moment to express my sincere sympathies to victims of violence and their loved ones. A 16-year-old, Gabrielle Magalhaes, was fatally stabbed at a subway station in my own riding of Parkdale High Park. This terrible act should never have occurred, Mr. Speaker. What we need to do is address crime as well as what causes crime to stop future violence from occurring. C-48, the bill before this chamber now, is the culmination of extensive collaboration with provinces and territories with whom I have been working very closely. All 13 premiers came together and called for bail reform. We responded to this call and went even further than their requests in Bill C-48. In addition to the premiers, Bill C-48 has received support from municipal leaders, from police groups, and from victims' organizations right across the country, from coast to coast to coast, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to see such incredibly widespread support for a measure that will ensure Canadians can live free from fear of violence. I'm also grateful for the discussions we've had with national Indigenous organizations on the topic of bail reform. Their views help us to better understand how we can keep Indigenous communities and all communities safe. I look forward to continuing my collaboration with representatives of these important organizations. I also want to take a moment to acknowledge and recognize that members in this chamber from all parties passed C-48 unanimously in this House back on the first day of the fall session on September the 18th. It was clear then that all of us recognized the importance of these measures. I am very hopeful that we can maintain the same unanimity of purpose today. Public safety is paramount. It is fundamentally why all of us got elected to this chamber. Every single member of this chamber wants the communities that we represent to be free from violence. I thank my colleagues for their support to date, and I hope I can count on it today and going forward. On this side of the House, Madam Speaker, we also commit to maintaining public safety, but looking also at tackling the root causes of criminality. We need more mental health support so that people in crisis do not resort to violence. I say that on a day when we've just launched the 988 suicide helpline. We need social services to help offenders reintegrate safely into their communities after serving their time. We need treatment options for those struggling with addiction so that they don't get mired in conflict. Investing in long-term solutions to crime is a core belief of mine and our Liberal government. Too often I've heard fear-mongering for political gain from people in this chamber. We need solutions, Madam Speaker. We don't need finger-pointing. We need investments in long-term safety. We need evidence-based legislation. I challenge my colleagues to join me in supporting community investments so that we can stop crime at its root. Now I will discuss the substantive changes that have been proposed in Bill C-48. Madam Speaker, Canadians expect laws that both keep them safe and respect rights enshrined in the Charter. In C-48, I believe we have struck that balance. C-48 is a targeted approach, Madam Speaker, to stopping repeat violent offenders. The bill proposes amendments to the reverse onus bail provisions in the Criminal Code in order to make it more onerous for certain accused persons to receive bail. A reverse onus does simply this. It shifts the burden of proof at a bail hearing from the Crown to the accused. This means that there's a presumption that the accused will be detained unless they can demonstrate to the court that they should be released because they do not pose a significant risk to public safety, are not a flight risk, or that their release would not undermine the confidence of the public. What Bill C-48 would do, Madam Speaker, is add a reverse onus provision to ensure greater scrutiny of cases involving repeat violent offending with weapons. Let me restate that, Madam Speaker. Greater scrutiny of those who are involved in repeat violent offending involving weapons. For this reverse onus to apply, the accused must, 1, be charged with a violent offense involving the use of a weapon. 2, they must have been convicted in the last 5 years of a violent offense involving the use of a weapon. And 3, both the offense charged and the past offense must have a maximum term of imprisonment of 10 years or more. What do those threefold criteria do, Madam Speaker? What this does is encourage courts to focus their attention on those who present a higher risk of reoffending at the bail stage of criminal proceedings. Second, Madam Speaker, 4 firearms offences will be added to the reverse onus provisions that currently exist. This proposal has the broad support of law enforcement agencies right across this country, Madam Speaker, from literally every province and territory. And it would implement the call from all 13 premiers of 3 different political stripes to add a reverse onus for the offence of possessing a loaded, prohibited, or restricted firearm. What we will be adding in terms of adding to the premier's request is unlawful possession of a loaded or easily loaded, prohibited, or restricted firearm, breaking or entering to steal a firearm, robbery to steal a firearm, and making an automatic firearm. Anyone involved in those offences, Madam Speaker, will be subject to the same reverse onus. This bill would also clarify the meaning of a prohibition order at the bail stage. A reverse onus at bail, Madam Speaker, currently applies to accused persons charged with offences involving firearms or other weapons where they are subject to a weapons prohibition order. This bill would make absolutely clear that a prohibition order includes a bail condition prohibiting an accused from being in possession of firearms or other weapons. The other changes proposed by Bill C-48 relate to considerations that courts must make in their bail decisions. This bill would require bail courts to consider if the accused person's criminal record includes a history of convictions involving violence, regardless of whether or not the accused is subject to a reverse onus. In addition, Bill C-48 would add a further requirement that bail courts expressly consider the safety and security of the community in relation to the alleged offense when making a bail order, in addition to the safety and security of any victim that's involved. This would ensure that specific concerns from smaller municipalities, from Indigenous communities, and racialized or marginalized communities are taken into consideration at the bail hearing. Madam Speaker, that directly responds to what we heard from particularly small communities in Canada's North, including small Indigenous communities in Canada's North, that wanted their needs reflected and their views heard at such bail hearings. Let me now turn, Madam Speaker, to two changes that the Senate has made to this bill, that they are proposing for this bill. The first proposal of the Senate relates to an amendment that would require a statement in the record of proceedings as to how a justice or justice of the peace considered Section 493.2 of the Criminal Code. This section states that when making a decision relating to bail, courts shall give particular attention to the circumstances of Indigenous accused and accused who belong to a vulnerable population that is overrepresented in the criminal justice system and that is disadvantaged in obtaining bail. This is a mandatory provision that requires courts to turn their minds to these circumstances anytime they make a bail decision. What the Senate is doing is doubling down on that provision and emphasizing its importance. And I would say, Madam Speaker, that in terms of the overrepresentation of Black Canadians and Indigenous persons in the criminal justice system, that overrepresentation is a critical problem, and I welcome this very amendment. The provision that's being cited by the Senate was originally enacted in 2019. Since then, many cases on the application of this provision have developed guidance for bail courts. It's clear from these cases that failing to adequately consider Section 493.2 is an error of law, which is a reviewable error. That said, the Senate heard from some witnesses that Section 493.2 is not always considered and not always applied consistently, despite it being a requirement to do so. What the proposed amendment from the Senate would do is ensure that bail courts are fulfilling their obligations to consider these particular circumstances in every applicable case and recording that they have done so. This amendment would also be consistent with the preamble of Bill C-48, which currently reiterates, quote, the need to consider the particular circumstances of accused persons, including those from populations that face disadvantages at the bail stage and are overrepresented in the criminal justice system, end quote. In light of this, the government and I support this amendment, and I invite all members of this House to vote in favor of it. Tackling the over-incarceration of Black, Indigenous, and marginalized Canadians remains a fundamental priority of me and this government. We cannot accept the status quo in which marginalized groups are disproportionately incarcerated on account of systemic factors, including systemic racism and discrimination. We have made progress to date on addressing this problem, including by removing multiple mandatory minimum penalties in the former Bill C-5, which was passed in this House already. There is always more work to do. I've been proud of the work we've done on implementing impact of race and culture assessments, on relaunching the Anti-Racism Action Plan, of the work that is ongoing on the Black Justice Strategy and the Indigenous Justice Strategy. This is all fundamental to the work that will continue to be done to address systemic inequalities in the justice system. Madam Speaker, the second amendment adopted by the Senate would specify that this legislation be referred to a standing committee of the Senate for review at a future date. The effect of this amendment is that both the House of Commons as well as the Senate would be required to review the legislation 5 years after the Act receives royal assent. I support this change as well. Je suis encouragé par la rapidité avec laquelle
I am encouraged by how quickly we reached consensus in this House last time the bill was debated, on September 18th. I encourage all members to swiftly pass this bill, as quickly as possible, in fact. I would like to conclude by stating that bail is a shared area of jurisdiction between the federal government, provincial governments, and territorial governments. All levels of government have a role to play to ensure that our bail system works as intended. Our government is doing its share, but legislative change is necessary. For instance, we need to ensure access to housing, we need mental health support, and addiction support. Those are also critical elements to improving our bail system. I commend the work recently done to address these aspects of the system, and we will continue to work with all levels of government to ensure that the bail system is improved. I also commit to ensuring that we obtain precise and complete data about bail in Canada. I will continue to work with our partners in obtaining statistics.
Is essential for monitoring our bail system and ensuring it functions properly. I'm calling upon provinces and territories to collect and share enhanced bail data. This will allow us to make evidence-based changes to bail law in the future. Madame la Présidente, je vous remercie de...
Madam Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to express my thoughts today, and I look forward to answering the questions of my honourable colleagues.
Questions and comments? The honourable member, Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I just want to read from a news article from this summer as it regards to a shooting that happened in Toronto. And it just outlines that in 2019, this person was previously sentenced for aggravated assault and weapons dangerous for an altercation with another man. In 2018, he was acquitted of a charge of attempted murder. They also acknowledged in the article that he had a longer rap sheet of previous issues, including a lifetime weapons prohibition. Yet this individual is still out on bail from two other altercations that he also had in 2022 and in 2021. And this summer, he was out on the street and shot and killed somebody. What's this bill going to do to make sure that this man gets jail and not bail?
Honourable Minister.
I thank the member from Cypress Hill Grasslands for outlining that important situation, and it reflects the needs and the concerns of communities right around this country, particularly the needs of communities with respect to firearms. What I would identify for him is that we've got firearms legislation that is currently in the Senate, Bill C-21, which is geared at promoting community safety. Secondly, what I would also refer him to is the specific provisions where we were asked by premiers right around the country, Conservatives, Liberals, and NDP premiers, about ensuring that bail was not provided when people had violated the rules relating to having a loaded or prohibited or restricted firearm, and we added to those. So we've actually gone further than was asked by the premiers to talk about those who break and enter to steal a firearm, robbery being used to steal a firearm, or making an automatic firearm. There's no doubt that ensuring that we get tough with firearms and those who use firearms to commit crimes is part and parcel of keeping our communities safe. This bill will help do that by ensuring those types of people don't get bail, as will Bill C-21.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Berthier-Masquinongé.
Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the Minister for his speech. This is a sensitive matter that we need to deal with wisely. We are trying to strike a balance between individual rights and collective rights, security and social peace. It's always difficult to find the happy middle. Now, we all have some cases in mind, some examples, but what's important, Madam Speaker, is to preserve the basic principles of law, the right to silence, the presumption of innocence. We need to leave judges the authority to make decisions because judges are trained, judges hear cases, and then rule on cases. So here's my question for my colleague. Where is that line between protecting the public and protecting individual rights?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister. I thank my Bloc colleague for this important question. We are trying to strike that balance, the balance he described, and that is the task of any government when we deal with matters related to constitutional rights. There is, of course, a fine balance to respect, especially with this reverse onus clause in bail reform. We must always uphold Charter Right 11E, which is the right to bail except in extraordinary circumstances. So the Supreme Court of Canada has already ruled that there can be reverse onus in specific contexts. In the case of this bill, we have followed the Supreme Court of Canada's advice and rulings. We also respect individual rights to bail, but we also need to protect the public from violent crime.
For Esquimalt San Suk.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I too am pleased to see this bill back before the House fairly quickly with Senate amendments, which I do think help improve the bill. My question to the Minister is that we can make the legislative changes around bail, but there's a concern about public disorder and low-level offenders, and we know that one of the reasons that people reoffend who might be on bail for low-level offenses is they lack access to mental health programs, they lack access to adequate income, they lack access to a lot of the things that would help them overcome the kind of problems that lead them into conflict with their neighbors, with their friends and family, and with the legal system. So my question to the Minister is, will there also be a commitment from this government to provide the funding we need to help support people being a success when they're on bail?
The Honourable Minister.
Well, first of all, I thank the member opposite for his question. I thank him for his work on the Justice Committee and for his dedication to this cause, as well as the dedication of the BC NDP government in terms of promoting this. What I would say to him with respect to the issue that he's raised is that he's absolutely accurate, that you can't be addressing one facet without addressing some of the complementary features. And what I would point him to is that a couple of things in terms of the commitments we made financially, in terms of healthcare supports throughout the country, in terms of the $190 billion 10-year deal that was struck by our government with various provinces. When in that bill, in that accord, we targeted certain sectors or certain categories of healthcare treatment, including mental health. And the second thing I would also underscore is that we've also put money into the system to help with guns and gangs, and that guns and gangs portion or envelope of money, which totals over $700 million over the last 4 years, is being dedicated through to law, is being used by law enforcement personnel around the country to ensure that the bail provisions that we are putting forward are coupled with the tools necessary for law enforcement to ensure that they are keeping communities safe on the ground. Merci.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the Minister can just provide his thoughts in regards to the bill being at the stage that it currently is. What I've witnessed is just a great deal of support across the country, whether it's from premiers, law enforcement agencies, different types of stakeholders, even going through second reading, how it was expedited through second reading. It seems to me that this is a law that's in need of getting passed through the House and ultimately given royal assent. But if you could just provide his perspective on the type of support that's behind and this legislation today.
The Honourable Minister.
Well, I thank the member for that important question, and I'll say to him it's been quite remarkable in terms of the support that went into the development of this bill and the support in terms of law enforcement personnel and political leaders around this country who are urging us to get this bill done. And what I'll say to him quite candidly is that I took it as an opportunity when the leader of the official opposition said, let's get this bill done, let's reconvene Parliament, when he said on a radio show in the middle of the summer, we'll do it on the same day that Parliament is reconvened. He was true to his word then. I'd ask him to stay true to his word now. We were able to get this done with unanimity in this chamber because premiers, including Conservative premiers and ministers like Bronwyn Eyre in Saskatchewan and Premier Doug Ford in Ontario, were pushing all of us to get this done. That was amazing cooperation at the time. That cooperation, that goodwill still exists among political leadership and law enforcement leadership around Canada. What I would like to do is harness it and harness the goodwill of the parties opposite to again have these amendments passed quickly so that we can ensure Canadians are kept safe, particularly as we enter the Christmas season. Merci.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And the Minister mentioned about rural Canada. Of course, I've risen in this House 27 times now on presenting petitions on behalf of the good people of Swan River, Manitoba. And just one stat here, Minister, I want you to listen to. So, sorry.
All his questions and comments through the chair, not directly to the Minister.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One individual in Swan River was responsible for 20 offences and 93 service calls in only 18 months. Will this bill address that individual?
The Honourable Minister.
So I appreciate the member from Swan River, Manitoba raising this instance and talking about repeat offending. What I would say is that if those offences involve violence and if they involve offences with a weapon, certainly The rules that we are putting in place are meant to be applied by judges and justices of the peace right around the country, including in Swan River. So there should be a direct impact on situations such as that in terms of promoting community safety around the country. What I would say equally is that what we were able to do is get this bill done quickly. The last time it was in the chamber in a matter of hours on the same day. That kind of cooperation is critically needed. We had unfortunately not seen that level of cooperation amongst the Senate, particularly Conservative senators in the House, who have unfortunately delayed this bill in some respects over the last 3 to 4 weeks. I'm glad the bill is now before us. We've got 2 Senate amendments to deal with. We can deal with them today and get this passed today and get it to royal assent immediately. That would be a terrific outcome for Canadians, including those in Swan River.
Order. It is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue, Sport.
And Fort York Housing. Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'll be actually standing on two points. First, Madam Speaker, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House during the debate pursuant to Standing Order 66 on the motion number 43 to concur in the 26th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, no quorum calls, dilatory motions, or requests for unanimous consent shall be received by the Chair, and at the conclusion of the time provided for debate or when no member rises to speak, whichever is earlier, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred pursuant to Standing Order 66.
Opposed to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed. La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé de...
The House heard the statement that all those opposed to the motion say nay. Adopted.
Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader?
Yes, Madam Speaker, on a second point of order, a little bit more detailed, I must say. I rise to respond to a point of order raised on Tuesday, November the 28th, 2023, by the member from Regina Coppell, respecting the inadmissibility of the Notice of Ways and Means motion number 19 and 2 items of the private member's business. The crux of the argument, Madam Speaker, from the member opposite is on the principle of a bill at second reading stage. This is the heart of the argument. I would humbly point to the purpose of the second reading debate and the vote at that stage, which is on the principle of the bill. Before I get into the specific matters involved in the member's argument, I would like to remind my colleagues across the aisle of what a debate and vote on the principle of the bill entails. Members of the House know that our standing orders and practices derive from those of Westminster. If a member would like to look into how debates at Westminster are handled at the second reading stage, they might be surprised. The British House of Commons has 650 members, and yet the debate on any government bill at the second reading stage very rarely exceeds one sitting day. Now to the specific argument raised by my colleague across the way. The 2 bills in question that are subject to certain provisions contained in Ways and Means motion number 19 are Bills C-318, an Act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, and Bill C-323, an Act to amend the Excise Tax Act, mental health services. With respect to the first item, Bill 318 requires a royal recommendation which would govern the entire scheme of a new employment insurance benefit for adoptive parents. As a result, the bill cannot come to a vote at third reading in the absence of a royal recommendation provided by the Minister of the Crown. The bill was drafted by employees of the Law Clerk's Office who would have notified the sponsor of this requirement. While I would not want to speculate on the intentions of the member who sponsored this bill, there's little doubt that the member knew this bill would not pass without a royal recommendation. As a result of a ministerial mandate commitment to bring forward an employment insurance benefit for adoptive parents with accompanying a royal recommendation, the government has brought forward this measure for consideration of the House in the manner that raises no procedural obstacle to providing this important benefit for Canadians. It is the sole prerogative of the Executive to authorize new and distinct spending from the Consolidated Revenue Fund. And that is what is proposed in the bill that will be implement the measures contained in the Ways and Means motion number 19. Now to the point of a similar question. The example my colleague raised with respect to the Speaker's ruling of February the 18th, 2021 concerns Bill C-13 and C-218 respecting single sports betting. Both bills contain the same principle, that being to allow certain forms of single sports betting. As a result of the approaches contained in Bill C-13 and C-218 were slightly different but achieved the same purpose. As a result, and rightly so, the Speaker ruled that the bills were substantially similar and ruled that C-13 not be proceeded with. The situation with Bill C-13 and C-218 bears no resemblance to the situation currently before the House, and the member opposite has been again helpful in making my argument. The member cites the situation with Bill C-19 and C-250 concerning Holocaust denial. The case with this situation and the case currently before the House is instructional, for the question faced by the Speaker is whether the principle of the question of the second reading on Bills C-318 and C-323 and the question of Ways and Means motion number 19 are the same. The answer, Madam Speaker, is categorically no. The question on both Ways and Means motion number 19 and the question, should Ways and Means motion number 19 be adopted on the implementing bill, are vastly different. The questions at second reading on Bills C-318 and C-323 are specific questions on the principle of the measures contained in those private members' bills. The question on Ways and Means motion number 19 and the question at second reading on the bill to implement those measures is much broader. As the member stated in his intervention yesterday, the Ways and Means motion number 19 contains many measures announced in the 2023 budget as well as in the fall economic statement. While the measures to implement the fall economic statement are thematically linked to the issue of affordability, they contain many measures to address the affordability challenges facing Canadians. As a result, the question at the second reading on the implementing legislation is a very different question for the House to consider. In conclusion, while there have been precedents respecting similar questions on similar bills which propose a scheme for a specific issue, namely Bills C-13 and C-218, this and other precedents do not in any way suggest that the questions at second reading on C-323 and C-318 in any way resemble the question on Ways and Means motion number 19 and the question at second reading on the implementing bill for the measures contained in the 2023 budget and the fall economic statement. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your patience in me going through that.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the additional information, and certainly we'll take that into consideration as the deliberation is happening on drafting of the response to this House. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, Canada is not as safe these days. 8 years later, Madam Speaker, Canadians know that, they feel that, and they hear example after example of that fear right at home. Don't take my word for it. Canadians can share, sadly, many personal examples of that. But I want to start in my comments by framing the context of why we have this bill before us in Parliament again. Earlier this summer, the government's own numbers agency, Stats Canada, released some staggering numbers that just show how bad the crime wave in Canada is after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government. They summarize a scary national breakdown of public safety in this country. for an increase in occurrences of crime since 2015. Total violent crimes up 39%. Homicides are up 43%, up for the 4th year in a row. Gang-related homicides up 108%. Violent gun crimes up 101%, up every single year this Prime Minister has been in office. Aggravated assaults up 24%. Assault with a weapon or bodily harm up 61%. Total sexual assaults up 71%. Sex crimes against children up 126%. Kidnappings up 36%. Car theft up 34%. And when they look at the Violent Crime Severity Index, under the previous Conservative government, it decreased by nearly 25%. It has gone under this Prime Minister and his NDP Liberal government in the total opposite direction. We can do a regional breakdown. And Madam Speaker, I'm taking the time to put this data from Stats Canada into the record for a specific reason. In the City of Toronto, the total number of violent criminal code violations increased to 57,896 in 2022. That is a 30% increase since 2015. Homicides are up in 8 years, up 65.85%. And in Toronto, violent firearms offences increased to 655 in 2022. That's an increase of 64%. Last year, 44 murders were committed with a firearm in Toronto. 24 of those was by someone who was out on bail. City of Winnipeg, total number of violent criminal code violations increased to over 14,000, a 48.5% increase in 8 years. Homicides increased by 136% in the City of Winnipeg. You go to Calgary, violent criminal code violations increased to nearly 16,000 last year, a 40% increase over 8 years since this Prime Minister came into office. Violent firearms offences increased by 428% in Calgary. Go a little bit further to Edmonton. Violent firearms offences increased by 97%. Go a little further west to Vancouver. Violent criminal code violations increased to nearly 32,000 in 2022. That's a 22.5% increase since the Prime Minister and the NDP Liberal government took office. Homicides up 55% in Vancouver, and violent firearms offences up 22% in that city alone. And coming back here to the nation's capital, the Ottawa-Gatineau region, violent crime just shy of 14,000, a 37.1% increase in 8 years. Homicide increases in the nation's capital, up 112%. Violent firearms offences increased by 115%. That is the situation after 8 years of this Prime Minister and their soft on-crime policies. That is the record that they sadly own. Just over my shoulder, behind me, is my colleague from Swan River in rural Manitoba. I've highlighted the stats of many of our major cities. Rural crime is also out of control, Madam Speaker. My colleague has raised, I think, at least a couple of dozen times, I've heard him multiple times, tabling petitions in this House from Canadians begging this Prime Minister to understand the public safety threat and the crime wave that's been unleashed in this country because of their policies. To little or no avail. And this is the thing that is so frustrating for Canadians, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister is the best at photo ops. He loves selfies. He loves making announcements about the things he will do and how great. It's never been so good for Canadians, is what you'll hear him talk about often. But anytime the going gets tough, anytime you read the data and statistics like I just did, the Prime Minister heads for the hills, goes up to the cottage, refuses to answer questions, and I've never, in my 36 years of life, seen somebody skirt from accountability based on their own record. It's always somebody else's fault. You watch debate in this House, you watch question period, you never see this government take an ounce of responsibility for the problems in this country. They'll blame the provinces, they'll talk about law enforcement, they'll talk about everything else except what they are actually responsible for and their policies that are doing this to every part of this country. Canadians, when we look at this, you see Bill C-48 that's before us, and I'll get to that specifically. But it's important for Canadians and for this House to be reminded, and for the Liberals and the NDP to be humbled as to why we are talking about Bill C-48. It all emanates from an idea they had less than 5 years ago with the Bill C-75 that made significant, major, and wrong reforms to the bail process in Canada. It was passed in 2019, and it legislated a principle of restraint, is what they called it, concerning bail for police and courts to ensure that release at the earliest opportunity is favored over detention. Bail by default is a simple way of explaining this, Madam Speaker. And make no mistake about it, why I read all those comments into the record about the severity of public safety in this country, felt by millions and millions of Canadians in their communities, is not by some random chance, not by some phenomenon that just came along. It's because the Prime Minister has passed Bill C-75 and wrecked our bail reform process. A revolving door of bail is happening in every part of this country. Now, with this bill, they've admitted, after immense pressure by Conservatives, by premiers of all parties in every province and territorial leaders, and law enforcement officials who are working on the front lines of this crisis day in and day out. They were pulled and they were forced to make this change and backtrack on their soft on-crime policies. But let me make it clear, Madam Speaker, of this. This is only one small step of what needs to happen when it comes to bail reform in this country. They've gone back an inch. They need to go back a heck of a lot further to solve the problem that we face. And it's simple. You've heard us say before, jail, not bail, for repeat violent offenders. And I'll nip this in the bud, as they call it, right off the bat, Madam Speaker. The Liberals always go and say, well, people make mistakes. Now, I'm not perfect. I've made some mistakes. We all have. Believe it or not, I'm human. Canadians do. But Canadians are equally concerned and frustrated that if someone is charged, convicted, and they are a repeat violent offender, all those crime stats I just talked about, Madam Speaker, they're seeing law enforcement extremely frustrated because someone gets arrested, they go in, and within a day or so, they're out on bail. And we are actually seeing a correlation. They are law enforcement, the statistics are showing that repeat violent offenders are out causing chaos. They're causing numerous police interactions by the thousands. When not on the first chance or a bad thing, we're not talking about a speeding ticket or a small amount of substance or even a first offense. It's repeat violent offenders. And Canadians are getting tired of the revolving door. Our law enforcement are demoralized at how this government is ignoring the very valid concerns that they are raising. The Vancouver Police Union had an unbelievable statistic. I had to say this probably 2 or 3 times and reread it to make sure that, just to comprehend the magnitude of how broken the bail system has become under Liberals and NDP. The Vancouver Police Union said that the same 40 offenders last year had 6,000 police interactions in 1 year. Just think of the resources of the revolving door over and over and over again. Deferring police resources to keeping our community safe 6,000 times on the same 40 people. That is insane. That, Madam Speaker, is a broken Liberal soft-on-crime policy. And the frustrating part about all this is that the Liberals still don't get it. This bill goes nowhere near far enough to reverse the damage that they've done and the public safety crisis, the crime wave that they've unleashed across this country. The Prime Minister is in trouble. He was in trouble back in the summer. He desperately wanted to reset things. He's down in the polls, and after 8 years, Canadians realize he's just not worth the cost, he's just not worth the corruption, and he's just not worth the lack of safety we have in this country anymore. So he shuffled his cabinet. A few people announced their retirements. They went to the back benches, to the side benches. New, fresh faces came into cabinet. Well, there was a new justice minister that I'm going to guess on the very first day after visiting Rideau Hall and heading to the Department of Justice for a briefing, I'm going to guess he got a summary about the same Stats Canada data that I just read. And you know what? First opportunity wasn't a full reversal on the failed Bill C-75. One of the first points of the flash forward of this new justice minister was to go on CBC of all places for an interview. And when he was confronted about those stats and how devastating and the rapid increase of violent crime in this country, his response to Canadians was, it's all in their head. The line, when you look at it, it was empirically unlikely that Canada has gotten less safe. That's the reset. That's the new justice minister advocating for public safety in this country. Just in Canadians' heads. Just things you hear about on TV. Out of touch, Madam Speaker. And that's what we have time and time again with the government's approach to bills like C-48. Premiers, law enforcement, and millions of Canadians that have become victims of crime and or know somebody that has become a victim of crime are saying enough is enough. The Justice Minister gave a slap in the face, I think, to victims of crime. To have the Prime Minister double down, denying just how bad the public safety crisis in this country is at this point, just shows you where they're starting from. The Liberals, frankly, should be embarrassed about Bill C-48 because they are admitting that their approach in the previous bills that they introduced were absolutely wrong. They've backtracked. And as I said before, Madam Speaker, Conservatives have been clear, this does not go far enough to the revolving door of bail in this country. And the only reason this bill is before is because of the effort of Conservative members of Parliament at committee, of provincial premiers that were united against this federal government, against this Prime Minister, and for the courageous frontline law enforcement in every part of this country that have had enough. We owe it to them, Madam Speaker, not just to pass Bill C-48, but to do the full fix to protect our law enforcement and protect Canadians and keep people safe. This bill is an admission of failure by the Liberals and NDP. It's an admission that they were soft on crime, and it is proof that they are failing Canadians in keeping them safe. I want to highlight the months of testimony that was heard at the Justice Committee on Canada's broken bail system. There were many key points raised that need to be brought in to the debate that we're having here on the floor. Comprehensive bail reform is urgent. Repeat and violent offenders are becoming a bigger problem for law enforcement. The public's right to be protected against violent, repeat offenders must outweigh the violent, repeat offenders' right to bail. That, Madam Speaker, as we would say, is common sense. There is agreement from numerous individuals that testified with a background in law enforcement and public safety that Bill C-75 has failed to help victims of intimate violence. The current bail system now has put frontline officers at risk, and the Liberals, with their efforts, have sadly eroded the integrity of Canada's bail system. Judges have to apply the criminal code as written, and now people who pose a risk to public safety are too often receiving bail. And the current government is sending the wrong message to Canadians. It was only after all of this pressure, whether it be at the Justice Committee, whether it be in question period, whether it be the letter that the premiers signed, whether it was numerous police unions, chiefs of police associations, provincially and nationally, and most importantly, the devastating stories from way too many Canadians about how they become victims of crime, and in living in neighborhoods where for generations, for decades, they felt safe in their hamlet, their subdivision, their community, their small town, where that has been eroded. It's important in these debates to humanize what's going on here. And a sad part of what's not in Bill C-48 is the devastating and sad story of only a few months ago of OPP Constable Gregory Pirzala. His killer was out on bail. And we've heard and now know that based on this bill and the small fix, not the full fix, a partial fix, that individual would still be out on bail, Madam Speaker. It is extremely frustrating. The list goes on of media story after media story that highlight the crisis we're in. It was the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police that begged for an urgent meeting among premiers, among national leaders to get this. It's not going the full way that they've been asking for. They say easy bail policies make much, quote, much of our work pointless. The chiefs of police are saying about the Liberals' legislative record on justice and public safety. It was the BC Urban Mayors Caucus that compiled data showing more than 11,000 negative police contacts by just 204 offenders who, quote, rarely faced any consequences for their criminality. I mentioned before about the Vancouver Police Union. The police in Vancouver themselves released data on its 44 most recent stranger attacks suspects, showing that 78% of them had already been charged in a previous criminal incident. Most notably, the law requires that the top priority in any bail hearing is, quote, releasing the accused at the earliest reasonable opportunity and on the least onerous conditions. That has got to change. Again, jail, not bail, for repeat violent offenders must be the goal of this government. After 8 years, Canadians cannot afford any more of this nonsense from the Liberals and propped up every step of the way by the NDP. I want to end my comments tonight, Madam Speaker, with a thought of reflection on where we're at when it comes to the priorities of public safety of this Liberal government, of this Prime Minister. I want to talk about the benefit of the doubt and have Canadians reflect on something. It tells you everything you need to know about the broken approach that they have and the contrast on this side of the aisle with Conservatives that could not be more clear. On bail reform, with Bill C-75 in the Liberals' legislative record, they want to give the principle of restraint, the least onerous bail conditions, give those that are accused the benefit of the doubt, that they should get out on bail. And even if over and over and over again they're being arrested and they're being charged or they're having police interactions, by default, by benefit of the doubt, they get out that way. The result has been a crime wave, a skyrocketing number by Stats Canada of where we're at in this country. And on contrast, when we talk about benefit of the doubt, Madam Speaker, what's their solutions in their mind to fix the problem? Taking away hunting rifles and going after law-abiding hunters and farmers in Indigenous communities, sport shooters alike. There is zero benefit of the doubt for those who are law-abiding, that have their PAL, that have a criminal record check, that have never had an issue or an interaction with police whatsoever. The Liberals and this Prime Minister doesn't think they deserve any benefit of the doubt, and they just want to confiscate and spend billions and billions and billions, not spend, waste, going after Canadians who are of no concern in public safety. That benefit of the doubt, Madam Speaker, tells you everything you need to know about this Prime Minister. There's no common sense there. It's time not just to pass Bill C-48, that small fraction of a solution, but do the right thing. Do it for Canadians that are tired of either being or hearing of a neighbor or a friend or a co-worker being a victim of crime. Do it for the frontline law enforcement in this country that deserve the resources to keep repeat violent offenders behind bars. Jail, not bail, for repeat violent offenders. It is time in this country for common sense. It's time for a real plan for public safety, and it's time for this Prime Minister to put a little water in his wine, have a little humility, listen to premiers, listen to law enforcement. Change not only with Bill C-48, do the full fix that this country needs to be protected. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm wondering if the honourable member would like to be a little bit more granular. I'm looking at the crime severity index, and it seems that, you know, the communities that are really suffering the most with a lift, particularly in violent crime, are our medium-sized and small cities, and more, you know, sort of in the rural areas. So I'm wondering if he could offer an explanation as to what might be going on there that causes this lift, especially in violent crime. That's the first thing. Second thing, in British Columbia, I'd like him to comment on a situation that I've commented on quite often in British Columbia, where the police cannot lay charges. They have to be approved by Provincial Crown Counsel. And Provincial Crown Counsel will not lay charges unless they're about 100% sure they're going to get a conviction. I don't know if that's the situation in other provinces, but I wouldn't mind the minister's reflection, or the, I'm sorry, not yet, the honourable member's reflection on that.
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Well, the Liberal member of Parliament from British Columbia wants to know maybe what's happening in small and medium-sized cities. We've had a Liberal government for 8 years that have passed soft on crime legislation that's put repeat violent offenders on the streets over and over and over and over again, and seeing skyrocketing crime rates increase. They broke the bail system. That's why the bill's before us. They're admitting that the bail reforms they made are broken and they're not working. but they're not going far enough. They need a little more humility, Madam Speaker. And just here's the thing, and this is the problem about the member from British Columbia. I cited the Vancouver Police Union, the BC Union of Mayors and Municipalities that talked about exactly that for repeat violent offenders. But the member goes on and blames everybody else but the Liberal government. They've been in power for 8 years. Crime went down before they came in office, and since they've been here, it's only been going up.
Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his speech. I'd like to hear, he talked about the topic, but with other initiatives to strengthen mechanisms to make the justice system better reflect public safety, notably with what we have here regarding those who reoffend using a firearm. So could he tell us once again what should be done in addition? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
I thank my colleague from the Bloc Québécois for that question. It's an opportunity to practice my second language tonight. It's a work in progress, but I appreciate the question. There are many things with communities all over the country. We need to reduce violence with firearms.
Can do, Madam Speaker, in working with law enforcement, not taking tools away like bail reform by saying that repeat violent offenders can have this revolving door. We need to go after smuggling of firearms coming in from the United States. We need to go after gang violence and increases on there. Programs for youth and deterrence for those need to be investments. We need to invest in our law enforcement, not take resources away. And at the end of the day, when you look at this and you look at the root causes, not just those devastating numbers I mentioned from Stats Canada, but we're seeing repeat violent offenders being a significant part of the increase. We're seeing illegally smuggled guns being part of that, and we're seeing the government that's completely unserious about addressing that and instead going after law-abiding hunters and firearms owners in this country rather than the root causes.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Esquimalt, Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm a bit puzzled by the speech from the Conservative member because, of course, his party was part of this House of Commons, which unanimously supported this bill. And his party was one who called for swift action to deal with repeat violent offenders. And many of the groups he cited in raising the problem now support this bill. So it's a little puzzling to hear the tone of the speech when I hope the Conservatives are still supporting a bill like this, which has been so broadly supported by the Canadian public, including premiers, police, and victims associations.
The Honourable Member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
I would say to the member that he needs to dig a little bit deeper of the testimony and the words being said is that, again, C-48 fixes a small part of a very big problem in this country. It is not the end. It is not to pass this bill and walk away and clap and say a job well done. There is a lot more that needs to be done. There are many examples, as I cited in my speech, of repeat violent offenders getting out on a revolving door over and over again. They take a narrow approach that is not going to fix the problem and not get crime rates and the crime wave addressed in this country. The NDP always do this. They go along with the Liberals, they go along with the plan, and now they're just as responsible for this backtrack. They've pushed the initial bill of C-75 every step of the way. They are admitting, just as much as the Liberals, that they were soft on crime, that they're wrong in their approach. They need more humility. They need a little more, like I said, water in their wine and do the full backtrack, what's deserved. Law enforcement, Canadians, and numerous experts are saying this is one step, but many, many more steps are needed to fix the problem. The work is not done yet.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate my colleague for his intervention here today on this updated bail reform bill. But we know that Canadians are less safe, and I see that in my community of Kelowna Lake Country. We know that this crime wave has been created by bail reform changes that happened with Bill C-75, and we now have this revolving door of crime in Canada. As you mentioned in your intervention, this does fix some of the issues, but not all of them. And it certainly doesn't bring it back to the level that it was before the government made the changes. So can you comment on the fact that it's not going back to the same level and it's not going to actually fix a lot of the crime issues that we're seeing with bail?
Remind members they're to address all questions and comments through the chair and not directly to the members. The honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Madam Speaker, if I had a piece of advice, I'd try to give some constructive advice and commentary around here once in a while. I would encourage every member of Parliament in this House, regardless of party, to spend a little time on the front lines. I've had the honour of serving here in the House for 4 years. One of the most impactful things I'm able to do a couple of times a year is to do a ride-along on a Friday or Saturday night from 8 o'clock to about 2 or 3 in the morning. One morning I was out to about 4 or 5 a.m. Done it with the OPP in SDNG, and I've done it with the Cornwall Police Service. I want to build on what my colleague had just said there. It does not go far enough in the changes the government is proposing with this bill. All any member of Parliament needs to do, spend a night or two on the front lines at least each year. Talk to frontline law enforcement. They will tell you the demoralizing aspect, the demoralizing environment that has been created with the bail reform under C-75 and now only this partial fix. They'll tell you that I think the intention or the message or the morale of criminals, they know they're getting out all the time. They know that revolving door. MPs need to spend more line on the front lines. I think all Canadians would benefit from it.
And comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. During the summer, last summer, the leader of the Conservative Party made it very clear he wanted session to reconvene, and he made a commitment that the Conservative Party is so much wanting to see the bail reform that they would be prepared to pass it through the entire system in one day. Now, we had a delay because of Conservative senators, but at the end of the day, we have an opportunity to actually pass the legislation. Does he believe there's any sense of commitment from the Conservative Party today to actually see this bill pass, given the wide spectrum of support that's out there and the commitment that his leader gave a few months back to pass this bill as quickly as possible?
The honourable member for Stormont Dundas South Glengarry has a little over a minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member from Winnipeg gives me a good opportunity to have Canadians just understand they can read between the lines of what the member asks all the time. This bill just came back. We aren't even an hour into talking about it, and they don't like the direction it goes because Conservatives are highlighting the failed approach after 8 years of this Prime Minister and the NDP Liberal government. Didn't even get through my Q&As, and he's asking to drop it and have it go by. Madam Speaker, I will repeat again, which clearly makes that uncomfortable for the member opposite, is that this bill does not go far enough, Madam Speaker. The Liberals, after 8 years, they own the Stats Canada statistics. They own that violent crime increase of 39%. It didn't happen by chance. It didn't happen as some sort of phenomenon. There is a direct correlation. And if he spent some more time talking to frontline law enforcement in Winnipeg, I think they'd say, not only just to pass this bill, but do more. This is only a small fraction of the solution that's needed to make our streets safe again. And I'll tell you, he talks about the Leader of the Opposition and the resolve to pass this bill. It's not just to pass this bill, but to fix the whole problem and not piecemeal to try to address it and pass it on. He doesn't like his record being talked about. That's just fine.
Reprise de débat. L'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, C-48 is not the type of bill that we're accustomed to in democracy, not in Canada and not in Quebec, because usually we believe strongly in the presumption of innocence, and we feel that those who are accused of a crime should enjoy the right to the presumption of innocence, and the Crown should have to prove beyond any reasonable doubt. That said, there are exceptional cases, and I don't want to repeat the remarks I made in my speech about 10 weeks ago, my speech on this same bill, during which I informed this House that the Bloc Québécois supports this bill. We feel that there are situations in which the burden of proof should be reversed, that is the case for certain serious crimes, serious offenses, when there is a bail request. C-48 would reverse the burden of proof for serious offenses involving violence with firearms. Violent firearms-related offenses between intimate partners and offenses of which the accused has already been convicted over the past 5 years. In these cases, Madam Speaker, even though it may seem unusual to reverse the burden of proof, to have a reverse onus, I do feel that we should proceed in this way to guarantee public safety and to prevent other similar crimes from being committed. That's what I said more or less 10 weeks ago, and I repeat myself today. We do feel that this bill is necessary in such circumstances. The report has been returned to us from the Senate. The Senate is generally in agreement with the bill, but wishes to add 2 clauses. One of the 2 clauses would make it such that if a judge decides that the burden of proof should be reversed or that there should be a reversed onus, then the judge must produce a statement explaining how they properly and duly considered Section 493(2) of the Criminal Code. So the judge must take into account the victim's situation and will have to include a statement in the accused's file explaining their decision and how they came to their decision. And I think this is a wise suggestion because many cases end up before the courts and many are appealed. Many of these situations will, in fact, end up being about charter provisions because the charter does include the presumption of innocence, and usually the Crown has to prove this rather than the offender. But we must consider public safety. So this relates to charter provisions, and the courts will have to, in an appeal situation, determine whether the first court judge made the right decision and took into account all necessary factors. So the judge includes in the record, in the file of the court's decision, an explanation of the decision and what was taken into account. So if there is an appeal of a court decision, it will be easy to determine whether the decision was well made, judiciously so. So there should be a reverse onus in the circumstances set out in the bill. And as for this suggestion by the Senate, we support it. In fact, I strongly support it. Now, in the bill, it is stated that 5 years after the bill comes into force, there will be a review to determine whether the bill requires amendment and whether it is in the best interests of the legal system and in the best interest of justice. And in the bill, it is written that a House of Commons committee will be responsible for this 5-year review. Now, the second Senate suggestion is that the Senate also review the bill. So a Senate committee, in addition to a House committee, would review the bill after 5 years. So on the whole, I see no reason to object to this Senate request. So I support this second aspect of the Senate's report. Madam Speaker, I know that I have the right to speak for 20 minutes. I know that I have spoken for about 6 minutes, but I don't want to stand here repeating the same things I said in September about 10 weeks ago and simply just trying to say them in different words. So generally, we support C-48, we support the Senate amendments, and we hope that it will be passed as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
Comments? L'honorable député de Berthier.
The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will give my colleague the occasion to speak for longer. All kidding aside, this is a very serious subject. We are trying to strike the delicate balance between protecting individual rights and protecting society, protecting collective rights. And this is not always easy to accomplish. My colleague has demonstrated, and I commend him for it, that we can speak clearly and concisely without talking for a long time. But on the topic of repeat offenders, my colleague explained that this bill deals with repeat offenders. Could he give us more information about whether it's repeat offenders, and does it go beyond 5 years? Does it go beyond a 5-year period for crimes committed in the past 5 years? Now, sometimes with bills like this, it's easy to fall prey to awful populism and to mention very specific cases, and we can all think of very specific awful crimes. But is this well written in the bill? And also, will judges have enough leeway? Will the courts have enough leeway to make determinations in specific circumstances and situations? The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague, the member for Berthier-Masquinongé. He always asks very relevant questions. They're not always easy to answer, but they're always important and relevant. So now to answer the questions. First, as for repeat offenders, what the bill stipulates is that if the offense related to violence against someone or threats proffered against someone, if the person was convicted of another offense with violence or threat of violence against someone using a firearm, and each of these offenses can be punished with a 10-year offense or more, a 10-year sentence or more. So as for repeat offenders, every 2, 3, 5 years, someone who is repeat offending every few years and ending up before the courts every few years for using firearms, for example, for violence with a firearm, that person, such an individual, well, it's quite likely that that individual is a danger to society. So before releasing that person on bail, the judge will, thanks to this bill, have to take those factors into account. Now, Madam Speaker, that doesn't mean that the judge is obliged to rule in one way or another. So this relates to the second aspect of my colleague's question. There is a certain leeway for judges, but there will be a reverse onus. And what this means is that the individual convicted of a firearms-related offense, say 2 or 3 years ago, that individual will have to prove that they are not a danger if released on bail. So the judge will have to make a decision regarding whether or not to release the person on bail, but the legal process will be done with a reverse onus. So rather than the Crown having to prove that the person is dangerous and should be detained, the individual will have to prove that he or she is not dangerous and should be released on bail safely.
Questions et commentaires? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Saanich-Sooke.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I do intend to be very brief this afternoon because the bill we have before us was supported unanimously by the House, and it's had some useful amendments made by the Senate, which I now hear that everyone in the House is prepared to support. It does two things. One thing which we focused on, and that is it does make it more difficult for serious, repeat, violent offenders to get bail by establishing a reverse onus. All parties here recognize that we have a problem that needs to be fixed, and that this bill will fix that problem. So most of the attention has gone to that aspect of the bill. But there's a second provision in the bill that is also quite important, because despite the rhetoric we hear from the Conservatives, over the past 30 years, the rate of pretrial detention in Canada has more than tripled. So instead of the conservative version where everybody gets out with a get out of jail free card, we actually triple the number of people in detention. It's a rate which is far higher than the UK, Australia, New Zealand, Ireland, or any other Western European nation. And so what that means is the situation we have in Canada, where we have is a second problem with the bail system, where the poor, the homeless, those suffering from substance abuse challenges or mental health issues are more likely to be denied bail and end up in custody. And what does that mean? When you're in pretrial custody, you end up in provincial programs, provincial institutions, which have no programming for anti-violence, for anti-substance abuse, for mental health. So we're warehousing the poor, the marginalized, we're warehousing Indigenous people without giving the supports they need in this period when they're waiting for a trial. And we have to remember that over a third of those who are subject to bail conditions or kept in custody before trial are never convicted of anything. 1/3 of the people are actually innocent. And so we know what happens. Pretrial detention has very serious impacts. It can lead to loss of employment. It can lead to loss of housing. It can lead to loss of custody of children, because more than 40% of those detained in Canada pre-trial are held for more than 1 month, and many are held for as long as 6 months. And so this causes a complete disruption in people's lives, keeps them in a provincial institution where they have no programming, and makes their conflict in the future with the legal system and with society far greater. And so in this bill, there's a provision which New Democrats added, which is to make judges consider community-based bail supervision programs. We know what works with those on bail. We know it doesn't work to ask your mom or your dad or your sister to be a surety, because how do they actually influence the behavior? And so the John Howard Society has run very successful pilot programs in Ontario where a person gets supervision. In other words, someone who actually looks after their behavior when they're on bail. And secondly, they get someone who helps hook them up to the services they need, mental health and addiction services, or whatever else they need, employment services, whatever else they need. And those John Howard programs that are running in Ontario have a 90% success rate. In other words, 90% of people show up in court to face their trial, but in the meantime, they don't reoffend. And so when the Conservatives are talking about those who offend while they're out on bail, yes, that happens. Why does that happen? Because they don't have access to the services they need, and they don't have real supervision. The police do not have a mandate to do bail supervision, nor do they have the resources. So we know that community-based bail supervision programs work, and this bill requires judges to actually consider those. Now, of course, that's going to mean the federal government's going to have to pony up some money at the front end to get those kind of programs running across the country. But does it cost money? No, it does not, because it's far more expensive to keep people in detention than it is to supervise them in the community. And so the costs are about, listen to this, 10 times higher to detain someone than to put them into a community-based bail supervision program. So that part of this bill is overlooked in the debate about legitimate concerns the public has. But if we really want to get the rate of reoffending down, then we know what works, and we know it's community-based bail supervision programs. We know it's devoting more money to on-demand mental health treatment. We know it's more money for on-demand substance abuse treatment. And we know it's better access to employment and education programs from those who currently lack those opportunities. So we'll continue to support this bill. I think everybody will, as again, I found a little odd to hear a speech that essentially opposed it from the Conservatives, but I think everybody's on board here. We know premiers are on board. We know police associations are on board. We know that victims associations are on board. We know the Senate is on board. So if nobody's against this, I'm going to end my speech at this point and ask us to move forward with passing this bill, which approves the Senate amendments this afternoon.
Comments, questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Honourable Member for Northumberland, Peterborough South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the speech from the Honourable Member. My question for him is in my town of Cobourg, we recently had an incident where an individual was assaulted an individual with their child there, and then was out on bail that same day and committed another crime within that same day. And it was because of bail reform that the NDP supported earlier. And now this is going halfway back. Is he at all regretful for his voting record?
The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I first want to start by saying that I do quite often resent the implication that that anyone in this House doesn't have sympathy for victims and what happens, or anyone in this House actually supports crime and criminal activity. What I support, and my background is in criminal justice for 20 years before I came here, are things that are actually effective in addressing those problems. And we know that if someone is let out on bail now with no supervision, with no access to programming, the chances they will reoffend while they're on bail are very high. And so this bill, and what we're calling for, provides for community-based bail supervision programs, which will help avoid exactly the circumstances that he raised in this incident.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his intervention. And he had talked about making changes that actually make a difference. And so, you know, one of the things that I had proposed was a private member's bill to get those people who were incarcerated in federal institutions access to addiction treatment and recovery. And the NDP unfortunately did not support that. So how does he rationalize between saying that he wants to vote for legislation that actually makes a difference, and yet he'll vote against a bill like that, and he'll also support bills like C-75, which actually lessened the bail system, and we've seen from stats how many more victims there are because of Bill C-75.
The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the honourable member for a question, and I'd like to point out that, of course, her private member's bill had a poison pill in it for people like me who want to vote for things which are effective. And does reform to the bail system cause crime? No, it does not. And reforms to the bail system, C-75, did not increase the crime rate. There are lots of other very complicated factors we could look at about why that happened. But in fact, the Conservatives like to point to the headlines, but not actually point to the things that really work when it comes to combating crimes and preventing future victims.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General. A point of order, the Honourable Minister of Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you. On a point of order, Madam Speaker, I believe if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent on the following motion: that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, the motion respecting Senate amendments made to Bill C-48, an act to amend the Criminal Code, bail reform, standing on the notice paper, be deemed adopted.
All those opposed to the Honourable Minister moving the motion will please say nay. D'accord. La Chambre a entendu les non.
The House has heard the motion. All those opposed say nay.
No? No. So we go back to questions and comments. Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I know I can express the will of most members of the Chamber, I believe, that there's a great sense of disappointment that the Conservatives now in the House of Commons have chosen to not allow this debate to come to an end, unlike what the leader of the Conservative Party said last summer. Madam Speaker, if you'll recall, the leader of the Conservative Party then said that all it would take is one day and the Conservatives would be happy to pass it throughout the whole system. So this is a complete flip-flop once again from the leader of the Conservative Party. I'm wondering if my colleague from across the way could provide his thoughts on the flip-flop.
There seem to have been other individuals who were wanting to contribute to the discussion here, whether it was that they wanted to answer or ask questions. I would just ask them to wait until the appropriate time. The honourable for Esquimalt Saanich-Sooke.
Well, I thank the member from Winnipeg for his comments because I have the same reaction to this action by the Conservatives. This is a party whose leader said they would come back and get this done in one day. It's taken a bit longer than that, but we could get this done today. And so I would like to see someone propose the unanimous consent motion once again and see if the Conservatives will actually go along with what their leader promised previously.
Questions and comments. L'honorable député de Joliette.
The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. My question is the following. It is about the attempt to get unanimous consent in the House. I would like to remind all members that when this is done, we try to inform all parties. The Bloc was not informed of this. we would have supported unanimous consent. We didn't oppose it. But just to remind members, there is decorum. There's not just the government members here. There are members from all parties. It's important to inform and consult with other colleagues of other parties. I would like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I would like to see if he has any comments based on my intervention. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is important, as the member said, that all parties know that there will be a motion that is tabled. The honourable member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke.
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Speaker, I suspect if maybe there has been dialogue amongst the parties inside the chamber, and I suspect that if you were to canvass the House, that you would find unanimous consent at this point in time to see the message passed as the minister had proposed.
Ask the question again. All those opposed to the Honourable Minister moving the motion will please say nay. Agreed? La Chambre a entendu l'énoncé.
The House heard the motion. All those opposed to the motion say nay.
Carried. Declare the motion carried on division. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader has a point of order.
Just to recognize the time and ask if there's unanimous consent to call the time 5:30 so we could begin private members' hour, Madam Speaker.
Does the Honourable Member have unanimous consent to see the clock at 5:30? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day? Okay. Oh, yes.
It being 5:28 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' bills as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day. Orders of the day. Private members' business. A study at second reading of Bill C-354, an act to amend the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission Act, Quebec's cultural distinctiveness and French-speaking communities, and proposed by Mr. Beaulieu. Mr. Beaulieu, moved by Mr. Saint-Marie, moves that Bill C-354, an act to amend the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission Act, Quebec's cultural distinctiveness and French-speaking communities, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage. Debate. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Bill C-354 is an amendment to the Broadcasting and Telecommunications and to the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission Act so that the government consult with the Quebec government with regard to Quebec's cultural distinctiveness. It also requests this for other provinces with French-speaking markets before exercising its powers with regard to the Canadian broadcasting system with regard to these issues. Bill C-354 aims to protect Quebec's cultural distinctiveness and the francophonie as part of the enforcement mechanisms of the CRTC Act. It sets out consultations mechanisms with the Quebec and the provinces on issues affecting Quebec's cultural distinctiveness. This bill comes in response to a formal request from the Quebec government around the debate on C-11 in order to create a consultation mechanism, a mandatory one and official one at that, from the government of Quebec. Quebec wants its word in this debate before any amendment to this bill regarding companies offering services in Quebec and that would have an impact in Quebec. The motion adopted in the National Assembly to that end specifies that the Quebec intends to use all tools available in order to protect its language, culture, and identity. Bill C-354 also constructively responds to the federal government's concerning decision to put an end to the alternating CRTC chair positions based on language. The House recognized that Quebecers form a nation, form a distinct people, and a nation with its own identity. This is also based on our culture and our language. For all nations need to manage their own culture. Public access to Quebec's common language and culture allows newcomers to participate in society and make it better, just as all rights holders in Quebec can do. Radio, television, and broadcasting problems do not date from yesterday. In Alexandre Taschereau passed the Province's Broadcasting Act. Instead of cooperating with Quebec, Ottawa responded to this idea in 1932 by creating the Canadian Radio Broadcasting Commission, the predecessor of today's CRDC, under the Canadian Broadcasting Act. The idea of sovereignty in the management of telecommunications has remained despite federal interference. Indeed, in 1968, the Quebec Premier Daniel Johnson said that the attribution of areas cannot be and must not be the jurisdiction of the federal government. Quebec cannot tolerate any more to be set aside from an area where it has a vital interest in. Between 1990 and 1992, the Quebec minister at the time, Lawrence Cannon, said that in a bill that Quebec must determine the rules regarding television and radio with regard to its own networks and for fees and for other considerations. Quebec cannot leave the control of media programming to others when that media programming is available in Quebec. Quebec must use one regulation-making organization to that end. Lawrence McCannon was then in the Conservative cabinet under Stephen Harper. In 2008, various stakeholders sent a letter to Rona Ambrose and others in order to sign agreements with regard to telecommunications and broadcasting. Here is the content of this letter. The present is to tell you about Quebec's willingness to reach an agreement between Canada and Quebec regarding the communications sector and regarding a Canada-Quebec agreement on culture. Quebec is the only French-speaking nation in North America and has its own culture. Therefore, we know that this agreement would take into account the distinctiveness of Quebec's cultural content in broadcasting. It would also promote this cultural distinctiveness. The Bloc is convinced that telecommunications and broadcasting are vitally important for Quebec's vitality and culture. That is why we know and we think that these sectors must be regulated by Quebec and should be managed by a Quebec Broadcasting and Telecommunications Commission. This would be the only way we could be 100% in control of decisions affecting our language and our culture. Quebec must have the tools needed to have programming in a sector with increasingly predatory players, as demonstrated in Quebec with TVA's restructuring. It is vital to maintain a francophone diversity of sources of information as well as a diversity of voices, no matter the size of the media organization. Since the internet, there is a need to have reliable access to good internet. The terms and conditions of transmission on radio waves, television waves, and others are part of this. The government of Quebec deemed this as contrary to interest in Quebec. There is an illustration of Quebec's government paralysis in its ability to promote and disseminate its culture. There was a motion on March 10, 2005 from the National Assembly that asked for certain things from the CRTC. With regard to a radio station, the CRTC stayed mum and the station closed. This issue is not a partisan one in Quebec. All governments after the Taschereau era always defended the independence that Quebec must have in managing its own telecommunications system. This is why it is particularly frustrating to hear silence and be ignored from Ottawa. This shows a contempt from the federal government toward Quebec culture and its political institutions. That said, the courts will not be an avenue to winning our right to develop our culture. The Supreme Court of Canada has repeatedly ruled that the telecommunications and broadcasting are the federal government's jurisdiction. However, parliamentarians in the House of Commons have the right to delegate this administrative power. This type of agreement already exists. For example, the RCMP delegated its powers to the Sûreté du Québec for policing in Quebec. There's also examples with interprovincial transportation, heavy transport, or the granting of freshwater fishing licenses, which is also managed by the Sûreté du Québec. All it takes is a little political willingness to sign an administrative agreement that would change the fate of Quebec culture. If it wished so, the federal government could today amend the Broadcasting Act and Telecommunications Act in order to incorporate this administrative agreement into it. The EI pilot projects have been integrated in this way into the federal legislation bearing the same name.
The introduction of Bill C-354 is a modest attempt to have a basic level of respect for Quebecers' rights to their culture and telecommunications. It is the least of things. In an ideal world, the government of Quebec would put in place an act to create a telecommunications system in Quebec, and the CRTC could delegate licenses to this Quebec entity that would regulate telecommunications and broadcasting in Quebec. In that way, the injustice that has existed for about 100 years would be rectified. The decline of the French language and culture is undeniable. It is now essential that we take action to protect them. We invite members from all parties who care about Quebec's culture and francophonie to vote in favor of our bill. Thank you. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member.
Madame la Présidente, Louis Saint-Laurent.
Louis Saint-Laurent. Yes, Louis Saint-Laurent. Yes, nothing against the St. Lawrence River, but my writing is Louis Saint-Laurent. And Prime Minister Louis Saint-Laurent got us back to a balanced budget after the war, so I'm proud to have his name in my writing. I thank the member for his speech. It's always interesting. I appreciate the historic aspects that he mentioned in his speech. He noted what the Taschereau government did. That's greatly appreciated. In about 10 minutes, I'll be able to speak to the issues. A few things we would like more information on. We'll get to that later. Madam Speaker, my question is the following. How would the member explain the fact that this federal government hasn't wanted us to hear from Quebec at a parliamentary committee as Quebec asked to? The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Madam Speaker, it is deplorable, in fact, and we've seen it for a whole series of issues. The Liberal government says it consults Quebec, but it doesn't listen to it. On the contrary, it doesn't consult it. So in an area like culture, it should be natural. That's why we are putting forward this bill, to guarantee that there's a mechanism for consultation, that it be mandatory for Quebec and for the provincial governments where their markets are targeted by regulations. Thank you. Questions and comments?
Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a deep admiration in terms of the culture and the heritage that has developed in the province of Quebec for generations. And I do believe that there's a very uniqueness to it, and we want to be able to encourage that and see it to continue to flourish. And I go to my own home province, and I've got some very strong opinions on its diversity and our own culture. One of the things is CRTC does have consultation, and there is intervener status for groups, including the province of Quebec, and I understand that they do use that. And I'm just wondering if he could just provide his thoughts on the issue of an independent or arm's length CRTC and the things that they do.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. Thank you. In fact, to what point is the CRTC independent? We hope it's as independent as possible. But in the case of Quebec's culture, telecommunications in Quebec, it's obvious that there's no other entity than the government of Quebec that can really know the needs for telecommunications and broadcasting in Quebec. And that is why I think it is necessary. We don't necessarily say that the CRTC never consults Quebec, but I think it's really the least of things to have an official mandatory mechanism to ensure that the CRTC always consults the government of Quebec. That is what the government of Quebec has asked for. There was a unanimous motion from all parties to that effect. And since the Taschereau government, that's been a request made by all of the governments of Quebec.
Questions
and comments, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech and for his bill. It's very interesting. Here's a practical question. Whether it's the CRTC or a Quebec CRTC, young people, teens, don't watch TV, Quebec or Canadian TV. So what do we do when they listen to music on Spotify? They watch TikTok, they watch YouTube. How do we propose Quebec Francophone content? What could a Canadian or Quebec CRTC do to change that? And I think that's a more fundamental issue. The Honourable Member for La Pointe de l'Île. We talk a lot about that these days, the need for that. I agree with my colleague that this is a fundamental issue to regulate the internet, to regulate platforms, digital platforms. There's a bill that's on the way. They say they've reached an agreement with Google. It's not necessarily what we would have wanted, but a CRTC or a CRTQ, well, with the CRTC, it's essential that they consult Quebec in all of their efforts to regulate digital platforms. And in Quebec, it's especially important. We know that in Quebec there are 29 TV shows that are watched by over 1 million people, but in the rest of Canada, there are only 2 shows of that caliber or that have that type of audience. But we see Quebec, we must resume debate.
Member for Markham-Stouffville.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On September 19th, Bill C-354, an act to amend the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission Act, Cultural Specificity of Quebec and the Francophonie, was tabled and read for the first time. From the outset, I would like to thank the member from La Pointe de l'Île for giving me the opportunity to reiterate our government's commitment to supporting the French language. Bill C-354 aims to amend the Canadian Radio, Television and Telecommunications Commission Act and this is closely tied to the government's ongoing work to ensure a broadcasting system in Canada that reflects the evolution of our digital world, in which all Canadians, including Quebecers and members of the Canadian Francophonie, see themselves represented. In fact, closely linked is an understatement, Madam Speaker. In fact, the government's efforts have already been going very much in the same direction as the objective of this bill. On February 2nd, 2022, our government introduced Bill C-11, aimed at reforming the Broadcasting Act so that Canadian laws reflect the evolution of our digital world. The latter aimed to clarify that online broadcasting services fall under the Act to ensure that the CRTC has the appropriate tools and to encourage greater diversity and inclusion in the broadcasting sector, as well as to better reflect Canadian society. The legislative process surrounding Bill C-11 took a very, very long time, Madam Speaker. Indeed, 1 year to the day passed between the initial tabling of the bill in the House and its adoption on third reading by the Senate. Both the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage and the Standing Senate Committee on Transport and Communications spent many hours dissecting, analyzing, hearing from witnesses, and refining Bill C-11. During the same legislative process, several modifications were made to Bill C-11 to strengthen the commitment to the French language and official language minority communities. The Broadcasting Act, as recently amended, put in place new guarantees to ensure continued support for the production and broadcast of original French language productions, the majority of which are produced in the province of Quebec. What is more, the CRTC is required to interpret the Broadcasting Act in a manner that respects the Government of Canada's commitment to promoting the vitality of Canada's French-speaking and English-speaking minorities and supporting their development. Added to this is also the fact that the Act provides that regulations must take into account regional concerns and needs. It should also be noted that the government is already actively consulting the provinces and territories, particularly when it comes to broadcasting. At each stage of the process surrounding the implementation of the Online Streaming Act, the provinces and territories were consulted. In particular, the government consulted its provincial and territorial counterparts as part of the consultations related to the decree of instructions proposed to the CRTC concerning the implementation of the law. The final decree also contains various instructions to support the official languages of Canada and official language minority communities. The decree recognizes, among other things, the minority nature of the French language in Canada and North America, and the fact that the broadcasting system should promote the development of Canada's official language minority communities and promote full recognition and use of French and English in Canadian society. A section was even added to the final version of the decree to support the creation and availability of programming in French. In addition, for its part, the CRTC has published a roadmap describing the main stages of the implementation of the Act and is already actively consulting the public. It should be noted that as an administrative tribunal, the CRTC already holds in-depth consultations before making decisions, under the rules of practice and procedure, that if it adopted in order to respect the principles of procedural fairness and of natural justice incumbent upon it. Provinces and territories have the opportunity to participate in CRTC consultations. To this end, the provinces and territories, including Quebec, can already present observations to the CRTC on issues of provincial interest during hearings and consultations. It is important to specify that the Government of Quebec has the right and already uses its right to intervene in the CRTC's consultative processes. The Broadcasting Act provides for 3 forms of consultation depending on the decisions it is considering. In no particular order: 1, with official language minority communities on any decision likely to have a detrimental effect on them; 2, with CBC Radio-Canada on its conditions of services, and 3, with any interested party for decisions regarding conditions of services. The latter is an open consultation where provinces and territories, and in fact any interested intervener, is able to put forward their opinions and concerns. In other words, Madam Speaker, the addition of the consultation obligation provided for by Bill C-354 could raise concerns which are in fact being addressed in the course of the work of the CRTC and under the requirements of the Broadcasting Act. An obligation for the CRTC to consult elected provincial governments could also have an impact on public confidence in the independence of the CRTC. It is important that we are all mindful of not just the independence of the CRTC, but the importance of that independence. As outlined, the CRTC is an administrative tribunal that regulates and supervises broadcasting and telecommunications in the public interest. It is dedicated to ensuring that Canadians have access to a world-class communication system that promotes innovation and enriches the lives of Canadians. Further to this, under the section of the CRTC's own website entitled "We Listen and Collaborate in Order to Fulfill Their Mandate," they must understand the needs and interests of Canadians who make use of broadcasting and telecommunications services. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, the government supports and will continue to support the French language. The Online Streaming Act and the Act to amend the Official Languages Act are concrete examples of our commitment to the French language. What's more, the government regularly consults the provinces and territories, including Quebec. The Minister has consulted her counterparts on numerous occasions when it comes to regulating the broadcasting sector. The government will welcome any questions from members regarding Bill C-354 as the debate on this legislation continues. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Thank you once again, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in this debate to speak to a bill tabled by my colleague from the Bloc Québécois. Madam Speaker, we obviously agree with the principle that Quebec be heard in this situation. I'll tell you why. We need to go back to February when the government of Quebec, through the Minister of Culture, called on the Liberal government to be consulted on Bill C-11 on broadcasting. I have the letter of Minister Lacombe that was sent to the federal counterpart. It is essential that during Bill C-11, when it is implemented by the CRTC, that the cultural specificity of Quebec and the reality of the French language market be adequately considered. I reiterate that we require that there be a mandatory and official consultation mechanism for the government of Quebec, that it be put in this bill for this end. Quebec must always have its say before instructions are given to the CRTC to guide its action under this bill. When stakeholders could be affecting those offering services in Quebec or could have an impact on the Quebec market. Madam Speaker, that is the letter from February 4th from the Minister of Culture to the federal counterpart. Radio silence from this government. Not even any response. This government never did anything proactive to hear what Quebec had to say about this. The National Assembly voted unanimously on a motion to call for Quebec to be consulted at a parliamentary committee at the House of Commons so that Quebec could lay out its requests for C-11. Unfortunately, once again, total radio silence from the Liberal government. The Conservatives brought the voice of the National Assembly here to this House of Commons not once, not twice, not 3 times, about 15 times, Madam Speaker, here during question period. We did it from February 14th to March 7th. The member for Charlesbourg, Haut-Saint-Charles, and myself about 15 times asked questions to the government. Why do you not have Quebec coming to a parliamentary committee? It just made sense. When a National Assembly speaks unanimously, it's just basic parliamentary democracy. It's makes sense to listen to people, and I think it makes even more sense when a government asks to be heard, and the National Assembly, the 125 elected members, ask to be heard. It just makes sense to hear them. But no, Madam Speaker, radio silence on that other side, and no word from anyone else. And it's unfortunate because we wanted Quebec to be heard when Bill C-11 was studied. But no, that did not happen. Yet, we brought the debate to the House about 15 times at question period. My colleague from Charlesbourg, Onséchal, and myself. And we also raised this at parliamentary committees at the Heritage Committee, which met on March 10th. I was there, and I tabled a motion asking for Quebec to be heard on that bill. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, no surprise, the Liberal Party refused. But I must say, Madam Speaker, very surprisingly, even the Bloc Québécois on March 10th at a parliamentary committee voted against the motion we put forward, where we asked that we re-examine the bill, and that at that opportunity, because the Senate had put forward many amendments, and that at that moment we hear from the government of Quebec on that. Curiously, the Bloc Québécois did not vote in favor of our request. That's unfortunate. That is why, Madam Speaker, yes, we want to hear Quebec when it's a matter of Quebec's specificity, especially with C-11. Speaking of that, Madam Speaker, yesterday the government bragged that it had reached a deal for $100 million from Google. Madam Speaker, that's great, but that's what they could have had a year before. That's what Google proposed. A whole year just to get to the same conclusion that Google had put forward before. Many people were asking questions this morning. We heard it on the radio. Many people were asking, $100 million, will Radio-Canada have access to that? There was an answer this morning at a parliamentary committee. There was a question from the member from Lethbridge who was asking specifically what we would be receiving, and the minister confirmed more or less that Radio-Canada would receive some of that amount, and that's contrary to what the government of Quebec had been calling for today through the Minister of Culture, Minister Lacombe. So, Madam Speaker, what we see today is a bill that's put forward, but I can't forget that Conservatives, for weeks and weeks, we asked for Quebec to be heard. The government didn't want to hear that. We asked that at a parliamentary committee. The Bloc voted against that. It's unfortunate, but now they're putting forward a bill. To us, it's important that linguistic minorities be heard, and that provincial governments, if they have something to say, that we can hear what they have to say. And one is not mutually exclusive with the other. Minority language communities should be heard. That makes sense. That's part of the CRTC Act. But we need to go a little bit further. We need to ensure that everything is covered, because new technology means that people can go anywhere. The member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie was saying this earlier. Young people don't watch TV like we used to. They can go on Spotify. They can go on any platform throughout the world. So yes, there are challenges. That's why we need to be more attentive to cultural and language minorities in each province. And so, as I said, we asked for Quebec to be heard, particularly when it comes to Quebec. We know that it is the home of French in North America, and we know that French will always be vulnerable. But now we have numbers showing that Quebec is threatened, that French is threatened in Quebec, especially in Montreal, and nearly half of the province lives there. So we need to always be vigilant, and we will always have to lead that fight to ensure that Quebec doesn't go backward.
And moreover, Madam Speaker, there was an opinion piece in Le Devoir which said that Quebec should be consulted in the study of C-11. Louise Maudriot-Soucy said on February 16, 2023, in Le Devoir, the unanimous passing by the National Assembly of a motion that Quebec be consulted with regard to things under its jurisdiction by the CRTC. We, the Conservatives, called for just that in the House and in committee. What the writer said is that the Legault government has requests, and Quebec needs to be able to protect its culture, language, and identity. C11, just like C18, aims to have equality in the digital market and in the news market. That is, in fact, what we, the Conservatives, have been saying for weeks and weeks in the House and in parliamentary committees. Madam Speaker, this bill will be studied in committee, of course. Some aspects will need to be clarified because it's a bit vague at this point. A lot of definitions will have to be included. We will study this more thoroughly in committee. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that our leader, the member for Carleton, cares deeply about Francophones and about Quebec. During our National Party convention, our leader said, Quebecers fight to protect their language and their culture. That's why Anna and I are determined to speak French to our children and to send them to French school. That's also why I voted in the House of Commons in favor of recognizing the nation of Quebec. And I always support the rights of Francophones and Acadians throughout Canada. We need a smaller government that lets Quebec make decisions for itself. And he is the leader of the official opposition, and he feels that Quebec is a model and an example for the rest of Canada.
Must end. And this is a matter on which English Canada must learn from Quebec. Quebecers, and I'm saying that in English deliberately, do not apologize for their culture, language, or history. They celebrate it. All Canadians should do the same. Voilà le propos, Madame la Présidente.
That is what the future Prime Minister said, and I'm very proud to be part of his party. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm very happy to rise to speak to this very important issue and to speak to this very interesting bill from the member for Pointe-de-Lille, and I thank him for this bill and this debate. I'm also proud to be part of a political party that has for many years recognized Quebec as a nation before this federal parliament recognized Quebec as a nation. The member for Louis Saint Laurent spoke about this, and that's the reality. What is a nation, Madam Speaker? Well, I'm not going to give a sociology lecture, Madam Speaker, but a culture has language, lifestyle, values, institutions, and in culture there are some elements which are essential. For example, musicians, TV, radio. Madam Speaker, I grew up in a house surrounded by books. By French authors, by Quebec authors. I also grew up surrounded by so much Quebecois music like Diane Dufresne and Claude Dubois, among many other Quebecois musicians. And I grew up bathing in Quebecois culture with Quebec music, Quebec TV shows. I will tell you two things which will show you how old I am. When I was a kid watching TV, to change the channel, you had to get up off the couch. We didn't have many channels either. I'm from the Passepartout first edition generation, Madam Speaker. That whole atmosphere of Quebecois TV and music, that's our culture. It gives us shared cultural references. It unites us. It brings us together as people, as communities. And there are important TV events in Quebec that we've had, which Radio-Canada would often broadcast everywhere in Canada, such as Les Beaux Dimanches, when we would listen to classical music or theater. That was broadcast throughout Canada. These were major events, and it was important to broadcast them on television to keep those ties strong, to unite us all as French speakers throughout Quebec and elsewhere in Canada. But this has been deteriorating over time, Madam Speaker, unfortunately. In my family, we have 4 children between 13 and 33 years old, and I remember that as a parent, the last major TV event was called Les Parents. We would watch that as a family with the kids. There was Les Bougons. There's also Tout le monde en parle, which is a major TV show in Quebec. But through the CRTC, we need to give ourselves a regulatory framework which will respect Quebec's language and cultural specificity, because Quebec is a nation. And this bill, what it's proposing, is not necessarily complicated. What the bill suggests is that if there's anything related to Quebec's cultural distinctiveness, then the CRTC must consult the government of Quebec. We are not asking for a major overhaul or revolution. In fact, we are just asking for some common sense. My conservative friends will enjoy me using that term. This bill is common sense. We should be consulting Quebec when it comes to regulations that might have an impact on broadcasting in Quebec. I think that's the bare minimum. And as a New Democrat, what I find interesting in this block bill, the bill says the CRTC, in the exercise of its powers, the CRTC will have to consult Quebec, the government of Quebec, or the government of other cases, provinces, as the case may be, about any regulations which relate to the cultural distinctiveness of Quebec or pertain to French-speaking broadcasting. So French-speaking minorities outside Quebec are important in that it's not exclusive to the government of Quebec, this bill. This bill could also relate to other provinces. The CRTC might, as a result of this bill, have to consult Francophones elsewhere in Canada, for example, the Acadians in New Brunswick or the significant Francophone community in Manitoba. This bill will have a significant impact on them, and I think that this is important. When the bill is studied in parliamentary committee, there will be a study, there will be suggestions of improvements, there will be amendments. We need to ensure that there are representatives of French-speaking communities outside Quebec. For example, we need to hear in committee from Acadians, for example. They need to come and testify in committee to share their views on, for example, what the obligations of the CRTC should be when it comes to consulting them or their respective provincial governments. So this is an issue that I hold dearly. This matters greatly to me. The NDP cares deeply about this as well. So these are some amendments that we will want to look into in committee. During committee study, we should also discuss Indigenous language content. Now, of course, we have 2 official languages in Canada. That's important, but one of these 2 languages is vulnerable and declining due to our situation in North America. But there are indigenous language productions, music, TV, especially in music. I was at the La Disque Music Gala. A lot of awards were given to great indigenous music. So we need to support the growth and spread of these cultures. We need to take them into account. We cannot ignore them, as was done for too long in the past. I think that we also need to reflect together on how to support Francophone content and French language content, how to make it more attractive, but also more searchable, more discoverable, because there is great French language content in be it music, be it TV, be it film. We need to make sure that young people and young adults are actually seeing them, because this culture reflects who we are in North America, and it needs to be seen, it needs to be heard, and it needs to be shared. I do have a concern that I raised earlier. We are no longer living in the same environment that I grew up in when I had to get up off the couch to change the channel. Our young people are mostly exposed to English language, American content. So we need to really give some thought to how we can ensure that Quebec productions, Quebec content is more accessible and more discoverable. And it's difficult because we can't go into every young person's phone or iPad to tell them, here's what you should watch, here's what you should listen to. But this is significant cultural loss. We no longer have these major TV events that unite society. And in fact, our TV is affected by American imperialism. And so how can we ensure that we legislate and regulate? We need to ensure that we legislate and regulate to ensure that Quebec's culture and the French language will be dynamic, thriving, attractive. And it also needs to be profitable because we need these artists to be able to make a living with their art. We started with C11 to legislate on discoverability, legislating to force online platforms to have a certain level of discoverability. But these international giants are often very resistant to discoverability requirements on the homepage for discoverability of some TV shows, some movies, some music. This content needs to be accessible and it needs to be profitable because we can no longer rely on our traditional broadcasters. Quebecois art, Francophone art needs to be on Netflix, needs to be on Spotify. We need to make sure that web giants accept the unique situation of Quebecers and of French-speaking minorities outside Quebec. We need their support in order to make things possible. We will need to find either incentives or requirements to make this the case. And I think this bill is a good start when it comes to consulting the government of Quebec, but altogether, we need to really give some thought to how we can go even further. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Laurentides-Labelle. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we are here tonight debating a crucially important issue, the CRTC Act and Telecommunications Act. More specifically, we are debating C-354, a bill which would ensure that the CRTC consults with the Government of Quebec before regulating aspects of the Canadian broadcast network, especially as pertains to the cultural distinctiveness of Quebec. This bill would also make it such that the CRTC has to consult other provinces when it relates to French-speaking markets. This is not binding, though. This bill is not binding on the CRTC, but this bill gives provinces a certain guarantee when it comes to their participation in the decision-making processes of the CRTC. Currently, the CRTC does not have to consult Quebec before making regulatory decisions which impact Quebec. So this bill addresses a serious concern that we have, one which relates to serious threats of cultural assimilation and the fact that the French language is under threat. This bill has a proactive approach to ensure adequate representation of Quebec's interests, especially, as I was saying, as it relates to cultural distinctiveness and the French fact in the rest of Canada. This approach began early in history. In fact, in 1929, Alexandre Taschereau, then Quebec Premier, wanted to create a Quebec Broadcast Council. Canada didn't want to work together with Quebec, and in 1932, Canada created the CRTC. The idea of having sovereignty over telecommunications is an issue that Quebec has cared about for a long time, despite federal interference. This goes back all the way to 1929, and all Quebecois governments since Taschereau's government in 1929 have always defended the independence that Quebec should have in managing its telecommunications. That's why it's especially frustrating to deal with ignorance and refusals by Ottawa. It's almost as if the federal government is indifferent toward our culture, or even disdainful. The courts will not grant us the right to develop and maintain and protect our culture. The Supreme Court of Canada has ruled at many times that radio and telecommunications are under federal jurisdiction. Okay, fine. But administrative management relies on the will of parliamentarians of the House of Commons. This type of agreement already exists. Earlier, the member for La Pointe-Lille named such agreements, for example, agreements with the RCMP, and I won't list them all. There are many such agreements, administrative agreements, in Quebec with Quebec. So we just need an iota of political will, but I believe that we will get there. I believe that at some point we will have a policy to require the signing of administrative policies to change the destiny of Quebec's culture. Here we are in 2023, and I believe it's possible. The federal government could today, if it wanted to, change its CRTC and Telecommunications Act in order to include such an administrative agreement. Now, there's a pilot project for EI. That's an example. It's integrated as an administrative agreement in the same way. And there's also a federal act with the same name. So it is possible. In the Bloc Québécois, we feel strongly that telecommunications and broadcasting are critically important. And I'm sure, and I hope all parliamentarians feel that way, that radio and television are essential for the vitality of Quebec's culture, which must be maintained, protected, and showcased. Quebec's cultural industries, film, music, literature, all other forms of art and culture, all contribute significantly to our cultural diversity, and in fact to the cultural diversity of Canada, Madam Speaker. That's why we feel that these sectors should be regulated by Quebec, ideally under a Quebec Radio and Broadcasting Council. We would call it the CQRT. That would be the only way to ensure that we would be 100% master of decisions pertaining to our language and our culture. That said, it's possible for Quebec to consult. My children are calling me, Madam Speaker. I will continue with my speech. There's nothing urgent. They know that Mom's at work, so I don't need to answer just now. So as I was saying, Madam Speaker, this bill would give Quebec a guarantee that it will be consulted in the CRT's decision-making processes. And this consultation, in fact, it wouldn't be binding. It wouldn't be binding on the CRTC. It would be a mechanism, rather. And as I was saying, I do think it's possible. And I hear parliamentarians say sometimes that in committee we could take this even further. And that, I'm thrilled with that. We could take it further, a lot further, but we do need to start somewhere, of course. So it's important to highlight that this measure, as I was saying, will not weaken Canada. Canada is a diverse country with provinces and territories with their own cultural distinctiveness, with their own different cultures. And as my colleague said earlier, we need to celebrate our differences and our cultures in our regulations, especially regulations about something as critical and important as radio and telecommunications. So this bill would give a guarantee to provinces, a guarantee that their voices will be heard and heard in the decision-making process. Now, as for consulting governments of other provinces, for example, on matters related to French-speaking markets or the Francophonie, we need to recognize La Francophonie, which goes beyond the borders of Quebec.
This provision highlights the importance of taking into account the perspectives of all provinces with significant French-speaking populations. I think I still have a bit of time, Madam Speaker. 2 minutes. All right, I'll get there. Quebec is not the only entity to care about the French language and culture. This is important to mention. Other provinces and territories, such as New Brunswick, Manitoba, don't you agree? Alberta, Yukon, and Ontario all do as well. They are vibrant and dynamic Francophone communities. These communities contribute significantly to Canada's cultural diversity and play an essential role in preserving and promoting the French language. In closing, Madam Speaker, well, it's about time. It's high time now that we affirm and state our right to develop our culture and ensure that the mechanisms for broadcasting it are under our control. The creation of an independent body is not simply a political issue, but a question of preserving our identity, our language, and our cultural heritage. It's time, Madam Speaker, to take action and give Quebec the means to shape its cultural future in a sovereign manner. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's a pleasure to rise and address Bill 354 for a number of reasons. For me personally, as I indicated in a question to the bloc a little bit earlier this evening, is just in recognizing the province of Quebec and how that as a community, as a province, has evolved to what it is today. And I've had many discussions throughout my political career, going back to the mid-'80s and then elected back in 1988 in the Manitoba legislature, where there were a lot of discussions about Canada's diversity, and in particular the province of Quebec, and how Quebec really does stand out in many different ways. And I've always seen many politicians from the province of Quebec, whether they're members of Parliament or others, that over the years that you do gain an appreciation in terms of the degree in which the advocacy for arts and culture, Madam Speaker. And I don't believe that other provinces do not have that same sort of strength of character and diversity. But what I have seen over the years is in the province of Quebec, it's held a little closer to the heart. And I truly do appreciate that. But I also value the diversity of my home province of Manitoba, or even the prairie regions. The member made reference to the Quebec French factor, if I can put it that way. And albeit I cannot speak French, or I don't have necessarily the courage to say it out loud, I might think of it in the mind at times, Madam Speaker, but I can tell you I'm very much proud of the community of St. Boniface in the city of Winnipeg. My great might even be the third great-grandfather from St. Pierre Joly, and his family from just outside of the Montreal, over 100 years ago. So I really do appreciate and love the French factor, or the culture that has evolved in the province of Quebec, and would do what I can to encourage it, to promote it. And I always like to think there is even some uniqueness that we all love. I was a big Montreal Habs fan, for example. I also like Poutine. Today it's Winnipeg Jets. But at the time when I was growing up, we didn't necessarily have the Jets at the time. Don't want to betray my own city here. But I can tell you, maple leaf syrup, I believe poutine actually originates out of the province of Quebec. Yeah, exactly. It's a great dish. Maybe I have it a little bit too often at times, Madam Speaker. But the point is, we have seen so many artists come out of the province of Quebec, and a lot of that pride that we see that stems out of provinces ultimately lead to what I would classify as not only superstars from a national perspective, but around the world, Madam Speaker. And I like to think that we should do what we can to support it. And that's one of the reasons why I've been very supportive of other government pieces of legislation, Madam Speaker. Having said all of that, I'm also a fairly strong advocate on CRTC in terms of the role that it plays. And sometimes it frustrates me. Sometimes there are things that are happening in the province of Manitoba in particular that I would have liked to see more competition of sorts, maybe, one could argue, but more programming to deal with the diversity of our communities. But at the end of the day, I recognize that already they do an extensive amount of consultations. And I know provinces will often intervene with CRTC when there are decisions that are being made. And when I think of CRTC into the future, I see its role ultimately expanding. Take a look. Compare 30 years ago to today and the internet, there's a whole area that's fairly new. And I believe that CRTC plays an important role in many forms of communication nowadays, Madam Speaker. But when it comes to our culture and our heritage and making sure that we do what we can to promote and preserve, I would suggest to you that it is important that we make sure that there is a consultation that continues on. I believe you're telling me my time's up, but I will continue at it.
The honourable member will have 4.5 minutes to complete his speech when the bill next comes to the House. The time provided for the consideration... La période prévue pour l'étude...
The period for private members' business is now expired. The order dropped to the bottom of order of precedence of the order paper.
Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, concurrence in committee reports, resuming consideration in concurrence in committee report number 43, motion to concur in the 26th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, greening government strategy, standing in the name of Mr. McCulley.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Noshiel.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be splitting my time with the member for Red Deer-Lacombe. I think it's really important to have this debate at this particular juncture, Madam Speaker, given that Canada's ability to meet its greenhouse gas emissions targets and the heft and might of its climate strategy will come under scrutiny at the COP climate conference in the next week or so. And this report, Madam Speaker, it's kind of an indictment on the government's ability to undertake concrete action to implement policies and procedures and strategies that would materially reduce greenhouse gas emissions production within the government's own scope of operations. The recommendations that are contained herein, given the amount of money that I'm sure has been expended, public money that has been expended on the activities contained herein that were audited, and the recommendations that are coming out of it, it does, and it should give every member in here, Madam Speaker, pause for thought, or certainly some level of concern in terms of the government's ability to deliver results when it comes to climate change. So I want to use this opportunity to talk about two things. First, the government's inability to meet Canada's climate targets and what I think that they should be doing, the junction and the intersection with the activities of the government that are contained within this report, but also how the government needs to look at its operations and structures on different initiatives designed to meet Canada's, purportedly designed to meet Canada's greenhouse gas emissions targets, but aren't getting the job done. So a couple of weeks ago, Madam Speaker, ahead of a fairly significant vote in the House on removing the carbon tax on home heating for all Canadians, I wrote a piece that was entitled, "Canada's Carbon Tax Isn't Working. It's Time for It to Go." And the subheading that I used on this title was, Monday's vote on axing the tax on home heating should be viewed as a critical opportunity to innovate. And the reason why I put that subheading in there is because at about the same time, there were new reports that were showing that the government, in spite of having the carbon tax in place, was really not on its way to meet Canada's greenhouse gas emissions reductions targets. But at the same time, the economy, as we saw data today, the economy is shrinking. Canadians are having a really hard time making ends meet, and we're not making the targets, so meeting these targets. So that should prompt the government into rethinking its approach. So the piece reads as follows. Ahead of a Wednesday morning caucus meeting, and as winter temperatures began to set in across the country, the Federal Conservative Party leader announced that his party would force a vote in the House of Commons to extend a 3-year carbon tax exemption that was announced by the Prime Minister for Atlantic Canadian heating oil to all forms of home heating in every part of Canada. The temptation for the Liberals and their NDP coalition partners will be to continue to toe the line the Prime Minister took, which was that no additional carve-outs on the carbon tax would be forthcoming, and vote against this Conservative motion, which is what the Liberals and the NDP did. Oh, I'm not sure. Can't remember. That's right. The Liberals definitely voted against it. But that position is a mistake, both politically and morally. If the Liberals and the NDP care about public support for climate policy, the inflation crisis, and their jobs, they should have voted in favor of this motion, and here's why. While inflation and the cost of living remain the top concerns of Canadians, a very recent survey by Leger suggested that about 70% of Canadians are worried about climate change. However, support for keeping the Prime Minister's signature climate policy, the carbon tax, only registers with the support of 18% of Canadians. The reason for the vast delta between public concern for addressing climate change and support for the carbon tax is something that few Liberal intelligentsia have considered. That blind spot is now both politically biting them in the rear and is likely preventing Canada from meeting its emissions targets, reductions targets. And that reason is that the carbon tax is failing to move consumer preferences away from high carbon products and practices in the way that the Prime Minister promised that it would, and Canadians know it. And in the middle of a generationally high cost of living crisis, all Canadians, even those very concerned about climate change, are unwilling to pay for a policy they consider ineffectual. Said differently, people will only choose alternatives to driving and heating their homes with carbon-based fuels if other options exist, are available, and are affordable. Those circumstances might be partially available in other more temperate, highly populated regions of the globe, but not so across much of Canada. So even though the Prime Minister is increasing the price of carbon fuel with his tax, Canadians aren't choosing to purchase alternatives because in most parts of Canada, they don't yet widely exist or are completely unaffordable. And Madam Speaker, even within the government's own scope of operations, that principle is clearly shown within this report. This concept is simple to grasp, even for the most politically disconnected Canadians, particularly when they fill up their car and pay a carbon tax, but have no public transit alternatives or pay a carbon-based home heating bill for 6 months of brutal cold with no other option. And a decade of Liberal rule has also shown that their government isn't particularly good at getting these alternatives built. Again, very much evidenced in this report, which has further added to the failure of the carbon tax to shift demand for carbon fuel. Few Canadians now believe that the Liberals can do things like actually build out the infrastructure needed to pull gas-powered cars off the road, for the simple fact that they failed to do so after nearly a decade in government. Again, evidenced in this report. And this week, and this was now 2 weeks ago, serious whistleblower allegations regarding wrongdoing at a federal government agency. This, of course, was STDC. was supposed to spur the development and deployment of emissions reductions technologies will undoubtedly further erode public trust in the Liberal government's capacity to lower cost alternatives to carbon fuels. These facts are laid bare in recent government's reports that show that even with the tax, Canada will still probably miss its 2030 emissions targets by close to 50%. So we're not even in the universe of getting close to meeting those emissions targets. And there's proof of these facts in recent political trends, too. The Prime Minister's capitulations on the tax on heating oil should have been viewed as an inevitability by even the most lay observer. The signs have been present for months. For example, in August, a Nova Scotia provincial riding that had been a safe Liberal hold for time immemorial was flipped by provincial Conservatives due mainly to the unpopularity of the federal Liberal carbon tax. And within the Prime Minister's own federal caucus, there has been a lot of dissent over this issue, likely due to the sustained precipitous drop in the polls in traditionally safe for the Liberals' electoral territory, that is Atlantic Canada. These incidents followed nearly a year of high-profile messaging by my party, the Conservative Party, on these points, on a message that has been easy to grasp for millions of Canadians already grappling with increased cost of living in the inflationary crisis. And now that same crisis has been overlaid onto the tax, and that means that millions of Canadians face the prospect of choosing between heating and eating, never mind considering investing in expensive or, as the case is in most parts of Canada, non-existent alternatives to carbon fuels. And again, I draw members' attention to the Finance Minister's very tone-deaf comments in Atlantic Canada earlier this year when she talked about how easy it was for her to get around in her downtown riding after being asked about the impact of the carbon tax on Prince Edward Island's, frankly, car-based tourism economy. So for the Prime Minister's late-stage partial capitulation on removing the tax for only heating oil, but not for other carbon fuels, also risk creating perverse incentives like the one mentioned by the rural municipalities of Alberta's Bruce McLaughlin, who suggested that the Prime Minister's partial tax exemption may generate demand for higher emitting heating oil in certain circumstances. And keeping the tax with regional inequities will further divide the country at a time when the federal government should be working towards unifying policy. This report, Madam Speaker, and how much time do I have left? It really shows that the government makes a lot of promises when it comes to climate and has not delivered. Canadians are poor, our greenhouse gas emissions have rose, and I really hope that the government takes the recommendations in this report writ large and looks at them and goes back to the drawing board and develops policy that doesn't harm Canadians and lowers our emissions. Thank you.
Very good. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'm wondering if the member can just give clear indication. The Conservatives have been very clear in terms of the price on pollution. Does the member ever envision a world in which the Conservative Party of Canada would actually support a price on pollution?
Member for Calgary Nose Hill.
For a carbon tax to reduce consumer reliance or get consumers to switch from a high carbon consumer product or practice, like let's say filling up a gas-powered car, there has to be affordable substitute goods for them to purchase. So if the member opposite came to my riding in Calgary, the federal government has failed to build out light rail transit, for example. That light rail transit could conceivably pull 50,000 cars off the road every day, but that doesn't exist because the government hasn't been able to build these things out. So what happens is no matter how high the price of gas is, how much tax there is, my constituents still have to fill up their car. So the carbon tax does not work. So that dogmatic adherence to a pricing instrument that does not work because it's price inelastic, because there aren't substitute goods, is bad public policy, and the government should abandon it.
Questions and comments? Before we resume debate, I have the honour to inform the House that the message has been received from the Senate, informing this House that the Senate has passed the following bill with amendments to which the concurrence of the House is desired. Bill C-29, an act to provide for the establishment of a National Council for Reconciliation. Copies of the amendments are available at the table. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Red Deer, Lacombe.
Thank you,
Madam Speaker, and I rise here in this House to speak on this concurrence motion on a Public Accounts Committee report which concerns the greening of government buildings. But I do find myself concerned, however, that this government is not really interested in the greening of our buildings, but in the greening of pockets, specifically the pockets of Liberal insiders and their appointees. I am, of course, referring to the latest Liberal scandal, one that culminated with the head of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, Leah Lawrence, resigning. The abrupt end to her tenure came amid severe allegations of mismanagement and corruption, not only directed at her, but her executive as well. These allegations were brought forth by whistleblowers who reached out to both the government and the Privy Council office. These complaints resulted in an inquiry into the matter conducted by Raymond Chabot Grant Thornton, who I will refer to henceforth in my speech as RCGT, or the RCGT report. It confirmed that the whistleblower complaints were grounded in fact, finding several instances of corruption. The most damning of these allegations comes in the form of unethical contributions to companies owned by the executive of the SDTC board. The RCGT report states that these contributions did not appear to be consistent with the requirements of SDTC's contribution agreements with the government, and that the payments do not require project cost eligibility or monitoring and reporting. In other words, they didn't meet any basic requirements that any responsible government would put in place from the oversight of taxpayer dollars. To compound this issue, the government somehow ignored these findings, and continued to fund this organization after they knew what was going on. This scandal is sordid and complex, Madam Speaker, so please buckle up and bear with me as I lay out some of the facts in what could be called the anatomy of a scandal. So what is SDTC? It is a federally funded nonprofit founded in 2001 that approves and disperses millions in funds annually to clean tech companies. Its latest mandate was to disperse $1 billion over 5 years, ending in 2025-2026 fiscal year. In 2015, my apologies, the head villain of the story, Leah Lawrence, was hired to be the CEO of SDTC. This is the foundational piece. Under her leadership, the institution soon starts to decline. It essentially turns into a green slush fund for her and her friends. A key player in covering up her behavior, her partner in this, seemingly, is Annette Verschuren, who was appointed chair of the board through this government's order in council in 2019. Annette then uses her position as the chair to protect Leah, the chief executive officer, and they team up to create a new funding streams that are ineligible by the very nature of the provisions upon the creation of SDTC. And they do this to supposedly help SDTC to meet their funding targets. Well, what happens, Madam Speaker, when these funding targets are hit? Well, it triggers bonuses for the executives and the members of the board. These bonuses were then used by the board members to fund their own business interests with it. The entire board then also partakes in the scam. Furthermore, subcontractors on the projects are often affiliated with the chief executive officer. The problem is so bad that Annette Verschuren had her own companies funded to a staggering rate of $220,000. Clearly in the wrong, the board tries to cover their tracks, contracting an outside legal opinion, saying that it was okay to fund their own companies with this bonus money. There was a major flaw, however, Madam Speaker, with this opinion, because it came from Ed Vandenberg, who just happens to be a paid SDTC member, which is just another conflict of interest in a long line of many. Once again, Madam Speaker, we know all of this because of the whistleblowers who came forward. One of them had secretly recorded conversations with Doug McConaughey, the Assistant Deputy Minister at Innovation, Science and Economic Development, and also a man that had a lot of interesting things to say about the fund and its sickening levels of graft. And I'll quote Doug, "There's a lot of sloppiness and laziness. There is some outright incompetence, and, you know, the situation is just kind of untenable at this point." That's one quote. He also referred to the original investigation by the board as a whitewash and said that the RCGT report, and I quote, "implicates the board in terrible ways, you know, like by not following process, by not following the conflict of interest regime, by not being prudent fiduciaries like they've missed out on so many, like it's just the board failure altogether. So like in that case, you know, and this is how we're briefing it and how it's well understood by us and the deputies, and I think is understood by PCO as well, because it's not the first time they've seen this kind of situation. So like they know that we've got to get people out of there." So what does this imply, Madam Speaker? It implies that the minister knew. It implies that the Prime Minister knew. And even more damning, Mr. McConaughey is quoted as saying, "The scandal is almost a sponsorship scandal level kind of giveaway." Now, despite Doug McConaughey's disgust and the hopes of his fellow whistleblowers for action from this government, the SDTC management team and board of directors remained in place months later. This clear lack of action demonstrates a strange passivity by the government in the face of substantiated allegations of corruption. On the question of what kind of workplace environment this corruption and ineptitude has caused, almost half of the 50-person staff is on its way out, 4 of them are on sick leave, and 20 are in the process of resigning or quitting. This is unacceptable, and it kills morale amongst our hardworking, honest people in our departments. This fact is acknowledged by Doug McConaughey, who stated that the workplace is now toxic. The problem is even worse if you go back to 2018, when the rate of turnover can be factored at over 75%. During Leah Lawrence's tenure, whistleblowers made allegations that loyalties were constantly tested by petty executives who pressured subordinates into writing fake reviews online to inflate workplace review scores. Yet what should be expected of a group of executives this corrupt? They can't even take responsibility for their actions. In a statement responding to the RCGT report, the SDTC executive and board said that the report found no clear evidence of wrongdoing or misconduct at SDTC and indicated that no further investigation is warranted. This is an out-of-touch statement. It's ludicrous, but it also is a disconnect from reality. Recently, the Office of the Auditor General of Canada has announced that it will be investigating the scandal. This is a welcome announcement, but we need to ensure accountability in the long term, and this type of graft over the last 8 years has been noticed internationally, with our standing on the Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index, or Corruption Index, CPI falling precipitously over the last few years. In fact, our descent down the rankings is amongst the fastest in the world. Not only has Canada's whistleblower protections been criticized, but our access to information legislation is out of date. It's time that we move on. And this, Madam Speaker, is just a long list of scandals that I could go over. I could talk at them for hours, but given the fact that we're out of time, I move, seconded by the member for Red Deer Mountain View, that the motion be amended by, yep. Yeah, I actually get to make that choice. I move, seconded by the member for Yellowhead, because he seems to want to, that the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. That the motion be amended by deleting all of the words after the word "that" and substituting the following. The 26th report of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, presented on Tuesday, February 14th, 2023, be not now concurred in, but that it be recommitted to the committee with the instruction that A, it take note of the resignation of the CEO and Chair of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, SDTC, over allegations that funds were used improperly, namely that SDTC has been accused of giving grants to startups and accelerators with ties to their senior management, as well as making payments inconsistent with the requirements of their agreement with the government, and B, in keeping with the Auditor General's observation that Treasury Board, which is responsible for the supervision of SDTC, has not provided oversight, as well as SDTC's mission statement claiming it is committed to full transparency, the committee add to its recommendations an invitation to Annette Verschuren, former CEO and Chair of Sustainable Development Technology Canada, and the whistleblowers who exposed this scandal to appear before the committee.
La motion.
Mr. Calkins, seconded by Mr. Soroka, moves the following amendment. That the motion be amended by the... Shall I dispense? Agreed. L'amendement est recevable.
The amendment is in order.
Comments, questions et commentaires. Resuming debate. There being no further members rising pursuant to order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion are deemed put and recorded. Divisions are deemed requested.
Pursuant to Standing Order 66, the divisions stand deferred until Wednesday, December 6, 2023, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Spadina, Fort York.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In my November 1st question to the government, I pointed out that 24 Liberal MPs supposedly represent ridings in the City of Toronto. However, you would never know it from their deafening silence on issues of extreme importance to our city. Madam Speaker, the Minister of Rural Economic Development said the quiet part out loud when she said other parts of the country should elect more Liberals if they wanted a carbon tax deferral like Atlantic Canadians had received. Well, Madam Speaker, Toronto has 24 Liberal MPs, and they have been unwilling or unable to stand up for our city and get people, including refugees, who have been forced to sleep on the city streets, the help that they need. The missing 24 MPs were missing in action when it came to the government honoring its promise to help Toronto with its COVID-created budget shortfall. Madam Speaker, this winter, Torontonians will be struggling to heat and hopefully keep their homes. Others are unable to find housing due to inflation and high interest rates. They would all like to receive a carbon tax deferral too. However, Madam Speaker, their Liberal MPs didn't show up to defend the people's interests and get a tax holiday. The two Liberal MPs from Alberta, they can hold their regional caucus in a phone booth. So, Madam Speaker, they can be forgiven for not being very effective in getting the government to do anything, much less in bringing about a carbon tax holiday. However, in my question to the Right Honourable Prime Minister, I asked if he could explain how his Toronto 24 colleagues disappeared from their responsibilities to represent our city's interests. It's indeed odd, Madam Speaker, that 24 MPs vanished and their faces never even made the milk carton. In attempting to answer my question, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Housing waxed poetically from speaking notes that did not address my question's salient points. 1, helping Toronto with our housing issues, and 2, living up to the federal promise to assist the city with its COVID-created budget shortfall. Indeed, Madam Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary indicated that I had failed to mention the Toronto MPs who allegedly pushed the government to invest money in our city. Well, Madam Speaker, it's hard to mention things that no one has actually seen. Perhaps, Madam Speaker, they're not missing. Maybe they're just shy. And in an astounding world first for politicians, they just don't want to tell anyone about their hard work and success. Madam Speaker, national failures have local consequences. And because of the Liberal government's failure, Deb, who I spoke to earlier today, and other constituents living by Clarence Park are being overwhelmed by a tent encampment. They don't feel safe walking through the park, through their park. A neighbor was assaulted this week while walking her dog. Others in Fort York saw a fire break out at an encampment 2 days ago. And there's a new facility at 75 Elizabeth Street forced on local residents directly across the street from a daycare and a children's playground. And Madam Speaker, unfortunately, we also can't forget the previously Lowberry Respite and Now Shelter being forced on Niagara and King West residents at 629 Adelaide Street West. Therefore, I'm forced, yet again, to rise here and stand up for not only my constituents, but for all Torontonians who are being failed by their 24 Liberal MPs. Madam Speaker, since local Liberal MPs can't or won't do it, I'm here to ask, will the government help Toronto with its housing issues and in the process finally honor its 2021 election promise to assist the city with its COVID budget shortfall? Yes or no? Thank you, ma'am.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate my colleagues' concerns for Torontonians. I agree that we need to be there for our constituents. However, I strongly disagree with the allegation or the assertion that the 24 Liberal members of Parliament that reside in Toronto are ineffective. They are extremely effective. They have great relationships with our city, the Toronto Mayor Chow and the previous Mayor Tory. Those relationships are strong and they're deep. Toronto Council regularly contacts their Member of Parliament, and we have consistently been there for the City of Toronto, whether that's on housing, on addictions, or on crime, really on any issue at all, Madam Speaker. I'd remind the Member of Parliament from Spadina, Fort York, that he was elected because of our strong relationship with the City of Toronto and our strong reputation as a party that represents Toronto very, very well. And I would repeat again that if his name wasn't on Liberal signs, then he would have not gotten elected in the City of Toronto. The government shares the firm belief that everybody in this country, regardless of income, deserves a safe and affordable place to call home. We also understand that the challenges that we're facing are complex and multifaceted. Homelessness is one of the most complex and difficult problems to solve, Madam Speaker. We've been in the works for years. There are no single solutions. There are no quick flips or switches that any government can just flip in order to solve for the challenges that are presented by homelessness. And it's also a nationwide issue that can only be solved with close cooperation between partners in every sector, just like the close relationship that our government has with the City of Toronto. The City of Toronto is on the front lines of the housing crisis, and we're not just eager to work with them, we have been working with them. The Government of Canada has been making historic investments to tackle chronic homelessness, and we're working closely with communities and service providers to deliver on those commitments. It's hard work that won't happen overnight. It's certainly been challenging, but if we work together and set aside differences and leverage our strengths, then we can make a real difference, and we have been, Madam Speaker. What the government has done recently is nearly double funding for Reaching Home. That's Canada's homelessness strategy, which is at almost $4 billion now. This initiative is specifically designed to help prevent and reduce chronic homelessness. Reaching Home is a crucial part of this government's historic national housing strategy, one that understands the value of local community organizations who are best placed and to understand their community's unique challenges, and Reaching Home gives them funding to support that vital work. And I'm proud to share with this House that since we launched that program in April of 2019, this program has already improved outcomes for more than 121,000 people who have received homelessness prevention support through its projects, and for nearly 70,000 for whom it's helped to find stable, long-term, consistent housing. Reaching Home is working, Madam Speaker. It's creating real positive results right across Canada. As we speak, Toronto is no exception. From 2019 to 2024, we've invested more than $252 million through Reaching Home to tackle homelessness in Toronto, and that includes $45.5 million over the last 2 years to start in 2022, and to keep up that funding boost that we provided throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, as my colleague mentioned. Of course, we're making historic efforts to also boost Canada's housing supply in order to create more options for stable, affordable housing in the long term, Madam Speaker. Our government will always be there for the City of Toronto. Our members of Parliament are extremely engaged in their communities, and I won't stand here and listen to anything to the contrary. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Spadina-Fort York.
Madam Speaker, it's true. When the Liberals asked me to run, I accepted that invitation because heaven knows that this government needs people who actually know how to roll up their sleeves and get stuff done, as opposed to focusing on photo ops and announcements. Because the reality is, people can't feed their families with an announcement, nor can they heat their homes with an announcement, or can they live under a photo op or an announcement. It's frustrating because there are people who are struggling to heat their homes, to be able to put enough food on their table, and yet here we hear again, we've done tons, we've done a lot. The reality on the ground, once the parliamentary secretary leaves the ivory tower or leaves this chamber and actually walks the street, is that there are people sleeping on the streets. What will it take for the Liberal government to finally honor its promise, step up, and actually do something to prevent anyone freezing to death?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, we know that homelessness and addictions are closely tied in terms of that very challenging network of issues that contribute to homelessness. That's why I was really disappointed last week to hear the member from Spadina-Fort York perpetuate stereotypes in this House about people who suffer from addictions. It was very consistent with when the Conservative leader released a video on social media condemning safe consumption sites and the safe supply of drugs. He claimed that tax dollars would be used to fund dangerous drugs, and he immediately was met with resistance from all sides of the political spectrum. But I was really disappointed to hear some of that rhetoric come from the member from Spadina-Fort York last week. Not only does safe consumption sites and safe supply save lives, Madam Speaker, but research shows that not focusing on harm reduction and treatment is actually costing billions of dollars, Madam Speaker. So, as I did after that member's comments, I would really urge him to go by the Centre for Addictions and Mental Health and hear from some experts.
Député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Today, I rise with both concern and disappointment, and in fact some cynicism too, Madam Speaker, faced with the government's inaction toward athletes who courageously denounce the horrible acts inflicted on them by their coach, with complete indifference on the part of the heads of 16 national sports organizations. We have been hearing about these cases over the past few years. Canada has been awarded the awful award for sports integrity, and the minister's refusal to give a date to launch a public inquiry. So the minister made a public commitment 6 months ago, though. The member for Brome-Missisquoi made a public commitment 6 months ago to set up a public inquiry into abuse and mistreatment in sport. And it would be very sensible and logical to do so because it would allow us to raise crucial questions, demand answers, and to call for all the necessary transparency in the name of a fair justice system in which we can have confidence. We have waited too long for a public inquiry to be launched, one that would shed light on all the systemic problems that persist behind the scenes in Canadian sports. What accounts for all of these stories of sexual misconduct inflicted on our athletes and the number of qualified coaches who have been found guilty of making rude and unforgivable gestures? Unfortunately, the mystery surrounding the government's apparent reluctance to take action raises legitimate questions about the government's true desire. Does the government truly wish to protect the interests of certain individuals to the detriment of the common good and the interests of children? In our society, we don't have the right to choose which human rights we want to support. The minister said the following during a press conference on May 11th, and I will say it in English. This is how it was said.
I would like to reiterate my commitment and clear any doubt that maybe might remain. I will respond to the request from athlete and survivor for a national inquiry. Inquiry est le sens en anglais, évidemment. This is a legitimate request, and I am working to be able to announce that as soon as I can. Et elle a rajouté une question.
And she added a question from the journalist Émilie Bergeron. In answering the journalist's question, she said that it was a first step. And she said, "Don't worry, it will be a pleasure for us to take this step." These words have meaning, Madam Speaker. And I asked a question this morning in the Heritage Committee. She recommitted to the same commitment and said that the government may still move forward. So, Madam Speaker, it is high time that we make our collective voice heard and demand answers. We must not accept the government's prolonged inaction. We need to demand the truth, we need to demand justice, and we need to remain vigilant in our quest for a society in which transparency and accountability are unshakable values. The Olympic movement has no place in its current form. And Minister Qualtrough, Madam Speaker, committed to this during our study on sports, and she will appear in committee on December 12th. So I asked the question again about her predecessor's commitment that she made on behalf of the government. Thank you, and may our commitment to ethical and transparent governance guide the actions that need to be taken to protect victims of abuse and mistreatment in sports in this country. And I conclude by asking my colleague, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, when an independent public inquiry will be launched. Not whether one will be launched, but when, because it's urgent. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity to discuss this important issue with my colleague. And I appreciate the opportunity to address the House tonight.
A sport system that reflects and celebrates our Canadian values of equality, fairness, and inclusion. A sport system that is safe for kids and all Canadians. And Madam Speaker, I might just add on a personal note, one of the first times I came to the House of Commons in a work context was 2 years before I got elected. And that was to work on the first iteration of Canada's new safe sport policy. It's hard to overstate how much I care about this issue. I was on a national team for 18 years, and sport is very special to me. It's something that transcends borders, transcends a lot of issues, and in order for it to do its great work, it needs to have integrity. And I'm here as a member of Parliament for a lot of reasons and for a lot of people, but this issue is one that I care deeply about. Nous avons entendu très clairement.
We have heard loud and clear about the need for systemic change in sport. We are living through a period of turbulence within the Canadian sports system and around the world. A period in which trust in our leaders and in our sport organizations has eroded.
In recent years, we've made some really important advancements. It's so important that we recognize progress when we see it. In the hopes of allowing victims forward without fear and intimidation, we've taken some really tremendous steps forward. To the survivors who have bravely come forward, we are indebted to you, and I want to say thank you. We acknowledge their courage, and we hear them loud and clear. And while they shouldn't have had to, their advocacy has really turned this into a national conversation and a sincere priority. Un élément clé de notre réponse est la
A key element of our response is the development of the UCCS, the Universal Code of Conduct to prevent and respond to abuse in sport. This is a key example of the positive momentum that can be created when our government works closely with its partners. In this case, national sports leaders and experts. The result, the CCUMS, is the foundation document that sets out the harmonized rules to be adopted by sports organizations that receive funding from the Government of Canada to ensure a respectful sports culture that delivers quality sports experiences that are inclusive, accessible, welcoming, and safe.
This establishment in June of 2021, the Office of the Sport Integrity Commissioner has been responsible for administering the UCCMS and overseeing complaints of maltreatment. The office uses trauma-informed processes that are compassionate, efficient, and provide fairness, respect, and equity to all partners involved. The office functions independently and without any influence from the Government of Canada or Sport Canada. Madame la Présidente, ces messieurs.
Madam Speaker, these measures are only part of the solution. The responsibility for ensuring a safe sport environment must be shared by all leaders in the field. Our government will continue to mobilize its provincial and territorial partners to promote harmonization, which is essential if we are to achieve the culture change that we aspire to.
We are committed to assuring that all Canadians experience sports environments free from all forms of maltreatment. And since 2018, we've worked to ensure safe, welcoming, and inclusive sport environments for all by requiring that federally funded organizations take measures.
The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The lack of significant progress in launching this public inquiry raises concerns about the government's commitment to ensuring access to justice for all of these survivors. It is, in fact, legitimate to wonder whether the regime's cronies are being protected at the expense of the truth and justice that we as citizens deserve. The number of people resigning who are responsible for this mess is alarming. People who are resigning from sports organizations and from within Sports Canada. There is a crisis in the world of sports, and everyone knows it. Frankly, the survivors deserve better consideration from those with a mandate for sports in this Liberal government. Athletes and their families are calling for urgent recognition of the severity of the situation in the world of sports, particularly as the 2024 Olympic Games in Paris approach. The Bloc Québécois is calling for immediate action and for the minister to be humble when she visits the International Center for Human Rights in Geneva this week. Why is she taking so long to express her indignity publicly? Why is she taking so long to launch a public independent inquiry? We need answers, and Madam Speaker, I will say that I will continue to ask the government questions about this issue. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
That we're committed to ensuring that all Canadians experience sport environments that are free of harm and all forms of maltreatment. And since 2018, we've worked to ensure that safe, welcoming, and inclusive environment for everyone by requiring that all federally funded sport organizations take measures to prevent and address maltreatment. And the results speak for themselves, Madam Speaker. The reality is it's a very, very challenging environment, but we've done some extraordinary work. And athletes that I've discussed this with have recognized that the progress is there and there's more work to be done. But as I've mentioned before, ensuring that the safety of sport is maintained is a joint responsibility, and that's why we're committed to having a formal process to do this. One that is trauma-informed and supports survivors, one that focuses on a broad sport reform, and we'll be releasing the details of this process very soon. It's an important step forward in ensuring that all athletes and participants have somewhere to turn when reporting incidents of abuse, but it's also worth noting that they currently have that, and it's built into every single athlete agreement with every national team. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 o'clock, pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.